And welcome, one and all, to the very final day of coverage here from this Merit Western Poker Series. Ali Najad alongside Dara Okurni. And Dara, it is that time. Just as it is in every single series, we ramp our way up, and an over 5K buy-in when you count the entry fee. The high roller is upon us. We anticipated perhaps we'd be down to a final table by now. Not the case, however, as we still have 2 tables remaining in the field, and there is one very familiar name to you out there. Might be familiar to poker fans as well from his World Series of Poker main event run, Jack Sinclair.
Indeed, yeah. We spent the afternoon, a bit of the afternoon with Jack. It's fair to say Jack has not had a profitable trip so far. He fired 8 bullets at the main, didn't cash. He fired several bullets at the side events. He told us he only fired 3 bullets at this, but he did at least bag up in the money, albeit only with 3.5 big blinds.
Have you found that, just from keeping a finger on the pulse of what's going on out there, because I certainly feel as though from my perspective this has been the case, but here at Merit in particular, you find a lot more propensity for people to fire many bullets at the events.
Yeah, this is true. I think that's part of what professional players refer to as population tendencies. People are not afraid to gamble in these fields. So the old school small ball, gradually increase your stack, that doesn't necessarily work here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are going to be featuring a single table, but we've got an outer table as well that we'll be covering. We'll get to that shortly. But in terms of having a look at the chip counts of the players that do remain, Dara, is there any names that jump off the page as ones that we should circle and keep our eye on as we go into tonight's coverage and work our way to a champion?
No, I have to say I'm not familiar with most of these players. Some of them I am familiar with from having commentated on them either in the warm-up or the main event, but that was pretty much it. Jack was the only name that really popped out at me as somebody that I would recognize. All
right, well, let's get you right out to our featured table. Certainly glad that you're joining us on whatever platform you might be streaming today's coverage from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Be sure to like and subscribe us if you're watching us on YouTube. Of course, if you're watching us on Facebook, a like or a follow would be welcome as well, as here at Merit, good things are afoot. Many more events still to come throughout the end of the year. Of course, at the top of every broadcast, we're teasing the upcoming Carmen Series. The Triton Tour will be here in May, so keep your eye on this place as the epicenter of European poker appears to be shifting southbound into the Mediterranean. And here is a look at the 6 players. Least among them is Jack Sinclair. Just 4 big blinds, Dara. Work is going to be cut out for him. 140K, a paltry nub with the blinds at 20 and 40,000 and a 40K big blind ante. Nobody particularly deep.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we have half the table have 10 big blinds or less, and actually Buttersep and Jack are super short with 4 big blinds each. And even the chip leader only has 27 big blinds. So even though we have 17 left, we could actually get down to a final table reasonably quickly.
Well, time will tell. There's a bit of a booth jinx, Dara, as you know. When you think you're going to get down to a final table quickly, it tends not to be the case. Levels, of course, 1 hour long, as per usual. As we get things underway here, 6 players. Bated breath we wait with for the 9-7 offsuit to make a decision. And we saw a little bit of this prior, Dara. Very much inbounds, but the stalling when there are multiple short stacks out there as people hunt for a pay jump.
Yeah, when you're so short and other stacks are so short, it actually can make a significant difference. That pay jump can be a lot of your equity.
Ace Queen now for Christoforou. Pandering to the UK Boothman with his Arsenal kit there. And he's deploying his full arsenal from the small blind. A little north of $1 million. And gives the boys a look at the Ace Queen. I like that. Just kind of let them know I'm not out here splashing. It was a legitimate holding. Don't want you to get any ideas.
I folded a close hand. folded an ace.
So tight.
Tight.
Discipline.
Discipline.
I will fold. If you
Respect.
shove, I will fold.
I know.
And how much you are playing?
350.
8 bigs and
Raise.
fold the
And
bigs.
Jack's going to go with his hand here. He's under the gun, which incentivizes him to go super wide.
It's
Next
very
hand,
hard.
if he folded this hand, he'd
And
have
time
to
back.
post one of his 3.5 big blinds as an ante. Much better to try and double it up now.
How much?
And he's run straight into aces.
140 exactly.
The
Yeah.
hip.
Not fun.
Yeah, I do know this player as well, Mihai Naisti, a regular on the European circuit.
And of course, over the top it comes. Not by a lot, of course, but nevertheless, meaningful.
To Solin.
And the good news for Nista is Ademir's unlikely to come along. So even in the event that King 10 gets
luck.
incredibly lucky
I was
and
happy.
downs these two aces,
I saw the first hand.
he will still be alive. $9,200, the on-tap payout. Next pay jump happens at 15 players.
Look the hip for it.
As the Union Jack is under threat, Dara.
It is indeed, yeah. UK versus Romania here.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Ace Jack 7 and Sinclair nodding in affirmation here.
How'd you feel? Nervous?
Nervous.
You nervous?
Yeah,
You look
I'm
nervous. I think it comes.
4 outs twice, and of course, once the jack happens on the turn, there are no more outs. Ace is full for Nista,
I mean, it's better than 10 than deuce.
and it was a very short-lived tenure
What
here
about 9 hearts on the turn?
at the feature table for Jack Sinclair. $9,200 will be collected
Human.
for his 17th place finish.
What did you
Yeah,
fold?
Jack told us he needed to win to get out for this week.
Two
So
players, very, very short.
not the start he wanted.
No,
and,
absolutely not.
Yeah.
$170,000, by the way, is the first place prize. Only 2 six-figure payouts. Second place will be $119,400 as Jack collects his belongings and leaves the boys 5-handed here at the feature. I mentioned off the top that it was just 2 tables, but I can't imagine we were playing 6-handed at the feature table while only 2 tables total remained. They're not going to play 11-handed outside and
No.
6-handed here. So it is 3 tables. Our apologies, stand corrected. Original field was 147 players, a prize pool of $676,200. Just 2 big blinds will remain for Recep Aydemir. Truly on life support.
Yeah, he was. It was actually a battle of the short stacks there. Nista also was. He had the 9 big blind stack, so it was big. Even though it was only 4 big blind shoved from Jack, or indeed less 3.5 bigs. Very nice start for him. Actually moves him up to 3rd now. But Recep is now super short with 2 big blinds. He's going to have to find a spot in the next orbit.
Things being shuffled around a little bit as we await play to continue here. Did you get out and enjoy the better part of the day? A delayed evening stream here for the high roller?
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to have the later start. Myself and David got up, did a little bit of filming for our podcast, went to meet Jack, and relentlessly took the piss out of him for how many bullets he had fired at so many things. And
He earned it.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think we unfortunately we saw him bust there. So, ladies and gentlemen, maybe a minute's respect for Jack Sinclair's bankroll.
Feel free to eulogize it if need
It's
be.
just Jack bursts on the scene from absolutely nowhere. He was totally unknown when he made the WSOP main event final table. Just a young English lad that everybody went like, who the hell is he? We've never seen him before. He's become quite the figure on the scene since. Sick record, it has to be said. Last year he put together a string of final tables on 1,000, 2,000 runner field tournaments all over Europe.
2018 World Series of Poker Europe main event champ, of course, with 5.4 million plus in career tournament earnings. Bit longer in the tooth today than he was when he made that appearance at the World Series of Poker main event back in Las Vegas, of course. I know David has the family here.
David's family arrived on Wednesday, so he's been enjoying time with his significant other and son.
And how much enjoyment are we bearing witness to here? It would appear not a whole heck of a lot, as have a river decision. I believe it is Genia Gavrilovic versus Fausto Tantillo. Tantillo appears to have shoved here on the river. Board of 3-6 queen on the flop, turn 8, river 6. Genia looks like he's really in the blender here, Dara.
Yeah, he really does. This is an unusual move, standing up to get a different view of his opponent, who sits there very much like a statue.
Stoic.
Trying to engage him in conversation.
Doesn't have himself a customer there, and
No.
a full dress down being issued. Tantillo just giving nothing away.
Absolutely. Looks like he's just doing that, pick a spot on the table and stare at it.
Yeah. Not a bad practice.
Not at all. Patrick Antonius, as we used to call it.
Unclear just how big this pot is, but they don't seem shy on chips.
No. Seems like quite a lot behind, so.
Multiple time banks being utilized, and the call has been made here by Genia. What's being shown down? Ace, queen. And I believe it was queen 7 for Genia. Just one pair for each player. I don't know about you, Dara, but somehow I expected there to be a little bit more kit furnished on the end.
Yeah, that was interesting. We don't know, of course, how big the pot was going to the river and how much was behind relative to that. But yeah, it was clearly he wasn't bluffing there. He was going for value, and his opponent made a hero call. And unfortunately for him, that eliminates him from the tournament.
Yeah, Genia is going to be our second player eliminated in basically as many hands here. Gavrilovic, $9,200 richer. Of course, if he's fired 2 bullets, he's already only break even.
Indeed, yeah.
Pay jump secured by the remaining 15 players as $10,700 will now be available. We could see this final table materialize fairly quickly, Dara, if this has been any indication in terms of pace.
Yep. Yeah, we mentioned at the start how there were really no big stacks at the feature table. There is now. Fausto Tantillo has been moved to the table, and he's got 93 big blinds, which is pretty much what the rest of the table has put together. He's got 49% of the chips. We have one extremely short stack, and then 3 other stacks in the 11 to 15 zone. So we're not that far off a final table, I think.
Even with multiple spins, really not a ton of breathing room for a short stack at this point. But Must be said, if the big stacks, and we can see Tentio, my goodness, 93 big blinds, standing all alone on an island of wealth. But bar Tentio, if most of the other relatively big stacks are not particularly deep, then oftentimes that 6-7 big blind stack, which might otherwise be expected to just rip it all in no matter what, could get very, very milky, in particular in a high roller like this, where you do have many big pay jumps available, and if multiple bullets have been fired, the min cashes aren't quite as appealing.
Indeed, yeah. It used to be the case if you at least min cashed a tournament, you'd made profit, but in these days of multiple bullets, many of these players may need to do significantly better than to min cash. Even though Fausto has 93 big blinds, it's still essentially a short stack game. Andreas Christoforou in second only has 29 big blinds, so they're playing 30 big blind or less poker, and that's a situation where players will have to still look for good spots to get it in.
Well, a little bit of rearranging yet again as the tables will be balanced. Just 2 tables worth of players still remain. Antsy moments here. As mentioned, pay jump has been secured. Not a particularly big one. That's not going to happen until we start to get down toward that final table and beyond. The bubble from 10th to 9th, which is the final table bubble, represents an almost $5,000 jump. 1 buy-in. That'll certainly be the beginning of the larger gaps in payout.
This is a great time if you're Fausto Tentilla to really look to build a crushing stack for the final table. With so many players who'll be hanging on for pay jumps, hoping to make the final table, he'll find a lot of spots. He'll win a lot of pots uncontested.
Well, there has been no shortage of talent over the years brought forth from Italy. Tentio playing under the Italian flag, the likes of Dario Sammartino, tremendously accomplished Italian player throughout the years.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, Italy has become very much a hotbed of poker.
Dario Minieri, back in the day,
back in
the scarved one.
The scarf. He looked about 11.
Yeah, he did. I don't think he ever registered for a tournament without being ID'd.
Yeah.
No question about that.
Some very good female players too. Giada Fang recently won a Platinum Pass in Barcelona at a ladies' event. I know Giada well because she translated 2 of my books into Italian.
Oh, wow. There you go. I guess if you're walking through a piazza somewhere in Rome and someone makes a profane gesture toward you, you will know why.
Indeed.
And it looks like we've got the cards back in the air at our new assembly of combatants here. And that little 2 big blind nub, while there isn't a pay jump available currently, is going to really allow Tentio to abuse this table at will, should he choose to do so.
Yeah, we saw him, the player in question, fold his big blind last hand because of the action ahead of him. He does have an entire orbit to try and find a reasonably decent spot, so unlike the days of the old-fashioned ante, he doesn't necessarily have to go with the first time it's folded around to him. In fact, his stack is so short, the best spot for him is to get him behind the chip leader.
Maybe you have 7 dudes.
It doesn't matter. I have one.
Okay.
It's 1 blind.
Blind all in.
A blind.
Blind call?
No blind. I saw 7-3.
7-3?
Yeah, you.
He says, I didn't call blind. I looked at my hand, I saw 7-3, and I still call. So, Ademir moves all in for his button big blind behind. And he's in really good shape here with the 9-3, unexpectedly.
Somehow they share a 3 for the Lebanese Mawad. He is in front in terms of chips, and now in terms of equity. He's doing very well as he's
Yeah.
flopped the club draw here and hits the clubs on the turn, which leaves 9-3 drawing dead. Aydemir
Good game, Mr. Recep.
Good game.
Good game, sir.
issued some GGs, but unfortunately for the local fans, the Turk has been dispatched. Recep Aydemir, $10,700 courtesy of a 15th place finish, and 3 players already showered rather quickly. Tentillo, 4-deuce offsuit, not going to be enough for him. Jack 4 suited for Christoforou. Shoots it up to 90. King 10 into the muck, and you might be kind of bearing witness to just some of the impact of the shorter stacks that are out there. Otherwise, playable hand. We've touched upon it on multiple occasions thus far, but the very technical nature of these stages of a tournament, Daria, you can really see those who have a firm finger on the pulse of the math and the numbers, the ranges, and those who are really out of their element and haven't been in the solver streets, so to speak, and
Yeah.
pretty wide gap.
Yeah, there are two big gaps, two big differences between this stage of the tournament and most other stages. The first difference is that the stacks are shallower typically, and also wildly varying at the table. So you might have one range opening into one big blind, and your range opening from the earlier seat the next hand into another big blind might actually be wider, just because of the way the stacks are distributed. And then ICM, of course, that dirty word of poker. That's the other big thing. Players who understand ICM very well understand that there's actually a huge adjustment that you have to make for ICM. Players who are unaware ICM, they will go on playing their normal ranges, but they'll be making pretty big mistakes as a result.
All right.
And Mawad, fresh off the double with an ace on the button, jams his remaining 480,000. 12 bigs, as it were. No takers, and these pickups are oh so important.
Yeah, yeah, he was quite short when he came. Now he's got a little bit more play.
Joseph Mouad of Lebanon, $350,000 plus in career live tournament earnings.
Shout out to Michael Angelos in the chat. Or Angelos Michael says, Vamos, Dara Christopher is Das Gaselos 20 on stars. Okay, that's good to know. I did not know that. So a bit of an online beast.
800.
8.
You have to know because this is
Somewhat of a glowing endorsement of what's happening here in Cyprus for a prominent player on stars to have chosen to be here as opposed to in the Bahamas for the reboot of the Poker Stars Caribbean Adventure.
Yeah, yeah. As great as the Caribbean Adventure is, there is a sense there isn't the same amount of local value. In fact, I played with a gentleman from the Bahamas at the WSOP one year and asked him if he played that event, and he said that the locals are actually not allowed legally to play it. So that greatly impacts the sort of local value.
Yeah.
Very different situation here. Such the local turnouts have been huge.
Mm-hmm. Ace Jack now. Mihai Nista, the Romanian. 1.3 million plus in career tournament earnings for that man.
All in.
And he will jam off of 490K. 510 total. Tidy pickup.
Show ace and fold.
I can't lose.
And you'll see those jams from the small blind with stack depths such as that happening with more frequency perhaps than the jams from early or middle position off of 10 to 15 bigs. Not a lot of pressure, just got to fade the one guy behind you.
Yep. Yeah, one of the effects of ICM that I've been talking about is it will tighten up the ranges from earlier position because they'll be aware the guys in later position are looking for a spot to get it in. So it's likely we're going to see a lot of this folding around to late position and then late position taking the jam, at least until we have a few bust outs and the average stack moves up a little. And Contush is going to go with his king queen here, it looks like.
Raise.
Oh, actually, no, he's just gone for a raise.
Well, he is pretty deep. Did have a chance to watch Yahun Contush.
Yeah, Nishta had a tempter on the button there with the 10-9 suited and just under 15 big blinds, but decided to let it go.
Hey, أنا على طاولة التي في بعد 10 دقايق قولي لهم لوليد ورق قولي لهم لوليد.
I don't speak Arabic, but I know TV.
That's literally the only word I understood there.
Kontush, by the way, bit of a player, the Belarusian, 125,000 plus in career tournament earnings for that man.
Having said last time we wouldn't see too much opens from early position, Jacks is definitely a hand that qualifies. 14.5 big blinds roughly under the gun. He'll probably open this willing to induce action rather than shove.
David Kuleberda, Polish player, a little over 200,000 in career tournament earnings. Min raised to 80,000. Now for Muad off of 580K, these baby suited aces, tempters as you guys like to put them.
Yeah, this is definitely much a tempter. The problem for him there is just the earliness of his position and there's an open ahead of him. If that was cut off versus button, we could have very well have seen an all in there, but under the gun, +1 versus under the gun, ace-5 suited doesn't figure to be ahead, doesn't figure to have as much as fold equity as in late position.
Now Christoforou mulling it over with this Jack-9 suited out of the big. Does have Kuleberta covered, but he is smothered in terms of pre-flop holding here. Invest the extra 40,000 and a safe flop. 2 spades, 2 fours, and a 5. Christopher with the check. Now Kuleberta rolling his options.
Yeah, this is a tough board to hit. Kuleberta is undoubtedly committed to this hand now. Paired board, 2 low cards.
60.
It's about as good as it gets. So he's probably going to just fire out a small bet and maybe try to induce action. Christoforo, he would have quite a few check raises there, but his hand had really no equity at all, so he lets it go.
60K bet. Earns Kuleberta the pot with way the best hand.
You can see there, Ali mentioned earlier Christopher's Arsenal jersey, and he has his screen name written on the back of it.
Pocket fours now for the overwhelming chip leader, Tantillo.
How much play?
1.1 total.
Asks for a count.
All in?
Moving all in here because of the stacks behind.
Lebea out of there comfortably off of the pocket threes.
This is one of the reasons you move all in for that large amount. Hand like Queen Jack suited can't call the all in, but would certainly have called a smaller raise.
Such a beautiful hand. To look
Yeah.
At the flop.
He's bemoaning the
Better.
folding of his beautiful hand, as he called it.
Yeah, 6-7 suited is beautiful until all of a sudden you realize how expensive it is to date.
Pressure. Pressure. Queen Jack of hearts. Queen Jacks I fold, 2 queens I call.
You do?
What about two jacks?
I fold. ICM.
Never good for business when the table mates are bringing up ICM.
Indeed,
Shove with
indeed.
sixes. I will see him live streaming. Sixes?
Yeah, ICM is a weird double-edged sword because if you know it, you will know in a situation like that, for example, when the chip leader shoves, you have to fold a huge range. And that actually allows them to shove even wider, shove a hand like fours there. So I always tell my students, if they're unknown recreational players, if you get yourself into this spot, don't give anybody the slightest clue that you understand ICM.
Truly a negative free roll.
There's one card. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's Christopher's turn to pick up the jacks. Let's see how he proceeds. Looking at the stacks behind to make sure. Raises to 90. Gilberto would be looking to reshove fairly wide there with just over 15 big blinds, but Jack 9 doesn't qualify.
Okay. I believe you.
And Muhammad says, I believe you, and folds
I
the
was
Jack
dead.
7.
I had
All
a jack there.
the jacks.
Jack 7.
If he shoves, I will fold.
If I shove, you fold? No way.
Oh,
No way. Why did
Teasing
I
you.
shove before? Before when you shove, why didn't
Yeah.
you shove?
You would have called with the jacks all in?
Against him, no.
Why?
He covers me and one
Ah,
goes
okay.
to a kind of fix.
Okay.
some water is yours?
Both, I opted for both of us. Cheers.
Stoffer is sticking to his story that had the chip leader shoved previous hand, he would have folded queens or jacks that hand, the hand he actually had, because of ICM.
Your turn. I care about his time bank and
So Mihai here under the gun. This is an awkward hand with the ICM. Just under 15 big blinds. Yeah, he's
Didn't make it look awkward, though.
he decided nothing else to do there except move all in.
Confidently ripping it.
Let's hope I don't have anything.
The old hope I don't have anything being declared. King Jack for Muad.
No, he's not going to get involved.
His face told the story, though, didn't it? He kind of
Yeah,
looked
it was
over and
the,
said,
oh, yeah, this is nearly good enough, but not quite.
Hard.
wore it on his sleeve in that one.
Yeah.
1 second. $650.
Mihai's the big blind next. Somebody asking him there how much he's going to play, because the stacks are super important now.
King is no good, my friend. To call you with king, only king, you're behind.
Wow. Can you guess what he has?
We will see later. King, queen of hearts.
Close.
It's a pretty good guess from Muhad there. When his opponent told him if you call with just the king, he'll be behind, he reasoned correctly that that probably means king, queen.
Didn't want to be. the guy who says ace king in
Yeah.
that spot, I suppose.
Yeah.
Labea mulling things over with ace 8, but we have something brewing at our outer table where Tony Kakua moved all in with king 9 of hearts, and Koray Korkmaz called with 7-4 offsuit, and it came 4-7 ace, 5 queen. So Korkmaz will be doubling up. Curious when the money got in here, Dara, because obviously 2-pair on the flop for the 4s and 7s versus middle pair with king high. It just seems a little bit strange.
Yeah. Yeah, it
For,
does.
forgive me, it wasn't middle pair. It was king 9, not king 7. But I have to assume the money got in pre, just Korkmaz being asked for all of it.
Yeah, it does feel it must have got in all in pre.
Meanwhile, Christopheru hauling one in. Blabea, the Romanian, yet to see any involvement from him. Julian Remus Blabea played the warm-up, finished 61st for $3,450. Now raised to 90K from Christoforu.
Yeah, one of the bigger stacks at the table, although not super deep. Recognizing that most players are going to need a hand to get involved now because of the ICM, he gets to open king 10 suited in early position. Tantillo, the one player who can put a lot of pressure on him, is he going to use a hand as weak as Jack 3? That would be, yeah, he decides he'll let this one go. He would have gone very, very wide there against Christoforu.
Christopheru, by the way, bears mentioning, is a native Cypriot, 1.6 million plus in career tournament earnings for that gentleman. Did finish first in the Merit Poker Classic main event back in 2019 for $565,000. That was his biggest score to date.
Yeah, definitely looks like he knows what he's about. He's going to open fairly wide, but he's going to have to play super tight against the chip leader. Everybody else will be happy to fold, get out of the way when they have nothing. Let him do the work. But Kontush has something here. This is an awkward spot, though. Just over 23 big blinds. Ace queen suited. Giving this a lot of thought. Yeah, he's gone for the call here. Keep the pot small for now.
How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I like it with the ICM facing the under the gun open. If you 3-bet that hand and get 4-bet shoved on you, you hate your life. That might bring in the big blind now, who has a playable hand as well, the suited queen.
Well, the price is right.
Yeah.
Close the action and get a whack at something. He was dominated, so
Yeah.
perhaps not altogether.
Yeah, that was the big fear with that hand, and he wasn't really deep enough to greatly benefit from the suitedness.
No benefit on a king high rainbow board for Kontush, at least at present. He does bookend that king of diamonds handsomely.
Yeah. Goes check, check, which it will a lot. One of the effects of ICM is it makes the post-flop play more passive. Neither player incentivized to bet as much of their range.
That may not be the case here on the turn, though, as Christopher has the gut shot straight draw. Kontush has got himself the nut flush draw. Still behind, however.
Sizing here will dictate everything. Whether Christopher decides to hang on. Putting a lot of thought into his sizing here.
M-am uitat din partea aia, că Papan, George și cu... Păi și am 550 asta, cred. Ba nu, 600.
It was a tricky enough spot because he picked up the nut flush draw, but his hand still had decent showdown against worse aces.
Da, mă, sunt 4 care au fise și restul toți suntem acolo.
He would hate to get check shoved on here, but he probably thinks that's not going to happen very often. And Cristoforo does hang on. And now will he fire if he misses? And he doesn't miss.
No, he hits the 10 of diamonds on the end, and now that's a third overcard to Cristoforo's hand, and really a bad one at that.
Yeah.
All of those sort of straight connected cards, if the draws miss, they've paired. The backdoor diamonds, of course. Eights just feel really without a paddle at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, he's staring at this board, looking at all of the hands that may have got there on the river. He's trying at the time bank. Don't know if he's considering a blocker here. The wheels are turning there. This
Half
is
a million.
Yeah, this is not a blocker. This is he's essentially I think he's turning his hand into a bluff here.
Yeah, 100%. This is designed to kind of represent the sort of stuff Kontush is sitting on right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Dreamy development for him, by the way, as he probably imagined he was going to have to come with some sort of milky sizing of his own. Instead, he gets to rip his 695 out there. That's only 195 more to call, and of course, Cristoforo is done with it. So that was a painful misstep there for the Cypriot.
Yeah.
On the river, nuts.
I think the most likely hand he put his opponent on was a 9 there. Recognizing that his 8s didn't have too much showdown against a 9, but if he bet on the large side, he could get a 9 to fold. And that indeed was costly. Kontush in the hijack with the tempter, looking at the stacks behind.
Right.
He does decide to play this hand. In this situation, the value of your hand is a lot less important than the players behind and how likely they are to 3-bet. Don't really mind if you get called, but you hate if you get 3-bet. And Tantillo with this commanding stack has the right type of hand to put pressure on.
And he does exactly that from the button with this king-queen, which has Kontush's queen-8 dominated. He 3-bets to 210,000. Kontush does not make a meal of queen-8 suited, promptly into the muck.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's always a little bit discouraging, isn't it, when you think, okay, got a nice new pair of shoes here. I had that big pot that I just took down, and as soon as you pop your head up, you get whacked by the big chip leader.
Yeah, you could visibly see his reticence there as he looked at the players behind and thought, I don't have a very good hand. How likely is it that somebody's going to 3-bet me? Tantillo has barely played a hand since he came to the table, so I think that's what encouraged him to open, thinking maybe the chip leader was just playing a bit more snug.
aces now
Ooh.
for Nista.
That is his second aces. He got aces second hand of today when Jack Sinclair shoved under the gun. Now he has enough chips here to raise fold, so he can just raise this hand and make it look like he might be raise folding.
All in.
Instead, he's decided to go all in. Possibly make his hand look a little bit weaker. And I don't think he's getting any business here.
No, nothing worthy of defense or flatting behind the two aces. Slightly disappointing, obviously. But nothing a gentleman with his sort of experience level is going to be
May I have a chai? Yeah, and you can
affected
bring
by.
it Here, I will.
Maybe light disappointment, but
Chai. Thank you.
onward we march. A look now at the stacks. You can see the big blinds have dwindled, courtesy of the blinds going up to 25 and 50,000 with the 50K big blind ante. Tentio still the overwhelming chip leader, better than 2-to-1 chip lead over second place Contouche. There are still 2 tables of players remaining. 14 of them in total, and now we go back to our outer table where looks like we find Viktor Ustamov with the ace-10 of diamonds against Gila Shkulukia. King Jack got it all in pre-flop. Never flopped a draw, never flopped any sort of improvement. And Ustamov is going to haul this one in. No, I don't think it was Ustamov who was hauling that one in, was it? Ustamov's there in the 2 seat, wasn't he?
I didn't catch, unfortunately.
The real story, of course, is the elimination of Gila Shkulukia. 14th place finish for the Georgian. That 14th place finish is good for $10,700. The payouts will be flat for the next payout, which is 13th place.
Thank you.
Now an ace-10 offsuit for the Romanian Blabea.
All in.
Yeah.
Gonna
Close
jam
spot.
it.
Yeah, close spot there between raise fold and jam. Christopher has now been dragged right back into the pack after that hand where he turned his pocket eights into a bluff on the river and it didn't work.
No takers. Blabea a modest sum of 25,000 and change in career tournament earnings. Notched all of it courtesy of a 5th place finish December of last year in the beautiful part of Uruguay, Punta del Este, for an international WSOP circuit event. Young man's collecting some exotic passport stamps.
Indeed, yeah. And some exotic flags on the Hendon mob. So, early position, the A7 suited just under 15 big blinds. He can open this hand and just fold it to a 3-bet.
No 3-bets available just yet. Ace-8 had him in a bad way in the big blind, but just promptly lays it down, does Niste. So
yeah, 10
well
big
done.
blinds. 10 big blinds, not deep enough to defend against the early position open, who had one of the few hands he was actually in good shape against.
Mai stăm 13.
You from Romania?
Italy?
Yes.
Pocket 8s now for Blablea under the gun.
This type of holding does shrivel up in value when you're in early position, and ICM is a factor. 8s might be one of the worst pairs he's opening from this seat.
Oh no. 2 kings for Niste off of 565,000.
Yeah.
Presumably it will be going in. No reason to get cute and invite the big blind in behind you.
No. Not with his stack.
All in.
There's the jam.
And his fellow Romanian is going to hate this spot. Oh my goodness, look at this.
Tantillo in the big blind wakes up with 2 aces. This is hardly fair. Overwhelming chip leader, and he's got both of these pocket pairs showered as he rips.
Good luck.
Yeah, I was about to say it was going to be a difficult spot for Blablea there with his 8s, assuming the big blind folded. But once the chip leader shoved, very easy fold with the 8s.
And note how he was able to escape by virtue of min-raise opening as opposed to doing something hasty and jamming. Granted, we don't know what the future holds in store, but we know that it's a bleak one for Niste. 2 kings need help. Not there thus far. Queen 10-4, 2 hearts. Niste looking to avoid a 13th place finish. Doesn't get any draws on the turn and now has 2 outs once. Paging the king of hearts or the king of clubs. Are they available? No. A 10 on the river. And Tantillo
Amazing.
showing a little bit of love. Obviously, Niste knows there's not a human being on earth who knows their way around a poker table this deep in a tournament who's ever going to have an outcome other than that. Given that spot. Absolute cold deck there, Dara.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. He would have absolutely loved his spot when he looked down at the kings facing the under the gun open.
Ai, ne vedem. Da.
So 13th will give Niste $10,700. And we'll secure a little pay jump of $2,200 for the remaining 12 players. Now, suited and connected up front, Christoforu.
This is an interesting open. This is very light, but he obviously feels the conditions are right for this. He's pretty shallow, but he's not so shallow that he can't raise fold. That's what he would be going for here if he got any action.
You know, it's interesting because a lot of people might be thinking, well, what's the point? You put a little raise in, maybe you take a bad beat because somebody calls. Well, maybe you dodge a bullet, as we saw moments ago with the 2 8s. This is very much the argument, and every one of these chips is worth so much when you talk about the ICM, and obviously we still have a $170,000 payout available, but we're only at 12,900 with 12 remaining. So the desire to stay alive is very much important.
Yeah.
Pocket fours now for Muad.
All in.
Gonna jam it.
Yeah, he's super short here. Nothing else to do. Jam his 7 big blinds. Tantillo again with a tempter, asking for a count. He'll know that Muad will be shoving a lot of worse hands even than Ace-7. Stuff like King Queen, King Jack. Stuff he's also good shape against, all the pairs below 7s. But he'll also be shoving all the better aces and all the pairs above 7s. So
Tantillo, despite having more than enough chips to maybe take a stand there, Ace-7 offsuit, promptly into the muck. Bit of a different proposition, of course, for Christoforou, though he doesn't have the depth that Tantillo does, and he kind of realizes the predicament he's in.
Yeah, he's chuckling here because I think he would call against most players, but against Muad he might think he's tighter than average, let's say. People tend to age profile in these spots, assume the older gentleman is going to be tighter.
Well, as it stands, the 2 4s not exceedingly tight.
No, he definitely not tight. And we saw him shove Ace-6 on the button earlier as well. So I think Muad does know his shoving ranges. If you knew that, I think you might put it in here with the King Queen. But if there's any doubt in your mind that he might be shoving too tight, you might think King Queen's not ahead of very much. Muad awaiting the decision.
It's a flip.
And Christopher accurately said it's a flip,
If you fold, I'll show
predicting that quite a lot of the range is lower pairs.
you. Like you told me.
The question is, do you want to flip for half your stack at this point? Another factor here is Christopher might be factoring the fact, we saw last time, for example, he opened 10-9 suited and got it through. He might think that he has an edge over a lot of the table and he can pick up chips without taking flips.
And what have we here? It looks like yet another bust. It's coming furious pace. And it would appear that Koray Korkmaz, who doubled
I don't know why
moments
I thought he had a pair.
ago with 7-4, took a King Jack up against a King Queen. He had raised 90% of his stack. Bayar moved him all in.
Yeah.
And neither player made a pair. And King Queen high
Thank you.
held.
I'm not getting any cards to play. I'm not getting any cards to play.
So after you talk to me, I convinced about the next time.
Next time, yes. Inshallah.
Ace-9 off suit now for Tantillo.
Christopher won't be folding this one.
2 queens in the small blind.
Ironically, he told Tantillo earlier that he would fold queens if he shoved. That was when he had up well over double the chips he has now. Now he's been pulled back into the pack with 14 big blinds, so he's going to go with his queens. After a little bit more of Hollywood, he does move all in.
695 total, another 595 for Tantillo to call. I don't think Ace-9 is the one he's going to want to do that with. Asks for a count.
Does ask for a count. He's now asking himself how many king queens, king jacks are in there. How many ace X suited that are worse than the ace 9. It is from the small blind though, so it's going to be considerably tighter than the big blind's reshove range.
You see, I didn't call before. Now
Now you have more.
I take it back. Yes.
Oh, good. Good.
And I want to call now. I want to call.
He's actually commenting on the fact that his strategy has changed. Before he said he would
How
fold
many
queens. He says now
Yeah,
I want to
sure.
play now, and I
He's
actually want to
thinking like
call.
this.
He has 30%.
Being very honest. Yeah, Tantillo works it all out.
Ace queen.
As good as ace 9 appears there,
Ooh, good
he
hand.
knows that Christoforou is good enough to understand ICM and have a
Yes,
very
yes,
tight
yes.
range.
Normal.
Ace jack.
Ace 9.
Ace.
Huh?
Ace 9.
I can see the live streaming before.
Ace jack. He folds.
Yes.
Christopher
open.
suggesting that he's got
I'm glad
X-ray
you
vision.
I would be
Was it he that said
in
ace 9?
bad shape.
Or was Tantillo giving it away?
I think.
I couldn't tell which of the two other voices it was.
I think Muad was the player doing the interrogation, so he might he might have guessed correctly as well. Been impressed by Muad's ability to call hands.
Yeah.
He called the king queen earlier as well. Kantouche with an awkward hand, but he's going to have to open it. Not the kind of hand that can withstand heat from the bigger stacks, but if somebody with a short stack goes with their hand, he can potentially call off. Tantillo has the right type of hand now that he could just put pressure on, but no, Tantillo is playing very, very snug. He's not looking to get overly aggressive with his stack. Christoforou has a hand he could potentially reshove in some worlds as well, but probably not with the ICM. But he's giving it some consideration. Yeah, he has moved all in, so he's definitely moved up a gear now since he took that setback. I don't think Kantouche is going to be able to call off here. Christoforou up to almost 19 big blinds. That's should be enough to get the ace jack to fold.
Moad, never a caller with jack 3. Takes his time.
Yeah, quick and correct fold.
How big a difference is ace queen versus ace
No,
jack
I-
in that
Massive,
spot?
absolutely massive. I
I
think
saw very
I
badly
think we
the-
would see
the
a call
jack,
from ace queen.
And then I thought I had jacks. Then I looked again. It was a 3, not a jack.
Well, Moad doing well to double check there. Might have wound
Yeah.
up
Jacks I call, of course.
We've all done that.
making some people really
Well, I
question
have-
some things.
Yeah.
Wait, look at my chips. I have. I don't get. I don't get. In. Of course, you call, right? With my chips.
Ace 10 now for Tantillo under the gun.
Yeah, he's definitely opening this as the chip leader.
Min raise.
So if we're counting a stack here, just to get it exact into his mind how many big blinds he has. He does have 22 big blinds.
Suited one gapper. Against the up front open.
Difficult to believe he's thinking of going with this hand, but maybe he's trying to decide whether he has any
Oh my goodness.
3-bet folds. Yeah, this is what he's going for. He's going for a 3-bet fold here. If Tantillo shoves on him, he's obviously folding. But this looks super strong, raising the size of this stack.
Well, put a pin in that particular pot as we step back over to our outer table, where we find ace deuce against ace 10 on an ace high board. The ace 10 does play. Is there an escape for ace deuce? Doesn't appear so. And yet another casualty of war. It's happening quick out there, Dara.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly is.
First it was Korkmaz and now Bayar Saran. Part of the Mongolian contingent. He will collect $12,900.
So that moves us on to the final table bubble now. 10 players remain.
Yep. Saran finishing in 11th.
Meanwhile, it looks like the 3-bet worked there.
Did he fold?
I think Christopher is picking up on the fact that the chip leader is actually playing much more cautiously than many chip leaders would in this spot,
Push him all
and
in,
used a pretty looking hand there to put in the light 3-bet,
Stand left.
Ace jack.
knowing he could, if he got 4-bet shoved on, he could fold. If he got called, he had some sort of playability.
You thought I have ace jack?
That was risky business,
I
though,
had
and I
ace
think
jack.
it really gives us a sense of what we might come to expect from Christoforou, who has no shortage of confidence.
No. And he's got another openable hand here. And in fact, he's just moved all in this time. That's because his table image is quite aggro now, and if he opens a hand like King-Queen suited, he could expect to get played back at quite a bit, and he doesn't. He wants to cut off that possibility.
Yeah.
Contush won't be playing the 5-3.
Good luck.
And the final table, 8 marks.
Yeah,
9.
there will be no takers here.
Yeah.
I think the final table.
And I think the final table bubble is something he might be leveraging as well. And notice how he shows this one. Didn't show that 7-5 3-bet, did he?
Yeah.
Good seat.
So far.
Yeah, inshallah. Yeah, yesterday you went down to 2 blinds, no?
Threes.
Very blind.
Three.
Very
The
blind.
5 says king, king jack.
Christopher, another man is
K7.
afraid to put his chips to work. The table's saying that yesterday he went down to
Yeah.
2 big blinds, and now
What
he's
did
up
you
to
have?
this. We did see him take a setback
Ace
with the
king.
8s hand,
And then flop, ace
but he's
king.
gone on playing,
Flop is king. That's how he
and
doubles.
he's chipped all the way up.
I mean,
Triple.
but yeah, but you
Ace queen 8. Ace queen 8 against.
yeah, you double twice.
Around. I mean, it was difficult for me to fold there, huh?
Yeah.
Ace queen of hearts there.
Of course.
And if I lose, I have another 200 more, double the other on jack. Play to win, you know.
Way to win. For the first.
Tempter, but he's going to let it go. Not a tempter. This will be all in, I think.
All in.
Yeah, 355,000. Ace 9 coming together. Those pickups, oh so important for the Lebanese Joseph Mouad. Seems like he's really relishing the moment out there.
Very
There's Joseph.
Very much so. He definitely knows his short stack ranges.
What? Are we play 4 and 5?
He's
And-
asking
and
if
the
it's going to be
final
9
table
or,
is
or
9.
8 for the
Ah,
final
okay.
table.
Okay.
Again, that shows his awareness as well, making sure that he knows exactly that they're on the final table bubble now. Contush with the ace queen suited in the cutoff. He's done a bit of raise folding. His table image will be affected as a result.
Ace.
Upstairs we go. Off of 1.3 million, 100K. Hang on, looks like we got another something brewing. Osman Ilhamur with 5-4. Roman Kolotyuk with 5 deuce of hearts.
3 comes, you kick him in.
Ace 5-3 on the flop. Both players got it in there.
3 would be very, very
And they
funny.
will chop it up on the river as the ace paired on the turn and the king
Like 3-bet
secured
pot where somebody had
a
big
carve
bet
up.
And I called with 5 something.
Not favorite suit, but
Not favorite suit, but
diamond. I make a mistake. I should bet the flop and you maybe before on the flop.
I think no. Backdoors and overcard.
Yeah, but it's too much.
You raise too much.
Yeah. I
and-
had a
and-
hand.
Okay.
I had pocket eights. I will tell you the truth. Pocket eights. And on the terra was having gut shot.
Yeah, I know.
This feels like an all-in from the cutoff. 10 big blinds. You're short-handed, so the blinds are racing around faster. You can't really pass too many spots. Yeah, he does move all in.
$505,000 total, and how are aces out there yet again? Culiberta.
Oh, I'd love
The
to have
only
a
good
hand
news
now.
for Blabea is that he has Culiberta covered.
Yeah. So
Wad can't participate, but this is going to be really deflating for the Romanian as his
First hand today, isn't it?
Polish counterpart
Second, basically.
gives him a look at the bad news.
After you are against me when you open
Yeah, I got
see if the king 10 can flop any prospects.
Oh, well, quite the opposite. Ace
Pretty
8-6.
slim. Some backdoors, that's it now.
Top set could see the king 10 drawing dead, and on the turn, pocket aces turn into aces full for the second occasion already in short order here at our featured table. For Culiberta, just what the doctor ordered. For the rest of the field, disappointment as they're looking to
back in business.
Nice hand.
assemble this final table.
Where's the weight?
good life. Good life. Oh.
Of course, it's a good life. You play the 5K in tournament.
Yeah.
Has to be good life, huh?
Sitting in beautiful hotel. World class tournament.
Married.
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 Yeah. Married with my wife. No kids.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, we are fine.
How many kids you have?
Sorry?
How many kids you have?
3.
And we have,
And 8 grandkids.
8 grandkids. Bravo.
wow, that's nice.
Grand, not yet.
No, not grandkids.
Bit of a rub down there.
Yeah,
Congrats.
nothing offensive about that.
No.
He's Joseph Muad, not Father Time. King 7 off here in the hijack. Blabea might be using this 30 seconds trying to punch his ticket into the final table and secure that pay jump
Yeah, good shout.
of 4,600.
He does have a tempter here, though. He's so short now. Blinds hitting him soon. Only 4 big blinds behind. Yeah, he's decided this is good enough to go with because of the big blind ante coming around. In fact, it's coming next hand.
How much is that?
Culiberta, I think, will go with his hand here
Oh,
against
man.
short stack.
Is he going to finish what he started with the 2 aces as he looks down on the button at ace jack? Could very well 3-bet jam this.
Yeah.
It's a lot of hand up against the super short stack, all in range, especially one hand removed from that big blind. So the jam does come in, and Blabea is going to get a second crack. Looking for vindication, but again, he is well behind.
Well behind, but live. He would have feared domination there.
To the flop they go, and 2 4s, 2 spades, and a king. It's an all Blabea affair. Got a little smile working, but he knows there's work to be done. On the turn, all of a sudden, in addition to the 3 aces,
More outs.
4 queens. are added.
No, mamacita. Mama,
Finger whack.
Yeah.
Mamacita is always
Anti-sweating an ace
Mamacita for
or a
you,
queen, and success as Labea will double through and claw back some of the lost soldiers.
quick revenge.
Mini revenge. Mini revenge.
Mini
Mini revenge, yeah.
yeah.
Roberta's staying hydrated there, which is quite important when you're in this sort of high pressure situation where you have to make big decisions every few hands.
I don't know about you, but I can go hours and not even remember that I've not had a drink or a bite of anything.
Yeah.
When I'm at the table, you get so engrossed.
Yeah.
In particular, in a tournament environment, I would imagine it's even more so than the cash game where things are
Absolutely
not quite as intense.
Yeah. Every hand could potentially be your last, so the adrenaline can block off the signals from your body telling you need to drink.
I'm sure there's an abundance of eye rolling happening somewhere on the other side of a lot of these streams, but it's certainly worthy of note. It's not as self-evident to some as you might think. And Kulaberda now
480.
going to run into Mawad's 2 queens, but Mawad asked for a count here. That's odd. He is covered with his 355, maybe just verifying.
Maybe also using the full 30 seconds. Bit of Hollywood here.
Maybe looking to induce one of the blinds behind him.
He's actually going to use one of his time cards, try and make it look weaker.
Interesting. Really chiseling out.
I've seen quite a bit of this week. People using their time cards with hands where they know what they're doing. A little bit of Hollywood there too. Placed doubt in people's minds that maybe they don't have a clear-cut decision. They are near the final table bubble, so if he gets to the final table, he will pick up some more time cards. So deciding it's worth sacrificing one here too. I think he's also looking towards the other table to see if there's an all-in there.
Okay, I call.
And he's used up as much time as he needs.
It definitely doesn't smell like queens at this point, I'll tell you that.
No, it doesn't.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Well, if somebody goes out there, it's easier call.
Yeah, he pretty much confirmed there with his speech play that he was waiting to see if somebody bust on the other table.
So the ace-8 does have the 2 queens covered here.
Now you need Mamacita.
Mamas, you have one?
No.
No help on the flop or the turn as the queens just need to fade a lone ace on the river. And they've done so. Not to be too anticlimactic, but the sweat didn't feel altogether like it was there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to slow play.
He's apologizing, but I think his opponent knew exactly what was happening there. He wasn't. That was in no way a slow roll. That was just the situation of the tournament. Somebody could have busted it on the other table, and he could have got a pay jump. Shout out to Dark Angel in the chat. Always great to see you, Dark Angel.
From the biblical standpoint, again, it is never good to see the Dark Angel. The Dark Angel is an emblem of bad things to come. But in the chat,
it's always a good thing.
As a handle, okay, we'll allow it. Taking a peek as we slide back over to our outer table at what's transpiring over there.
What do you got?
It looks like we do have an all-in here.
Yeah, Fausto Tantillo. Looks like he jammed all in. Osman Ilhamur with pocket 9s has got the right medicine for 2 7s. Pivotal pot, obviously, for Ilhamur. Taking the best of it to the flop. Can he hold? So far, so good. Turn is safe as well. No flush draw acquired by the 7, so he just got to fade 2 outs once, and he's done it. Doubling through the chip leader is Ilhamur.
Back we go to the feature table. Berda has moved all in from the hijack with 10-6 because he only has 2.5 big blinds, and he would have to post one of them next hand as an ante. So deciding he's going to try and get the double here rather than wait for the blinds to hit him. Contush has called on the button, and that brings in Christopher as well, and they're actually quite deep against each other. Berda in bad shape here.
Queen 3 deuce, no help to him, and the shape gets worse as the two players who are active on the side sort of incentivized to check it down here. And
very much so. No side pot here at all. We just saw call, so there's no reason to bluff here. Just check it down and essentially double team the other player.
And on the river, the 10-6 is unimproved. Same story, though, for Christopher, who had the spade draw, just never wanted to put a chip into a dry side, understandably, and the disappointment washes over the Polish.
Good game.
Final table bubbler, who issues some GGs, but obviously had some quite higher hopes for his result. 10th place finish for Berda. Obviously disappointing. David Berda. 10th place finisher, $12,900 richer, but just really sympathize with that spot there. Final table is set here in the high roller, as we are working to award that massive first place prize of $170,000. Back inside the booth, Ali Najad alongside Dara. Dara, the short stacks, 2 or 3 of them right away out of there. Things slowed down a touch, and then we found ourselves with 9. And as you look at that field of 9 that remains, is it going to be the Tantillo show? Who can possibly threaten him?
For me, Cristoforo has also been extremely impressive so far. He hasn't been afraid to play even when shallow. Made a very, very creative play with the 7-5 suited, which worked. Made a creative play also with the 8s, which didn't work. So live by the sword, die by the sword. He's a guy who will find a lot of plays that other players don't.
Well, the players are going to take a healthy break here as we reset for the final table, but we still have plenty more to go here from the Merit Crystal Cove in Cyprus. You're not going to want to miss the conclusion of this, the very final event of the Merit Western Poker Series. Keep an eye on the stream. We will be back and bring you a champion tonight from here in Kyrenia. Stay close.
Take 20 seconds.
Maroon Jazar, the ace-5 offsuit from the cutoff. 3rd in chips, so slightly precarious for him to be taking some chances with 2 bigger stacks out there.
Yeah. Orthodoxu has a hand now which you would normally go with, but again, because of ICM, he might be... I think he might have already decided he's going with this, but he wants to use the maximum amount of time.
That would seem prudent. Ace-8, obviously uncomfortable insofar as we know that a lot of ace-X is in Jazar's opening range here, but late position in the cutoff.
Yeah,
Unclear whether or not he's capable of stepping out.
Yeah, ace-8 is actually kind of a borderline hand, because if you think your opponent is opening any ace, then ace-8 is the one which beats more than it loses to.
Good point. As the all-in is delivered to the middle.
So 16 players left. He is on a money jump here. I mean, I don't think Jazar can fold getting the price.
And one would hope that this was something that he had taken into consideration before he chose to make this open.
Yeah.
Is the prospect of having Orthodoxu's button on the short stack jam on him. And it certainly appears that he knew exactly how he would respond as we see him call with the ace-5, and he'll be disappointed.
Yeah, you can see those numbers don't add up to 100 because there are actually quite a few chops given the proximity of their kickers.
Orthodoxu giving his rail a little update. Taking the best of it to the King 10 deuce board, and he does hold the ace of spades, which is working. Nazar looking for a 5 here. 2.35 million chip pot. Turn is clean, and Orthodoxu just needs to fade the 5 in order to, at minimum, chop, and the jack allows him to play both the ace and the 8. I don't think a chop was available as of the turn. So, a clean.
You're so disciplined. You
Perfect, perfect. He's my friend.
Another day.
Two queens for Orthodoxu. What a lovely start this would be for him, as he has already enjoyed one double up, Dara. And at this depth of 2.4 million, is it simply all in?
I don't think it has to be. He's got 14 big blinds. Once you go above 12, you can start having some raise calls and raise folds. I think this certainly qualifies as strong enough to raise call. If you shove this, you're not going to induce a lower pair to give you action. But if you raise this, somebody might look down at 6s and decide to shove it, or ace-x, where the x is lower than a queen, that you're in great shape against.
Not sure if it's with intent, but he's giving off some real reverse tells here.
Yeah, he does move all in, so... Interesting he chose to use one of his time cards on that too. I mean, he always knew the decision he was making.
And those time cards could prove very important as we get further down toward the final table. This decision far simpler than the ones that he might be facing later on.
Yeah, we actually saw that in the warm-up event. Paul Brown came back as the shortest stack, and he used all his time cards. But he actually ended up as a big stack on the bubble. Okay, so King-Queen is giving action here, and...
some protection as well in the event that...
Yeah, there's no way Komorowski's getting involved now. He just wants Orthodoxu to bust here and secure the pay jump. Normally, you would think Sandragal has the stronger range here, and he does, but on this occasion, Orthodoxu has the stronger hand.
And the two queens will be thrilled to be in this spot. Worthy of note, Raful already folded a king of spades out of the big blind, so just a couple of kings are actually available to Sandragal here, who has sort of stepped in it, but of course has Orthodoxu covered. That's the good news. The bad news is a 6-high 2-club flop, although the 2 clubs are working for the time being in conjunction with the queen of clubs. Now a chop available on the turn. 2 actual kings and a 5, what he's looking for. Instead, he finds a heart, and Orthodoxu doubles once more, and the long face at the onset has now begun to produce.
Of that impressed me the most is the Mongolian player Sandragal, and this gentleman on screen, Luke Bandel, who appears to be all in.
As we take you to the outer table, we do have something developing. It is Vakos Joma against Luke Bindel, 2 jacks against ace-9. Flop was 3 ace deuce.
I'll hurry up.
And obviously the two jacks were climbing uphill from that point forward. A 4 on the turn, a deuce on the river, I'm being told. And Yoma will double through the Frenchman.
Yeah, big hit for Bendel there. He played superbly yesterday as well. But, you know, it is what it is. You get it in 70-30 favorite, and if you don't hold, it's probably not going to be your day.
Meanwhile, up front with the ace-9 suited, Sandragal made it 325K to go. Melchisettian, ace-queen, an understandable jam over the top. And the Ducklings really looking quite vulnerable and undesirable for Komorowski.
I think he's just using his full time here. I don't think he was ever calling off there with 2s. And that does show good awareness too from Komorowski, an older gentleman. He's aware of the time dynamic, the fact that they're on a pay jump.
Yeah, the ICM not lost on him, and that was displayed in the very first hand, I believe it was, after he folded the 10-jack suited.
Yeah.
Could have opened it from middle position.
Yeah.
And this is also an example of the time just being
Orthodox.
utilized there.
Orthodox is never playing 7-6. Again, we're seeing the same phenomenon because they now have the time cards. That's kind of legitimized taking 20 to 30 seconds on a decision that isn't really a decision.
Do you feel like when we're down to 2 tables that each time we're at a pay jump, we should go to hand for hand in order to prevent this sort of
No, I think
behavior?
that would be over the top. It would slow the game too much. We saw the bubble really slowed yesterday.
Yeah.
But there's really not much you can do about this, and you can get lucky or unlucky as well. You know, you can be on a table where everybody's playing really fast, and the other table everybody's playing really slow, and that gives the other table an equity advantage. That's a situation where David Lappin always tries to educate his table that they should be taking their time.
We've buried the lead a touch, which is that Sandragal is willing to spin here with the ace-9 in really bad shape. Made the added investment. Flop is of no assistance to him. Does have some backdoors available, and that is one hell of a card.
What a card.
Flush draw and open ender obtained as ace-queen is really sweating this river, which is a black 5.
And Sandragal, you can see there, he has so many outs, very disappointed that he didn't hit one of them, and he's going to be all but crippled now.
Yeah, face telling the story as we bounce back to our outer table and find Dominic Planka with queen-jack offsuit up against Sergei Efimov's pocket jacks. Board is 3-7 queen, so top pair for Planka, and obviously Efimov is going to be super disappointed given what great shape he was in with his holding. And the pay jump has been secured by the field.
In the right price, but there is a risk premium due to ICM.
Yeah.
So I suspect if we ran it, it might be a close fold.
Nothing close about this one, as I expect we will see the first participation from Komorowski. He did open the button, I believe,
with the king-queen,
take it down. Yeah, with king-queen, but here up front. And using a time bank, the pay jump has already been secured, so really these banks are just designed to sort of reduce the range that these players' opponents are placing them on.
Yeah, it's possible there's a little bit of Hollywood here. It's also possible he's actually does have a decision between normal raise and shove, and he's trying to decide between which of those two options is better.
Goes with the all-in.
He does go with the all-in. He was relatively early. I think in late position, you would be more likely to raise, but in early position, when you have the whole field to get through, maybe the shove is the better option.
No takers. Ace-8 suited now for Sandragal on the heels of having had ace-9 suited. He is covered. Boy, this would be particularly ruthless, Dara.
Oh my goodness. He's got a rush of cards. Yeah, he stuck it in.
Yeah, and he's going to get shown the 2 black queens, which will be a very disappointing sight.
Yeah, having said how impressed I was by him yesterday, I'm not convinced by this call off here. It was Komorowski from relatively early position.
Now, obviously, Sandragal didn't know just how tight his play has been, but this is a beautiful flop. Maybe no reason to stand up, sir. Open-ender. 5 or 10 will work. An ace would as well. Instead, it's a jack of clubs on the turn, and now we pull outs off the board. As Komorowski has the clubs covered, but still 18% is Sandragal. Can he get there? No. It is a flush on the end for Komorowski, and back-to-back suited diamond aces spell the end for the Mongolian.
Yeah. Yeah, he enlivened the second last session yesterday where he got away from those queens and then...
Not the typical ban-worthy
I will tell you after that.
transgression, but...
Hey, my Russian bet. That's a nice choice.
Pocket 9s here for Jazar. 10 big, just over 10 big blinds. Yeah, this is all going in.
That's a bad choice.
And we're down to 13, so...
Maybe it's bad, but it's mine. My choice.
Immediately being admonished, by the way, by his compatriots.
Yeah, it's interesting. We got a bit of this yesterday too, the hand post-mortems. It seems like players are not shy about expressing their opinion on other players' play.
Not exactly the most endearing practice at the table.
No, no, indeed not. I don't mind when recreational players do it. It's part of the fun, but it does annoy me when professional players start indulging in it.
Especially when they're on the bad end of an outcome, but certainly
Yeah.
printing money in terms of the choice that was made.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Never want to do anything to discourage bad play as a professional. You only want to encourage it. Bears noting, by the way, Dara, that we are on another pay jump. Got there pretty quickly, too.
Yeah,
Ace queen for Raful.
Courage I have, my friend. I have
I
enough
think he's going to
courage.
have to call off here. He's very
see the
short.
chance.
8 big blinds. It's also another short stack, and this is another winkle of ICM. You're better off calling it off against a short stack than a big stack, because it's more of a benefit to you when you win. You cripple the other guy or eliminate him if you cover him slightly.
I'm gonna enjoy seeing the second card.
Raful says the first one is bad for you. Must have squeezed the ace.
That's incredible. He took 30 seconds to
bad
squeeze
for
the
you
first card and had to use his time card. He hasn't
And
made
only
the
got
call.
7 seconds out of that
Yeah,
time
that's
card,
right,
by the way.
yeah.
Bears, no.
Yeah.
Good luck, man.
And the chips do get in there. Raful with a kiss of the ring, it would appear.
Come on.
It's a
Little bit
flip.
of superstition being deployed. And it's a flip with a weighted coin. And advantage Jazar in terms of that weight. And the ace-jack 6 board, putting Raful in front.
Jazar taking it in good spirit there.
I'm a believer.
He won't be eliminated, but he will be down to 125k.
We're all believers.
Unless he can find a 9.
Nearly.
Close.
Yeah, it's black.
1 point more.
Come on.
And the river allows the ace-queen to hold as the 2 Lebanese players.
No, I don't cover you. I don't cover you. I don't cover you.
I'm still playing?
Yeah. I have 10 bigs, my friend.
How much do you have?
Yes, sir. 1.6.
I have 1.6.
Realizing that,
Firm.
yeah.
Whether it was big blind first or
Right.
anti first. This is a sign of inexperience here.
Totla.
He's now got the bad news that even if he wins this hand, he's just getting his money back.
Up we go. Mata with the 2 jacks.
What is it? Yeah.
Strange to describe it as such, given the strength of the jacks against this queen 9, but this raise does provide some insulation
Yeah.
to Jazar. You'd hate to have to go up against multiple hands with
Yeah,
this
for
sort of
sure.
kit.
For sure. And yeah, we're definitely seeing some use of the time factor now. Raful is not thinking of doing anything with the 8-4 off here other than folding, but using almost the full 30 seconds. And Jazar's going to get the good news that he does have an overcard.
I have 1 over.
Yalla, good luck.
I will survive.
Mata wishing his man good luck.
Thanks.
More incentivized to do so in the small pots.
It's
I
so small.
suppose.
Exactly. Risking very little here.
Third one.
Diamonds are working for Jazar. Still hunting a queen on the King 7 board. And there is a diamond as suddenly a glimmer of light at the end of this
I
tunnel.
didn't see the king.
Jack is no good, only diamond.
Diamonds are forever.
Can Maroon Jazar hit the flush? No. Instead, he hits the 9.
Game, Ronnie.
Aye. Thank you guys. Good luck.
Hard luck.
That will spell the end of the road, and perhaps more importantly for those that remain, an additional pay jump.
As they often just want to shut the putt down now when they have 70% plus equity, rather than face further action on later streets.
Those later streets, obviously, things do get murkier as well from time to time. So removing the need to make added decisions is worth the investment.
Absolutely, yeah. With the risk premium there, it's quite likely that on an all-in bet, he would need 60 to 70% equity. And 10-9 suited definitely had it on the flop, but on a lot of turn cards, he would not be sure whether he had 70% anymore.
Well, the Russian Federation doing a little bit better for itself on this occasion, as it's 2 7s that Chernikov has put to work.
Komarovsky's a very pretty hand, but there's no reason to get involved here. Yeah, good ICM fold there.
10-9 suited. This is a tempter in the big, as David Lappin likes to put it.
Yeah, closing the action here. This is a fairly routine call, even though you don't love it against the chip leader. He's already burned a few of his time cards as well. Maybe he's using the full 30 seconds here. I love the nonchalant way he just flicks out the chip almost like.
Keeping an eye on Chernikov, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
Not lost on him the fact that Chernikov does have the big stack.
Ooh, this is trouble though. He's flop top pair and Chernikov has a set.
Oh boy.
He might go all in here similar to the previous. No, it's actually gone check.
Oh
check.
my God.
Oh,
it's
no.
over for Raful now. It went check check as Chernikov flopped too good to follow through.
Yeah.
Now Raful thinks he's the one trapping, but he is the trappee, as that burning smell in your living room is the remainder of Raful's hopes going up in smoke.
What does Chernikov do now? Will he just call here and let him bet the river and then put the rest in?
Worthy of note, though, Raful isn't drawing dead. A deuce or a 10 on the end would give him the W, but Chernikov with 7s full, content to just flat, and Raful is done. 1.45 in the middle.
Yeah.
What if he comes with something like half pot to full pot? Instead, just checks it.
I think he's gone into check call mode here. I mean, maybe he'll check shove, but it's possible he's just decided to check call here. It's a small bet as well.
Pretty doubtful that the 6 brought in a straight for Chernikov, but as played, Raful, this would be incredibly astute, and what a bit of self-preservationism this would be.
Yeah, if he can save himself here. No, he has put in the raise. Now when he gets shoved on, though, he might be able to get away. He doesn't even have the nut 9 here. I mean, he's losing to almost any 9 that Chernikov would open from early position. Maybe not 9-8 suited, but he's losing to all ace 9, king 9, queen 9 suited, all those hands. But he hasn't left himself with a lot behind either. Chernikov's giving it some Hollywood now before he shoves. And he has effectively shoved. And he hates it now.
Yeah. The veil of dread lowered upon Raful's head. I backed into an Edgar Allan Poe moment there, didn't I? I didn't even realize it. That was.
Is he going to be able to somehow find the fold here? That would be amazing. You've got top trips.
Doesn't it feel like 6-6 at a minimum?
Yeah, it's just you can't feel good about your trips now. The only real value you're beating now is 9-8 suited. Because an overpair doesn't even raise on this board on the end.
I don't even think 9-8 jams, though.
Yeah. He's in the horrors here.
Yeah. This is liquefy on the blender settings.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, he's lucky he's not already all in, because had Chernikov played his hand normally, he would have bet the flop. Raful would have called, and they might have very well got it in on the turn. Yeah. He does call. Russian bear. He does his trademark celebration. That's a sick one for Raful.
Showing a spot of sympathy for his victim. Six off into the muck. It should have company in short order here. Now Chernikov with ace-9 on the button goes to work.
Yep.
Over under 25 seconds for this 8 deuce here in the small.
That's a good line.
It is the final table bubble and a payout bubble, though, Dara. So,
yeah,
you know, you can be aggrieved, but it is inbounds and optimal for Orthodoxu to do what he's doing. And for Mata. Did he jam here?
Yeah,
he sure
has
did.
Jammed. Yeah, this is the standard play with his stack, just over 20 big blinds. And this is a tricky spot for Chernikov.
It is.
He has called.
Yeah, it didn't take too long to do so. And he is in rough shape. So might this be the first chink in the armor for the overwhelming chip leader, who is...
What a turnaround from Mata. Not long ago we saw him jamming the 7-4 from the small blind for 3 million, and if he holds here, he's going to be up to over 9 million.
Well, the Russian bear is currently a cub with ace-9 against ace-queen, and that fact remains on a king-high 2-diamond flop, where the diamonds are covered, and really lonely nines are the only path to profit for Chernikov in this pot. Looks like he's ready to count down. Ace on the turn. Doesn't change anything, although some paths to a chop now. If the board pairs, a 7 or a 3 specifically. Instead, it's a 4 on the river. Surge Matas.
Nice.
Northbound surge continues.
I have 7.
Until he's
Oye re panay. Siya na songgaro.
Looks like Orthodoxu is waiting every time for the dealer to tell him 5 seconds before he folds. And we have a legitimate hand here on the button from one of the more aggressive players, more willing to go after it. But he does have a legitimate hand here. Melchizedek bring it in for the mini plus open 425.
I always wonder with that extra 25,000, there's no hand that's going to fold for the extra quarter that we put out there. What are we really looking to accomplish?
Yeah, I had this debate for years with a close friend of myself and Davis called Dara Davey, and he was a big proponent of the Mini Plus. He felt that that it genuinely made a difference. It was more of a psychological difference than
Yeah, I
anything
could see
else.
that.
That people were quite happy to put in one big blind, but once you went any amount over that, they would actually start to fold some hands.
Tough to quantify, but
yeah,
tend to agree. As it comes King Jack 3 after the defense from Chernikov. Both players with gut shot straight draws. Chernikov checks it over.
Yeah, no reason to lead on this board. It's a very interesting spot for Melchizedek because he has the nut no pair here, and that is a hand you can certainly consider checking back. But this is a very good board for him, so irrespective of his hand, there's a strong case for just range betting this board, betting whatever hand you have. But Chernikov is going to hang.
Yeah, the 450K.
Is that a raise?
No, it's getting called.
Oh, that's a call,
Green
yeah.
chips, yeah.
Yeah, so he's hanging on with his gut shot, backdoor flush draw. A complete brick, the ultimate brick on the turn.
But when you get check called with ace queen on this board, despite the fact that it's draw heavy, you do get a little wary of being up against a pair.
Yeah, and the turn card matters as well. Like, it's not a card that you've ever improved on. So checking back is definitely prudent.
That's exactly what Melchizedek felt as he does check back, and
Chernikov firing out a bluff here. 1 million.
5 on the river. Yes, snap firing too.
The fast bet on the river is often a bit suspicious, because if the player really has hit the river, at the very least they might have to consider their sizing. This might work though because Melchizedek doesn't have a pair. Got to ask himself now, what are the bluffs? Clubs, Queen 10 is yeah. He's using his time bank card as he tries to work out this. Where are the bluffs coming from? Do I block them? Do I block value?
It's very draw-heavy texture on the flop, obviously.
Very draw.
The clubs, the straights.
Yeah, there's a lot of available bluffs there.
He's unblocking clubs.
He's completely unblocking them, yeah. He's blocking some of the straight draws, Queen 10, but apart from that, his hand makes a very good bluff catcher.
Ace 10 being blocked as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, credit to him because clearly the gears are turning.
Yeah.
We can take a 3, a deuce, or a 5 out of the range. And it really becomes a matter of jacks or kings, realistically.
Yeah. Yeah, both turn and river were effective blanks, so he's weighing up the amount of kings and jacks on the flop against the amount of missed draws. He's really consuming the time on this one.
Well, he'd be wise not to consume too much time.
Yeah, they do get replenished on the final table, so it is a genuinely tricky spot.
Oh, and it gets through. So
yeah.
Chernikov with bated breath.
Yeah, very relieved there.
You just recognize this tournament as a great opportunity to take a shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and the jang goes for Orthodoxo. Well, he may take his 20 seconds again, but he will be getting involved this time. Would feel like a little bit of a waste to hand this strong, not to just open Dara off this stack.
Yeah, we saw some time cards consumed for Hollywood purposes with queens by various players in the early phase, but the time cards won't be replenished until the final table, so the guys who are running short now have to be a bit more economical with them.
Interestingly, Orthodoxo is going for that larger open size as well, the 2.4x. Clearly contagious here.
Yeah, and what's also contagious is the full consumption of the time. Mata is not considering doing anything other than folding here with the 9-5 off, but he's going to be almost counted down.
Is consumption contagious? Is that one of the contagious diseases?
It was contagious, I believe, yeah.
Even better wordsmithery from you there, didn't there? Melchizedek looks like he's eyeing up his box there as well.
Yeah, they're all doing. Ooh, this is an interesting spot.
This could be trouble, Dara. This would definitely form part of a reasonable light 3-bet shove range.
And he does cover, not by much, but he does cover. Well, actually, no, he doesn't cover because I guess that 3.2 is what Orthodoxo has behind. Stacks are very close. He does let it go.
You mentioned that he was playing on the snugger side. Yeah. That would be a sort of a looser player's 3-bet opportunity there, probably consistent with what we've seen before.
Yeah, Orthodoxo is definitely, that's a different proposition from, say, the man in picture, Chernikov opening.
Yeah, and Chernikov happy to peel one off here, and wow, we are going to have a conflict.
What a flop.
It's
a flip from here. Orthodox is looking down at that board going, that's all you. Oh my God, this could be it.
Yeah, and he's only got a 2x pot bet remaining. He's probably got to decide now whether he wants to check and hopefully see a safe one peel off, or if he goes for a bet here and then clearly willing to commit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you probably want to bet big here. This is a board where your strategy should be check or bet big, and kings is a hand you definitely want to bet big with.
Well, he's gone very big, Derry. He's gone 2 million over betting the pot here.
He's effectively shoved. They're getting it all in here, and it's going to be a flip.
Wow, Orthodoxy will be absolutely sick to see this holding, hoping maybe for pocket nines, maybe an ace-6, something of that nature. This is a far different proposition.
You can see Komorowski standing up. This is huge for all the players here. Even the chip leader losing 3.2 million here would be significant.
Are we about to say goodbye to Orthodoxu, our final table bubble boy, or will he fight to live another day? Live to fight another day.
That's a safe turn card. So now he's a very significant favourite. 78%. 10 outs for Chernikov.
Oh,
is not one of them.
And some understandable celebration, an explosion of emotion there from Orthodoxu, who did a very, very difficult hold to stay in the tournament. He's very much in the mix now, Dara, over. Komarovsky finally getting a gift from the poker gods here. 11 big blinds. The threes were subpar. This one well above par. He's going to ship this in and hope to get called by worse or get it through.
Yep, moves all in here.
Definitely some worse hands can call.
Chernikov.
So can some flips.
Not a man who likely to fold pocket eights here. Russian Bear calling with the snowmen.
Well, Komarovsky is going to be at risk to be our final table bubble boy.
2.8.
Yes.
Orthodoxu just getting clarification on the cost of admittance. And here we go, Dara. Huge moment in the tournament. Komarovsky very much in a similar spot that we saw Orthodoxu in moments ago. If he gets this double up, right back in it, but he could also be going home.
Yeah, few of the players standing up now. This is a big moment, obviously. This could be the final table bubble. Komarovsky he's just drifted back as he's been card dead, and he now finds himself at risk. He's going to have to win a flip, or he will be missing out on the final table. And no help there. He's now a 70-30 dog, roughly. Needs an ace or jack immediately. Does have some running cards to go with that, but and now he's down to just an ace or a jack, or we will lose the valiant Pole who has impressed us over the last few days. And no help. We get the Russian Bear celebration.
Yeah, we've seen that celebration on quite a few occasions now over the last couple of days. This man wearing his heart on his beautifully cardigan, fortunately for the salivators like myself. The time box and time cards are in play. They've been in play since we read through.
Doroshkov, he picks up queens under the gun. He would have been going pretty wide there, given that he was under the gun, or actually under the gun +1. But and we're going to have action straight away. Chernikov is not a man who would ever fold ace king suited.
Certainly not, Dara, and yeah, really getting no opportunity to sit back, relax, ease into this one. We're straight into a showdown.
Try to erase the memory of you bringing up spittoons.
Well, look, when these cards end up on their backs, as they indubitably will, Doroshkov, he won't love to see ace-king, but should he win this very big flip, he will be right back in the mix. On the other hand, we might be immediately down to 8.
Yeah, so the two Russians are tangling here. Doroshkov, even though I know absolutely nothing about him, has really impressed me the whole way through. So, while I'm not rooting against Chernikov, I would like to see a bit more of Doroshkov. It would be interesting to see what he can do if he gets a double up.
I agree, Dara. We don't want anyone to leave the party quite yet.
Yeah, it always feels a bit weird if you last only one hand on a final table. It's almost like you were never there. So he is favourite. People call this a flip, but the pair is a decent enough favourite.
Oh, well, still a flip.
Yeah, he's got to fade the flush now. It's actually flipped the percentages. Chernikov is now favourite. So many outs.
So many outs indeed.
At least Doroshkov has a queen of hearts, which is one less heart, but that's a good turn card for Doroshkov.
He's taking it in good humour, but this is a sweaty moment.
And
he does a hold. Very much a que sera, whatever it will be.
Yeah.
Wry smile from Doroshkov before that river was dealt. Little bit of relief there.
Yeah, well, there's nothing you can do really in that spot. You just have to wait.
The average stack getting rather short now, Dara, as we fail to bust anybody.
Yeah.
Approaching now the end of this level. 9 left. Average stack somewhere around the 8 million mark. 25, 26 bigs. Next blind jump goes up to 400k. It's going to bring average stack below 20 bigs.
Yeah. We have a situation brewing here. Orthodoxo has opened ace-9 suited under the gun for 109, which obviously a fine open. And look at this, the Lithuanian has gone for the sneaky call.
Wow.
He's trying to induce a squeeze behind here, underrepresenting his hand. Health has a hand you could sometimes squeeze. King 4 suited is the kind of rubbish hand that you would sometimes see being squeezed, but more usually on the button. And Barsegian will probably be tempted in now with the ace-6.
Well, good news for Degtiaravos is that there is another ace out there, making the likelihood of an ace coming on this board a little less likely. That will obviously be the major scare card in his mind, having taken this rather deceptive line. Oh, is Barsegian plotting, Dara?
I think he's very suspicious about the flat. I mean, he can obviously put ICM pressure on, but he's going up against two strong ranges here. This might even be just him deciding whether it's a good idea to even call or not. A hand like ace-6 offsuit is actually a much worse call three-way than heads up, even getting a significant discount. Yeah, and he has folded. That's what he was considering there. He was considering between the call and the fold, I think, and eventually decided, you know what, I'm just going to stay out of trouble here. Ace-6 is a hand with very little upside.
Yeah, very hard to realize those baby aces out of the big blind multi-way. And ooh, could be trouble here for Orthodoxu. He's flopped second pair top kicker, backdoor diamonds to go with. Certainly could fire out a bet here, get himself into some trouble.
Yeah. Now the question is, does Degtiaravos bring down the hammer and try and get a 9 or a 10 in, or does he just call and let him keep the betting lead?
Well, the first relevant aspect of this flat was Degtiaravos hoping there would be a squeezer behind who would go lighter than he. The second part is having a very underrepresented hand down the streets now, Dara, and Orthodoxu obviously seeing the 10 come off on the turn, the likelihood of a 10 in Degtiaravos' hand, both coming from +2 and combinatorically less likely now. He's deciding he has to try and extract some more value from draws and maybe hands like 6, 7s, 8s.
Yep.
Degtiaravos very happy to just flat it once again. King of diamonds.
Can't be too worried about that. It's not like Ace-King is going to fire off twice on this board.
Jack-Queen, I suppose, the one pesky hand he may have been considering.
Yeah, which he very heavily blocks.
Yeah. No, I mean from Orthodoxu's point of view in terms of getting value.
Yeah.
Trappy.
Okay, now we're being asked to say things in Polish. This feels like a slippery slope.
It's a trap.
Yeah.
Barsegian with a tempter here, +3. He is going to come in. Going to try and wield this big stack, but he's running into it here. I wonder if Degtiaravos has another flat in his range.
Might flat the aces, yeah, he might do.
They've seen the queens. That went to showdown.
Yeah, maybe he's regretting now that they've seen the queens.
He does have a stack now which lends itself to more flats.
Yeah, he also did a small 3-bet against the same player, if you remember. He might do the same thing again, and he might cause his opponent to think. Yeah, it's the exact same sizing as well he used. So Barsegian might think, okay, that's the second time he's done that now. But Barsegian only has 10-8 suited.
Yeah, getting a very good price here, but difficult to navigate holding 10-8 suited out of position to a 3-better.
Yeah.
He is giving it some thought, though. We might be about to use some time banks if we have any left. We do, actually. I see a pile of time banks behind the chips
He has
there.
already used 1 or 2. Yeah, he's going to go for the call, and to be honest, that is probably the standard play with this hand. You're not going to feel great if you only flop a pair, but you can. There are lots of ways to win with this hand. Now.
Ooh, danger.
Now, yeah. He's definitely putting more chips into the pot. I expect him to play this slowly. He doesn't think his 10 is by any means a slam dunk best hand. From the point of view of the aces, this looks like an incredibly safe board. 10-3-2 is about as good as it gets.
Yeah, I anticipate a bet no more than $1 million here from De Chiaravos.
You might even go smaller in the 3-bet pot.
You're right, Darry. He goes ultra small.
Yeah, 20%.
Great read.
Is fine in this, but yeah, these are very good technical size he uses here. Now, obviously, the 10 was continuing against any size, any reasonable size at least, but now. Oof.
Well, overkill now.
Yeah.
The unlikely 4-5 gets there. De Chiaravos top set. Maybe doesn't like that card in terms of his chances of getting paid here.
It's much harder to get paid now against the single pair hands, and a lot of his bluffs have got there as well. There might be temptation here to just check and make his hand look like a weak ace that he's bet, that he's taking a straight out with, or he could bet really small.
1 million.
Yeah, he's gone for another small bet, tiny bet, 1 million relative to the pot.
Yeah, he has the ace of hearts in his own hand, blocking the possible flush draw, which would be the hand that has decent equity.
Yeah.
He's much more likely in a very far ahead situation now, as opposed to a closer spot.
Yeah, I think that ends the hand now. I don't see Barsegian. He's giving it some thought, though.
Yeah.
Hard to see what he's beating anymore.
I think the sizing just...
The sizing is so small. He might think he has the right price to draw to 2 pair.
Which we know would not be good.
I think you would have to put some bluffs in there, like King Queen, King Jack, maybe, to make this a call. Yeah, he makes the right decision in the end, even against the tiny sizing.
Yeah, great fold from Barsegian, it must be said there. He navigated post-flop very, very well. We're about to play the final hand of this level. Dara, it has been an eventful.
1, 2, 3, 4, not professional. You are professional, my friend? No. Oh. I'm playing spin and go, if you know. Oh, may I have the bishop?
Melchizedian releasing the 3s. We've seen him very ICM aware here, Dara. Obviously, short stack, but shorter ones about.
Yeah.
He's proceeding very cautiously. Health, on the other hand, 12 million, and sort of gets to play into all these short stacks, put them in an ICM coffin. Is he going to go with this as an open? It's an interesting sort of hand category to consider it.
Yeah, he might be perceived as very, very tight, but he has decided to let it go. I mean, his whole game plan, it's already very clear. He's just going to try and gradually hoover up all the chips without anybody noticing until he has them all.
Well, Doroshkov, short stack here, King 7 suited. He's going to make his move.
7 big blinds is enough to go with.
50.
Barsegian's got a...
This is close.
No, that
tricky
was
little one.
break. That was lunch break. What you talking about? Come on, bro. Listen,
lots of chat off the table while...
Talk about the break coming up there, whether it's a dinner break or not. I guess when you're in an all-inclusive resort, you would like longer breaks.
Chernikov's going with this, Dara.
Yeah, Chernikov is not a man who will ever fold King Queen for 7 big blinds.
No, and he very aware that he will dominate some of the range, Doroshkov. Obviously, will go with Queen Jacks, Queen 10 suited, King Jacks, that type of thing. Great call there from Chernikov.
Unfortunate for Doroshkov to be dominated here. Battle of the Russians. He's not even standing up. Look at this.
The Russian bear is hungry.
The Russian bear is standing up ready to do his victory flex if he wins. Doroshkov sitting down, cool as a cucumber, composing himself for the next hand if he's still in the tournament. And that's a terrible flop for him.
He's all but shuts the door on Doroshkov now. He's going to have to hit a
runner straight now, or we will lose our first player.
And that is it. We say goodbye to Doroshkov in 9th place.
Flash nuts.
He cashes for
Flash nuts.
37k. Played superbly well, it must be said, Dara.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why Chernikov needed to point out that he had the flush knot, as he called it, as the man walked away.
Really the two dominant activities.
I've booked 2 seats for my journey home.
I did, but for very different reasons. I was hoping perhaps some of the local talent might be interested in a visit to the States, David, you know? I'm happy to be a tour guide. Barsegian opens with 2 8s to 900,000. Again, deuces find the muck. Queen Jack in the cutoff. Folded quite easily.
A few more days. Don't lose hope yet.
Oh, what makes you think that plans have not been hatched?
Ah.
They haven't. Ace 10 in the big blind for Panka now. Got himself at 4.4 million. Boy, this is obviously not a hand he's going to want to fold. But was it one that he wanted to jam? The answer we now have, and it is yes.
These spots are so interesting because clearly it's a call if everyone's deeper, but it's so much of Barsegian's stack, everyone's shallower. It has such an impact on the ranges. Barsegian, I don't think, would consider folding a hand as strong as 8s to Dominic Panka if this was a 11.5 big blind rejam in situations where they were both deep, or where one of them was deep or he was deep. He does call anyway. We're going to the races.
We sure are, and this is a healthy 10.1 million chip pot. You see Panka like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, just wrapping his fingers around. His fate hanging in the balance, on his feet, sunglasses off, hoping that he's going to haul this one in. 2 overs against the 2 8s, and King Jack 5. Neither player with a club on the monotone texture, but plenty of outs acquired for Panka. 4 queens to be specific. Beyond the ace and 10 he was always hunting, as he has 10 outs at present. Blank turn card, and now it is 10 outs once for Panka, for whom the bell tolls. Can he connect and double through Barsegian? The answer's no.
Mr. Beauty succumbs to the beast. Barsegian there.
Sporting lap around the table as he bids adieu to the rest of the field. Absolutely top end of their range, but do so not always authentically.
Indeed. Levels on levels. Oh, and again, a wired big pocket pair for Deg Tiavis. Oh my goodness, he has been a bit of a card rack, but boy, has he played his hands well also.
Min raise, not tipping his hand whatsoever. Now Queen Jack suited for Serge Mata, the short stack in the cutoff. And yeah, you can kind of feel he wants to get in there. Does flat off of 2.6, David. Might this give him an out if he's unimproved on the flop?
Yeah, I'm wincing at that one. We saw him flat off 12 bigs earlier. I think we might have seen him flat off 16 or 17 bigs right at the start of this final table. I don't like these flats. Oh, well, okay, well.
Top 2 pair, and what a fortuitous development this is for Mata. Now, granted, had he jammed, the money was always going to be getting in. And how much of this 1.8 is going to be on request? Just 700 of it. A jam from Mata, snap call from Degtярiovis, and he's going to realize improbably that he is behind.
So sick. So sick, he's thinking. What are you doing in there in the first place? And now so sick.
All in.
The action was fast on the flop. It just went bet, shove, call in an instant. Dealer just gathering herself.
Now a deuce or a 4 would counterfeit the queens and jacks. Ace would work as well.
Άσους βάλε δάμα, στα πρώτα 3 βάλε δάμα.
6.25 million in the middle, and the river is safe for Serge Mata.
Κέρδισαν το Λίον τα λεφτά. Κέρδισαν τα Λία.
Ernestas is frustrated.
Yeah, the spin and go maestro is certainly
incredulous, it would seem. Well, it may be 100% fold for Melchizedek, but perhaps not for the likes of Degtярiovis or even Justice Held, who are bookending him. Nor for you, David Lappin?
I think that was really close. I think that was a very... And he's been faced with just difficult close decision after difficult close decision for the best part of 2 hours now.
Chernikov with the ace-queen opens. King-jack suited on the button here for Ernestas.
A lingering factor for the short stacks here are that even the big stacks only have 20, 25 bigs. It doesn't take much of a cooler to get those kind of stacks in.
A flat here from Degtярiovis, and I wonder whether or not Melchizedek feels as though a squeeze opportunity is upon him. The answer is no, just pitches the ace-10. Well served to do so.
Yeah, that definitely would have felt like a spot where he could have got it in with the best hand or flipping and a good bit of dead money in the middle, but also maybe feeling like these guys might be about to go to war. We'll see if they are. Oh, yes, they are.
Queen high flop with 2 hearts. Top pair, top kicker. Chernikov knuckles to Degtярiovis, who checks back. Now picks up a gut shot to go with his kit.
A function of the fact that these guys can really do damage to one another, that it went check, check on the flop there.
I might call him. Yeah.
1 million? 1 million? And 100. There's some potential for some explosions, huh?
Other than that, I have ace 10 off.
How awkward is this for Ernestas?
If he folds, I shove.
I think it's a call. I don't think he wants to put more chips in.
He's not calling.
I certainly don't think he wants to bloat this pot to the point that it could end up in a river all-in situation before he makes his hand. He's getting the right direct price, so I think this is definitely the right way to navigate.
Pot up to over 5 million, and what an inconvenient river that was. Very fortunate to have Chernikov checking to him here, David, as he's able to simply get to showdown free of charge.
That could have got very, very messy. You reflect back on that flop. I, for one, was getting very excited.
Kind of cool meta.
Aye, aye, aye.
Oh, and Melchizedian
Raise.
does have a hand.
All in.
1.7.
I think Helt
I call.
may decide to be the sheriff here.
He has made the call.
Oh, look at this.
The bazooka right on cue for Chernikov, and he's going to be able to just vanquish Held with ease.
How much?
Re-raise.
I mean, in context, this hand has to be so unbelievably good,
Pretty risky move.
creating a dry side.
Well, some posturing from Helt here, but he's never calling.
No, I'm falling. I'm not all in. Jesus,
Moment of
my
panic.
heart.
The all-in, of course, was Melchizedian, and how frustrating is it going to be, given how patient he's been, for him to
At least I
find
got one of his outs.
the best hand that he's had in an orbit or two at least, and
Triple up now and 6 million back to game.
running into aces, but not short on optimism, is he?
Good luck.
Good luck.
Well, Queen Jack managed to beat aces earlier, flopping top two. And for Melchizedian, the king on the flop is a very welcome development, as he now has 5 outs moving forward. The 3 of diamonds not among them, though. And the light begins to flicker at the end of his tunnel. Can he hit a king or an 8? He can!
My goodness me.
Binky!
I told you. I'm a fighter, I told you from the beginning. You don't believe me.
King, queen now for Barsegian's button. And we should see a little bit more of a free flow, I think, David, now that Melchizedian's stack is no longer really just kind of on the precipice of being rendered.
All in.
And might this be an example of just that?
Yeah, you called it there, and this is close with King Queen.
Orthodoxu ripping in 6.1 plus.
I think you can probably just about let it go. Orthodoxu's been pretty snug.
Did he make the call?
It looks like he
it
has
seems
made
like
the
he has,
call.
yeah. And on their feet.
Big moment.
So Barsegian obviously can afford to make this call. And they're going to play a 13 million chip pot. Orthodoxu's fate hanging in the balance. Burn down. 3 off the top of the stub. And the flop. 2 hearts. So let's take the king and the queen of hearts off the board for Barsegian. Good news for the man who is all in and at risk. Just fading 4 cards. Paint there. That's a little spooky. Gut shot acquired as we add 3 tens. Total of 7 outs that you need to dodge, and the ace on the river. Orthodoxu with the double. A little fist pump for his rail. How do you feel about Barsegian making the call with the king-queen, David? I'm not having any fun for the time being. I would like all of you to perhaps be a bit more entertaining.
Yes.
And maybe give me your chips as
I only
well.
do 80-30s. Only play like this? I race.
I appreciate Held breaking what obviously are my perhaps subconscious stereotypes of the German affect in and out of poker here with.
Wow, well, this could be an interesting clash.
Yeah, the king jack running into 2 9s. in the big.
How much you playing?
Really level in
4,
stacks
6,
as well.
7, 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. 8.7. 8.8 and 25. Only gotta ask for it, then you play a hand.
Ace, ace, 5. Interesting texture here, as obviously plenty of ace X is in Held's opening range. But 9s are a lot of hand on this board. A very polite deposit. What looks like 500,000.
Yeah, the bare minimum, definitely the right bet size on this texture.
Of course, the call from Ernestus, and this turn is not one that rates to be of any concern for him as he checks a second time. Bit of a fork in the road for Held. Is he going to look to tell the tale on 3 streets? And the answer is promptly no, the check back. Backdoor clubs arrive. Really a dynamite run out for the 9s. Block bet inbound?
Yeah, betting one big blind yourself here might be sort of interesting. Held can't beat anything, I don't think. So, may go polar here. Maybe giving some thought to what a bet of 4.5 million would achieve. Running clubs. He has the jack of clubs in hand. Is a potentially interesting part of all of this. Held pretty sure he's never good here. Virtually certain.
How much of that 7.9 million does he need to stick out there?
He might be considering all of it, to be honest. But I do feel as though the likely bet size is something.
1.8.
Okay, he's gone half pot. Interesting. Interesting.
I don't think that's going to cut it.
Maybe by merging with a half pot sizing, he can have hands like kings, queens, jacks, 10s. Sort of.
Yeah, the 10s through kings obviously are part of what we might expect to see take this line. Maybe some backdoor clubs too. There's some club combos.
He's played it like a weak ace slash 9s or 10s plus.
But how much weak ace does he open from that position as it stands? Decent amount?
Yeah, I think a decent amount. I think suited weak aces, definitely. I think all the suited aces, maybe.
Look at the price being laid, though. 3-1, roughly.
We may burn a few time banks here. This is interesting. Helt has decided to tell the story of... Yeah, great call.
Yeah.
He knew his opponent was capable. That's sort of what happened there.
Yeah.
He knew how capable his opponent was. Helt told a good story. Very good story,
Yeah,
actually.
and it's funny because sometimes we get called in that spot and we feel like it's disrespect, but we can almost...
Yeah. Better shut my...
Perhaps the player that impressed David and I most, Dara, is the Lithuanian, Degtyaryovas.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been phenomenal today. He started second shortest in chips. He did get a card rush in the first session, but he played it perfectly and exploited it to the maximum.
Well, Serge Mata with the ace-queen is jamming here. Chernikov's going to call with ace-10. This is a wonderful development. Orthodoxu not waking up with anything frisky in the big. And so they'll be on their backs here, and you see Chernikov's reaction instantly. Disappointed to see that he is dominated. Does have 27% equity, though, in this 9.2 million chip pot.
Does have the hearts working for him. Unfortunately for him, one of those hearts is in Mata's hand as well, but that does increase his prospects slightly.
So to the flop we go. As Serge Mata has to sweat.
The hearts.
A heart draw on the flop. Chernikov shrugging his shoulders, but this is a wonderful development for him. The tens and the hearts are all his. And there is the heart on the turn. Ace, queen, draws dead. And in short order, we have our first casualty of the new blind level.
Thank you, man.
Serge Mata
Thank you, see you.
says goodbye.
You have 3 more, yeah?
Chernikov has a hand here he can definitely open with his stat.
Yeah, I know you.
He has so many chips now.
Two jacks awaiting Ara Melchizedek, and he
Super
very
short
gladly
stack. Oh, wow.
jams over the top of this Chernikov open. Of course, Chernikov going to give him a spin here. Big smile on his face, can well afford to do so. Still will have 20 million at a minimum, regardless of outcome, but he is looking to send yet another player packing here in this first orbit of the new level. Melchizedek giving it to Mr. Miyagi, rubbing his hands together, trying to haul in this 8.1 million. Well in front and stays that way on the queen high flop, but the 3 dangler has connected. Backdoor wheel and heart prospects also loom for Chernikov. Calls for action like a Hollywood director and gets it on the turn as he picks up deuces. The sweat is real. A 4-1 favorite with 1 to come is Melchizedek, and he's been so patient. And that patience continues to be rewarded.
I trust you, I mean.
Trust me. I fight.
I said yesterday I was scared when you said to me that
I told you, I'm not just trash talking. I'm not trash talking.
Queen 9 suited under the gun for Chernikov.
Perfectly legitimate open when you are the chip leader.
Yeah. Ace 9.
Tempter, but I think, yeah, it's just too early for him. There are 3 people behind.
And the speed with which he operates in those sort of spots that maybe others might deem cuspy really sort of galvanizes the sense that he is so comfortable with ranges.
Yeah, he's an online beast. He knows exactly what the ranges are. So Haldus found the spot he was waiting for, ace 10. He's 3-bet, but he's effectively all in.
Yes and no, though, because he could certainly find his way into a check-down situation against Chernikov, who's demonstrated that unimproved he is willing, and even improved in a
True,
major
actually,
way to just let you get there.
This is true.
Bottom pair against top pair.
Now that he's hit, he might be tempted to check. Such a weird spot. He obviously wasn't expecting just the flat, and he's decided, well, I have to shove. Quick call because Chernikov has a pair. He's pulled ahead of lower pairs. He's ahead of king queen, those types of hands. But he's in pretty bad shape against the hand held actually holds the ace 10. And this is a great chance now for the German to double.
I got some time.
Chernikov needs a queen or a 9. That's what Held needs to fade, and he has done it. So the German's patience rewarded here.
Luckily, I didn't go all in. Maybe he folds if I don't go. I forgot.
Okay, he's joking there.
Ace-Jack for Barsegian now on the button.
Yeah. Raising into the two big stacks on the table. He does cover them both, but not by much. Oh, actually, no, sorry, it's Orthodoxy in the big blind. I thought it was the young Lithuanian. Orthodoxy was quite short. Defend here would be defensible. One big blind with 9-7 suited.
Orthodoxy tends to agree. Unintrusive one gapper, and he flops a gutty and a flush draw up against top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, this could all go in here.
Oh my god, him and his...
Barsegian is definitely c-betting this, and Orthodoxy might decide to play his draw fast because it's 9 high, and he has the gut shot. Yeah, he has moved all in.
Snap, check, jam, and a call from Barsegian, of course.
Wow.
And it's basically a flip now. You can see the percentages on screen there.
Flash through.
Look at the size of this pot, Dara. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, 16.9 million.
This is a huge spot for the two short stacks as well, because one of the guy who's actually fourth in chips could...
Go, my son!
He's hit his
Oh,
diamond.
and there's the 5 of diamonds. No waiting.
Wow.
Bear market.
He has his opponent dead. 16 million. Wow.
Nothing would rescue the ace-jack and the Cypriot with the double fist pump.
Cyprus.
Bear. Cyprus bear.
Cyprus bear, yeah.
That's correct.
Orthodoxy, who I believe is now the chip lead. Oh, wow, that is a tight fold.
Ace-9 offsuit and didn't even give it a beat,
Yeah,
Dara.
with the chip lead.
Perhaps some clairvoyance, though, would have been running into this.
Yeah. He's basically committed himself
Yeah,
here.
effective jam from Melchisedian's ace-king. We've seen it on a number of occasions, players opting to turn down hands that we suspected should have been getting in there and instead avoid catastrophe. And now catastrophe is potentially on the horizon for Barsegian, who is in the big blind, recognizes that the range for Melchisedian off of this depth is going to be broad.
This is super close. This is super, super close. For chip EV, this is a call, but it's not a chip EV situation. It's ICM. So that's complicating matters.
Yeah.
And he's made the call. And amazing spot for Melchizedek. Not only is he ahead, but we know that a 9 has been folded.
13.5 million chip pot.
Huge spot for both players. Barsegian not too long ago was cruising as the chip leader. Now he could be cut down to short stack if he loses this, and he's well behind.
And conversely, might Melchisedian be able to loosen his collar? Finally, 2 deuces and a jack. Chop outs for Barsegian. 2 actual 9s remain. They don't show up on the turn. Looking to fade the deuce 5 jack or 9. And the ace king has done it.
يا برني وجهك.
In a sense, Barsegian is very unlucky there, because the way the...
You're crazy, sick, fucking retard. I fucking knew you're doing something.
It's like Justice Held is out a mea culpa moment there with
he's saying
Melchisedian.
that time I pretended I had aces. Actually, only I had jack 9. His justification was wonderful too. He said I wanted a tight image for the final table, but now it doesn't matter.
Oh, and look at this.
He was so short not long ago.
Tides feel like they might have turned here for...
Oh, this could be trouble for Held.
Melchisedian.
This is a tempter. This is a tempter.
Especially given the context, right? Melchisedian has been desperate to be able to partake in some of this action at this table. Now he's gifted 13.5 million, and you can't blame Justice Held for thinking that maybe he's feeling it and just getting a little out of line. He jams Chernikov in the big blind with ace-jack.
He's not going to fold his ace-jack, I don't think.
8.3, I think.
The nines are going to be a tough spot if Chernikov jams.
You called?
He can't possibly.
He has called.
He just called, and now...
Now the nines have folded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I passed. He called you. 8.3, he called you. I'm snapping you, by the way, for sure.
Yeah, of course he's snapping with nines against just held, but against once Chernikov comes in the pot, he folds.
Well, it's kind of cool because
it's possible, but
while Melchizedek certainly had the shot at a triple if he were to do something savage,
bust, bro.
like call, he's able to allow Chernikov to take the risk here.
Yeah, because he bluffed me. That's the karma, and you lied about it.
Said it earlier. Shouldn't have said it.
Ace-jack, holding on the 10-high board.
Getting his bag.
Wow, what a roller coaster.
Turn does provide wheel outs for a chop. But still, situation is grim for Justice Held. Can he find a 7 or a 3? No. It's the 6 of diamonds, and he wraps the table emphatically. Will be missed. Should be said, Dara.
Yeah, will be missed. He would be my pick as the most technically proficient player at the final table. Not his day, didn't run well. That was
Orthodoxus' decision not to open the pot, which, of course, had he done, there would have been a 3-bet in front and an escape for Barsegian. Instead, he is left.
Oh, he's moving all in again here.
Yeah, to try to reclaim some of the lost tokens.
He knows his decision here, but he's balancing the times when he does actually have to think. And again,
Jams with the ace-queen. Orthodoxu in the small with ace-6.
yeah, that's a good quick fold there. Oh, this is a call though.
2 7s in the big.
How much?
5-7.
Just checking how much it is.
Yeah.
ICM is a factor, but I think he will eventually come to the decision. Yeah, he makes a pretty quick call.
Yeah, sure does. Suggesting he knew exactly what was the right way to go. The spin and go specialist going to have command over ranges, as we've touched on.
Yeah, he's going to be particularly good in those button, small blind, big blind spots. He's a 54% favorite here. We could be losing the guy who was chip leading not so long ago.
They're playing for 12.3 million, and Barsegian is behind, needs help. Doesn't get it.
But that's a bad flop. Even if he has ace or queen, there's a lot of kill outs now for the 7s.
Open-ended is the leader. Spade on the turn, and we remove 2 of the outs that the ace-queen had. The ace of spades and queen of spades. And it is 4 outs once for the Armenian. To stay alive, is it there? No. The king of diamonds, and Degtirovis will collect the remainder of the Barsegian chips. Good sportsmanship being shown here. Obviously, tremendously disappointing outcome for him, but he did manage to secure the pay jump as Justice Held found the exit. Just their card dead, patient, milky, and rewarded for the effort, and who knows what the future holds for the Lebanese delegate.
Yep. I believe we have a new chip leader as well. And interesting side note, the ICM is absolutely massive now because with 4 left, the pay jump from 3rd to 2nd is actually the biggest remaining pay jump.
A limp and a check back as we take the ace-5-4 board.
He would bet this board a lot because he has more aces in his limping range. Melchizedek will raise almost all of his aces, maybe even all of his aces in the big blind over the limp. So this bet is not so much about the fact that he's hit the 4 as there's an ace on board.
Bottom pair in the wheel gutty, firing 600,000. Little lick of the lips there and a glance down at his stack. Time bank being used here.
Yeah, king high's pretty strong here. Hard to make a pair, as they say, and if your opponent doesn't have a pair, your king high figures to be good. And that's why he's taking his time here. It's a small bet as well. It's only 1/3 pot.
Raised to 1.6, Dara, and you're starting to see kind of what Melchizedek has wanted the ability to do for the entirety of this final table, which is sort of flex, maybe make a few moves.
Yep.
Of course, Ernestas not going to go anywhere for the time being.
No, he's got a pair and a gut shot.
Oh, wow. The king on the turn. Melchizedek hits the best hand. Neither player with the flush draw.
He might
Do you
slow
favor
down.
a check back?
Yeah, he might slow down now. Yeah, he slowed down because he basically has pulled ahead of a lot of the calls, and an ace still isn't going to
Oh,
fold.
wow.
Oh, my lord. So
Now, an awful run out for the king nine, which pulled ahead briefly. But 4 hearts and 4 to a wheel on board, both presenting issues. And do you think we're going to see a little block bet coming out of Degtyaryovas, or?
it's a tricky spot.
The answer is no.
The answer is no. Like he has a particularly bad straight and
But no heart.
no hearts. That's the reason he didn't bet.
Hit 5?
Go on. You were embarking on the
Yeah,
thought.
no hearts. So he's losing. He's losing to any heart, and he only has the.
All about the Benjamins.
You're all about the Benjamins. Yeah, I mean, are we going to tell the?
No, there's no reason to start bringing up
Okay.
stories about
Okay.
the disdain I have for trophies on occasion. I think that would be would only serve to ruin the occasion.
Yeah. We don't know whether a deal was done or not. We heard Ali before speculate that they were going off to discuss a deal. We haven't got any word. I guess we'll know from how they play. I have to say, personally, if I was either Degtyaryovas or yeah, particularly if I was him, I don't think I would be looking to deal. But it depends on how much this means to him in terms of his bankroll as well.
Yeah, as we see him play out a pot against the ever-dangerous Chernikov in the big blind, who defends the ace-4 of spades, as well he might. He has flop best, but Degtyaryovas will be emboldened to fire a c-bet on what appears to be his board.
Yep, absolutely. Small c-bet here. That'll get the job done most of the time. Under 20% this time he went.
Yeah, most of the time is not this time.
No.
However, with Chernikov lurking the ace-4 here in the big blind, there will be some Jack X in his range that maybe Degtyaryovas would target. Given that it's button versus big blind, I think he would be well suited to maybe take the foot off the gas here.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's going for the bet, but I think this might be a mistake. I honestly don't think Chernikov would even fold a jack here.
Yes, exactly. He is sticky.
Yeah.
He goes for a big sizing. I guess if you are going to go for a bet, a big sizing is the right sizing to go for.
Yeah, I mean, this does put pressure on for sure. Now he might feel obliged to triple barrel because apart from anything else, clubs have missed.
Well, Chernikov with a bluff catcher, but may feel like his opponent has a lot of bluffs.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. In theory, I think this is absolutely a triple barrel spot because this is still his board. But in practice, I would be very wary against Chernikov. The Russian bear doesn't like to fold much.
I think he's going to come with a big bet, Tara.
He's coming with the time card.
back for now.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways you can go. It depends on what you're trying to target to fold. If you want to get a jack to fold, the big bet should get the job done even against Chernikov. If you only want a busted flush draw that you're worried might be a king high flush draw,
or indeed a 10 high or 8 high.
or a 10 high or 8 high that's hit a pair. So in the end he decided not to bluff, and
probably relieved. I think he would realize Chernikov, the type of guy who would go to war with. But I think that is certainly a factor we see sometimes. It can be a catastrophic mistake to sort of take your eye off the ball when you consider, yes, okay, you might have locked up that number, that sort of special figure in your head that was going to buy you the new car or whatever it happens to be. but actually in reality, there's
800.
far more money on the line the deeper we go.
There is, yeah. Each page, apart from this unusual structure, in general, each page jump gets bigger than the last, and yet you do have this thing where people hit their number and now they just kind of relax at a point where they should actually become more vigilant. I think it's very dangerous to set a number that you're happy with. Anytime I've made a big final table live, I've deliberately not done that. In fact, generally the numbers don't register with me. I just look at the shape of the payouts and that determines the ICM, and we have a big hand here, an all in and a call. Wow. Look at this.
So Melchizedian obviously feeling like ace-8 was good enough for all of it. Orthodox, who wakes up with a super premium behind.
This is a huge spot now. There's no 8 there.
And we may be saying goodbye to Melchizedian.
He's taking it in good spirit.
Well, some chop opportunities
chops,
now.
Yeah. He's down to 7%, but there's 13% chop.
A 4, a 10, an 8 to stay alive.
No. The king seals his fate. He's played superbly. And we're down to 3-handed now.
Yeah, I made reference earlier on today to how he impressed me, more than most actually, by folding. And I don't mean that facetiously whatsoever, Darragh. What we basically...
Let's just put it like this. I don't think I've actually inhaled cigarette smoke at any point this trip.
Deiteriovas has gone big ball for the most part in the last few hands, but he's going to just open up.
This is, I guess, an induce.
I think it is an induce, and I think it might do the trick, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's only got 13.6 million. I can't imagine it being a raised fold unless it came
Chernikov has just
3-bet,
called.
4-bet. But just flats, okay. Well, Chernikov, as you said, Darragh, always inclined to sort of flat and see a flop and play from there.
Very much his style. There was one hand where Held chopped his stack with a 3-bet and Chernikov just called.
I feel like Chernikov maybe has to be sticky ones here. Yeah,
he is. Yeah, he's got all the backdoors here.
Nut no pair.
It's nut no pair as well. Has some showdown. He's hit a pair now, and they've picked up a flush draw.
Well, this one could get messy.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere now.
Deiteriovas won't fear the queen because ace-queen not part of the flatting range. Queen 6 also not likely to be. It is possible there's some flush combos. He has the 10 of spades, which is sort of important.
Worth noting he checked back his hand there. I'm pretty sure that was to check whether he had the 10 of spades. He knew that his hand was ace-10 off, and he knew obviously he didn't have the ace of spades. All in and a call.
Wow, just like that, guys.
Wow, this
no messing about.
This is a huge moment. Wow, look at the pot. 19 million in this pot. Chernikov.
Feel like Chernikov could have found a flat there on the turn, but we won't belabor that now and focus instead on this all-important river card.
He has a lot of outs.
He sure does.
13 outs there, you can see them on screen.
And that's one of them!
Oh, that's the cruel way. That is cruel on Deiteriovas. Okay.
That was amazing. That's my favorite.
We're going
back
to
my favorite
the
marble
Lithuanian.
mouth.
We're going back to the Lithuanian. We lose the Lithuanian gentleman who has played superbly.
With a million ante. That may force the action a little more. Well, we don't need to force the action with two premium hands such as this. Chernikov is going to, 3.5x the queens. Well,
how much?
Orthodox, who's probably going to stick him in now. 10 million, well, effectively committing.
Half the stack.
And Chernikov won't take too long, I presume,
before he calls.
Before he sticks in this 19 million. Orthodox, who's made his bed, they're going to go to showdown.
Yeah.
Wow.
This could be it, though. He's drawing to the ace.
Cyprus Bear needs an ace from space. Chernikov looking to take the lead here if his ladies can hold.
No, he played the short stack really enterprisingly. Yeah, he had 22 big blinds.
There's the ace. There's the ace.
Orthodoxu with the premature celebration. The mic's gone.
Oh, wow.
Running spades, running straight cards, or a queen. And Chernikov.
Yeah.
No, just a queen now, Dara. Just 5%. We are about to crown a champion unless a queen comes out here on the river.
Nope.
And that is it. We have crowned a champion here
Cyprus
at the Merit Western Series.
We don't need to commentate. He's taking over.
A very warm welcome back to everybody tuning in to watch the Merit Poker Western Series High Roller, 5K High Roller final table. The final table is set, I'm delighted to say. I'm watching some of that coverage of the main event just there, Dara. Great stuff again to watch the Cyprus Bear.
Yeah, it was indeed, yeah. Obviously a great result for the local hero.
Indeed it is. Well, we're going to crown another champion a little bit later on. Just want to catch me up here. I just jumped in with you, Dara. You're obviously here with Ali for the last couple of hours or so. Who has impressed you?
Probably the most impressive player was Christoforou. Danka lost 20, as he's known on Stars. He started with a big stack. He then tried an unusual line where he turned pocket eights into a bluff on the river, and it didn't work out to him because he ran into the nuts, which actually left him quite short. He took every spot. He shoved King 9 suited over an early position raise. He took all the shoves that he could. And then when he got up to 22 big blinds, he took a really amazing spot where chip leader opened under the gun and he 3-bet 7-5 suited from next to actor or mid position and got it through because it obviously looked super strong betting off that stack.
Yeah, very enterprising indeed. I did a little bit of homework on Christoforou just before I stepped in here. He has 1.6 million in live tournament winnings. This is the man who won the Merit Classic here in 2019. He also finished second in both the Merit Western Series and MPP Cup in 2022. Very much Dara's man to watch. Obviously, over the last couple of hours, a lot of bust outs. That's one trend we saw. There were a lot of guys obviously hanging on for dear life last night to make it through the bubble. And those guys, a lot of them ended up short, and most of them bust, but there were a few who did manage to scrape through.
Yeah, I mean, we lost half the field in 90 minutes, so that tells you everything. We lost Jack Sinclair second hand, and the bust outs came really fast after that.
Well, look, let's take it over to Ali Najad. He stepped out of the booth to go announce these guys and their presence on stage for this big one. 5K buy-in, 170K up top. Who's going to take it down? Over to you, Ali.
Good evening from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino, home to Merit Poker and home to the 2023 Merit Western Poker Series, which tonight comes to a close. It is time for the final table of our high roller event. But before we get started, as usual, it's also time to acknowledge the efforts of those without whom this Western Poker Series would not be possible. First, President of Merit Poker, Songul Bekem. Tournament Director, Angela Kozachuk. Media Manager, Ashkan Baghei. And Marketing Manager, Hakan Chamlibel. And of course, it is time to not overlook the efforts of everyone else, specifically the dealers and the rest of the staff here at Merit Poker, who have done such a wonderful job all week making sure that this tournament is administered top class. Please give a hand of applause to them as well. This high roller event amassed a prize pool of $676,200, courtesy of 106 unique players and 147 total entries. The buy-in was $5,300 and just 9 players remain in the quest for a $170,000 first place prize while ninth place will be worth $17,500. Here are our players. First, hailing from Italy with $510,000 in career tournament earnings and $2.28 million in chips, please welcome Fausto Tantillo. Next, in seat number 2 from Lebanon with $350,000 in career tournament earnings and $835,000 in chips, please welcome Joseph Mawad. In seat number 3, playing under the Turkish flag with $534,000 in career tournament earnings, your chip leader with $3.9 million in front of him, it is Osman Ilhamur. Next up in seat number 4 with $138,000 in career tournament earnings, hailing from Finland with an impressive $2.695 million in chips, please welcome Tony Kaukua. In seat number 5, hailing from Belarus with $125,000 in recorded career cashes and $1.67 million in chips, it is Yahuen Kontush. Hailing from Russia with $348,000 in career tournament earnings and $975,000 in front of him, please welcome Roman Kolotyuk. Roman, you really got in the spirit with the hat. Love to see it. Next up, in seat number 7, also hailing from Russia with $735,000 in chips and $1.249 million in recorded tournament cashes, please welcome Viktor Ustimov. In seat number 8, hailing from Romania with a modest $25,000 in career tournament earnings that he could very well eclipse with one cash here today. $420,000 in chips sits in front of Julian Blebea. And last but by no means least, the biggest personality in the room, the hometown hero, the Cypriot, with $1.65 million in career tournament earnings and almost $1.2 million in chips. Please welcome Andreas Christoforou. And so our final table is set. Players, the next payout is $17,500. First prize, of course, $170,000. The blinds are 25 and 50,000 with a 50K big blind ante. We will draw for the button, shuffle up, and deal.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gents. If that doesn't get you in the mood, I don't know what will. I've just realised something that took place there, Dara. Clearly, you mentioned there Christoforou as your favourite player, and now I know why. He's wearing an Arsenal kit.
Yeah, he seems to be an Arsenal fan. When he came on, I was looking at his jersey going, why is... I hadn't heard of this player that he's representing, Daskalos, but it turns out that's actually his online screen name on Stars, Daskalos 20. So yeah, there are... Arsenal always have had very big support from Greece for some historical reason.
Very good. Well, look, as we see there at the top, Osman Ilamour, 78 big blinds, 3.9 million. He is very much in pole position. Tony Kakua, 2.7 million there, 54 bigs. And Fausto Tantillo, 46 bigs, 2.28 million. Those three guys a decent way ahead of the chasing pack. We have 3 middly stacks, and we've kind of got 3 short stacks as well. That sets up a very interesting ICM dynamic. Obviously, that is the word du jour when you are covering this 9-handed sort of phase of the day. 9 players left here, 17.5k for everybody, no matter what happens. Small ladder jumps all the way up to 5th place there, which gets you 43k. 3rd place will get 77. Second, 119, and the top prize today is 170k. And obviously, the title of Merit Poker Western Series High Roller Champion. Dara, 3 short stacks, 3 middly stacks, 3 big stacks, and the short stacks are sort of hovering around the 10 big blind mark. This could be a little cagey at the beginning.
It could be, yeah. They've all got big ICM because of their proximity to other stacks at the table. And they all have different considerations against each other. The short stacks can play relatively freely against each other, but against bigger stacks and medium stacks they have to be careful because doubling up through one of those doesn't help them as much, whereas knocking out or crippling another short stack would. Middle stacks, similarly, they can play relatively freely against the short stacks, but they have to be careful against each other on the big stack. And then the big stacks, they can put pressure on actually the middling stacks more than the small stacks.
Some nice ICM nuggets there from the man who literally wrote the book, the maestro, Dara O'Carney, his co-author, of course, Barry Carter, who I'm sure is out there and in the chat. Shout out to those guys for the fabulous content they provide. 4 books, all of which you can pick up on Amazon. First one was on satellites. Second one was on PKOs. Third one was on the end game of tournaments, very much what we're going to be taking you through right now. And their newest book is on GTO. As we look down here, Christoforou, well, he's right in the mix here. He's got pocket 8s on the button. Every reason to believe he might go with this in this spot here. And he does 3-bet it up. Ilamour has
1.2 total.
Come from under the gun with a pretty loose open, it must be said. Chip leader obviously trying to immediately apply some pressure. Hard to continue here with the King 10 offsuit, and I don't expect him to. Christoforou, clearly some dynamical stuff as well that he's more than happy to raise, get this in. Or is he, Dara? Do you think there's any world where he actually raises these 8s and folds? I doubt it, because it's not the blockerish type hand. It's actually the hand that has some showdown. I think he's probably getting it in there and maybe inducing some light stuff.
Yeah, unless it goes 3-bet shove, 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 then well, you could, we actually had a hand like that on the second last table where a player opened 8s in early position and a player behind shoved. The 8s were going to call off, but then the chip leader woke up with aces and he reshoved and the 8s were able to get away.
I have to say, Dara, it's obviously the inner coward in me. I would have let go of the 8s there from the big stack under the gun open. If I'm right there in the middle of the pack, that would have felt very dangerous.
Yeah.
You can call me a nit now.
Yeah, it was marginal. You could see he thought about it. I think he also thought about just open shoving, which would have obviously been a disaster for him.
Why we don't tell them? Why do you don't tell them? Would you have the floor, please? Floor? Floor?
Looks like there's some... they need some clarification here.
They have to fix it immediately. I mean, it's...
Oh? Yes, you're right, there is something afoot.
Can you call the floor, please? Floor? Floor?
Trying to find my time bomb.
Oh, someone hasn't got their time
Don't
bank
deal after
cards.
this. Come on,
Okay.
till the floor comes, okay? Yeah, okay. Maybe because it's...
Ustamov, we've seen him on the stream at another point this week, I recall. He's going to let this one go. Obviously one of the shorter stacks, looking for a spot to commit all in. Could have considered a light open in that spot maybe, but don't mind the fold at all.
Yeah.
Now, Lebia, he is the actual shortest stack now, just 7 bigs. Hijack, any ace. Dara, do you go with this? It's close. Got to get through 4 more players.
7 bigs. Oh, it's really close, yeah.
It's really close, right?
Yeah, it depends where you are in the pack.
He's right rock bottom.
Well, then you can go with it, I guess.
Yeah, that would be my logic as well. Probably folding this if there's anyone shorter than me, but given that I'm shortest, I might just take it. You don't love it, of course.
No.
Looks like he is going to... This is no fake tank. He's genuinely using all of this time to...
Yeah, well, there's no point in tanking now that they're down to 1 table, so... That's why I sometimes wonder if they should get rid of the shot clock again on a final table.
If the time expires and he's still sinking, so she takes the card afterwards.
Yeah.
He doesn't have
And
to
if it
throw
goes twice, you have to give 2.
Like your hand is not dead, then you don't
Yeah, it's
throw
not
the
dead,
card
yeah.
in time. And
in the small blind, going to let go here of Queen 3. And yeah, it's going to work. And I think that's a good spot there from, I have to say, Blevia. Obviously, it's worked out well from in this instance. There will be plenty of worlds where he does get called. Occasionally by worse. King Queen might be in there, but usually by better. And, you know, has to go to showdown with the worst hand. That time gets it through. I think overall, though, you'll get it through just enough.
Yeah, he was actually the player I mentioned with the 8s in that spot who avoided the cooler by raising it and then folding rather than shoving. Shout out to Muad, who actually really impressed me. Clearly the oldest gentleman at the table. In fact, I think Daskalos, when he said he had 8 grandchildren, Daskalos asked him if they were grandchildren or grandchildren. But he seems to have his ranges pretty much nailed in. And there was a couple of times he called people's hands. So, very good reader.
That's pretty sick.
All decisions.
Shout out to Dark Angel, who I see is in the chat. Sage Derby as well. I'll have a look across the other platforms. Would encourage you guys, though, if you are in the chat, to come over to the Merit Poker official YouTube channel. That's the one we're going to keep closest eye on.
So the raise here with the ace-3 suited under the gun. And immediately another tricky spot for the Romanian. He's got, less than 10 bigs, so he figured he didn't have much fold equity, and 7s in mid-position didn't feel great.
Yeah, this is the beautiful way these bigger stacks can exploit the shorter ones with these opens with the ace-x blockers. He is probably going to find a caller in Kaukua, who is second in chips and can sort of put the ICM pressure right back on him down the streets in certain situations.
Yeah, he does call. There's the jack and gut shot for the ace-3. And also it looks a fairly safe board. You generally wouldn't worry too much about the 4 and the deuce. So there's really only the jack the guy probably has hit. Every reason for him to believe he has the best hand.
Yeah, he's going to fire out a probing 27%er here. See if it will get the job done right now. Servicing as an equity denier. Charging some draws as well occasionally. But of course, Kaukua sticking around here with the King Jack, as he may well do across 3 streets if 3 streets were to come. Very much top of his range.
Yeah, the only card he might find the fold on is an ace on the river. Can't imagine he's folding anything else.
And Kontush is going to fire that second barrel. target some 4x, some 2x that may have called out of the blinds. And maybe set up targeting some weak jacks for a fold by the river. Certainly not going to get that job done on this street. Some pocket pairs possibly in the mix as well.
So he does size up here. About 2/3 a pot. This won't get the job done though.
And it's an interesting decision point, the turn, Dara. Clearly, Contouche, a player capable of having fairly balanced, but also in it being balanced, a reasonably wide range here. Plenty of bluffs to go with his value. Plenty of hands he can target, obviously, to get folds here.
Yeah, I think the call is fairly standard. Most of the value of a hand like King Jack on a Jack high board comes from bluff catching. Just getting a safe run out and allowing your opponent to keep barreling.
Well, Contouche almost has a pot size remaining. Does he decide this is the spot? He obviously blocks Ace Jack, which is a good one to block. And it does look like he's going for chips, Dara.
Does, yeah. I'm not sure what he's targeting to fold here. I mean, Jack is the most likely hand apart from missed draws, which you might be ahead of anyway. Miss spades or something like 5-6.
10 Jack and 9 Jack are not going anywhere.
So if you want to get a Jack to fold, we probably have to size up.
Yeah, it feels like he's targeting quite a narrow turn calling range that would fold river here. Maybe Jack 8. Jack 7 wouldn't love life right now. Maybe the King Jack and Queen Jack have to find calls.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how many Jacks should even fold to a pot-sized shove. This is about as good as runouts get, and it's slightly helpful too that we're blocking King Queen.
Well, he doesn't go really big in the end. He actually chooses a half pot sizing. That range is obviously not allowed to contain quite as many bluffs. Dara, do you think that will be a
How much one?
factor Kaukwa considers? Obviously, the counterpoint being it's just cheaper to call.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, obviously, Contour still has all the overpairs, and he has Ace Jack too. So all of those hands are worried. Like, you really only are beating a bluff now. That's what it comes down to. He's not value betting a 10 at this size. He's not value betting pocket 8s.
Yeah, he is telling a consistent story. We'll give him that.
Yeah, he doesn't have any spades, which is kind of good. That blocks some of the double barrels.
That's a great point. So here we are, hand 3 of the 5K high roller final table, and immediately Contouche puts Kaukwa in a really tough spot here.
Yeah.
Kaukwa, our second in chips player, Contouche kind of middle of the pack. But this is a crucial hand right away, and good luck getting a read off Contouche. He is a piece of marble right now.
Yeah, he really is. I guess he knows what he's doing. He knows this is the play he's supposed to make. So
I'm not sure he even has a pulse.
he is barely moving. You can see his eyelids flickering. That's about it. It's a horrible spot for Kakko because you really only are beating a bluff, and every better hand can value bet. Even Ace Jack can value bet this size.
He does make the call, and Contouche lets out a disappointed exhale there. Dara, you sort of lent into the theory side of it and felt like it couldn't be a fold in theory, but obviously in those key moments as a player is in the tank on the river, really what's coming into play is, can I get any physical read? Can I sort of interpret strength in a different way?
Yeah.
Can I find a fold?
Yeah, whatever about the theory, like, we're not playing against a machine, so he's not going to be perfectly balanced. He's not going to have exactly the right amount of bluffs. If we knew he had exactly the right amount of bluffs, then yeah, I'm pretty sure we have to call unblocking all the bluffs and blocking some of the value. But like, in a way, King Jack is a better call than Queens because it blocks his Ace Jack. But really, the most important factor there is, do I think this guy might be over bluffing or under bluffing? And if he's under bluffing, by how much?
30 seconds, at least 30 seconds.
Well, with that hand, Contouche has taken a mighty blow. He's probably our shortest stack, certainly there or thereabouts.
Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong there. He played his plan perfectly, and he almost got the fold on the river. And again, that's another part of variance that people don't sometimes don't think about. In another world, his opponent does fold, and we're all talking about how great the play was.
Oh, he's in the big blind now. Kontush looks like Ustimov with 12 bigs here. He's going to just treat it like an open here. The king queen obviously got the good blockers working for it. He can find some folds to future action. Looks pretty strong coming off 12 bigs. Can't imagine Blebia getting in the mix here with the ace-7 suited. No. We saw him fold the 7s a moment ago. So
yeah, he's he's definitely been on the cautious side.
The small, right?
Correctly so. Mostly ICM aware, but he hasn't been the kind of guy to just look down at a pretty hand and decide to go with it. I think Muad will throw the trees pretty quickly there.
Yeah, no consideration whatsoever. Muad knows exactly where he stands with those pocket threes. And it ain't pretty. Ilamur, our chip leader right now, is going to flat on the button against Ustimov. So going to test Ustimov out here. And Kakua, well, he's just won a big pot. He's our chip leader now. I apologize. Ilamur has been overtaken by Kakua after that last hand. And clearly considering just putting in a committal raise here to Ustimov and maybe forcing Ilamur out of the pot.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot because three-way we were much more incentivized to three-bet this type of hand. Heads up, we could probably just flat this hand, but three-way our three-betting range really changes a lot. When we're heads up, we tend to bet the top of our hands range for value, the bottom for as a bluff, and everything in the middle gets called. But three-way, we won't have that much of a calling range, so we tend to just use a linear range. The hands that are just below the three-bet for value become the three-bet bluffs.
Yeah, nicely executed squeeze there by Kakwa. It must be said, getting that 10x three-bet in there is kind of a cool sizing, actually, because he knows he's only having to commit to the 12 big blinds of the opener, and maybe feels like Ilamur would have done the three-betting himself if he was strong enough and couldn't really call a bet of that size. So, yeah, very intelligent bet, actually. He gets the job done nicely.
Indeed. Yeah, I hadn't seen this player before, but he's certainly been impressive so far. He made a brave call down the previous hand.
So you now captain of the table, right?
Always the captain, man.
Always?
Yeah, every time.
Finnish people, the captains, you know?
Libya will maybe go with his hand here. 9.5 bigs. A suited wheel ace. No, he decides to let it go. That was a close spot because obviously if you get snapped, you're not going to be in good shape, and you have a lot of players to get through.
Yeah, I wonder if the fact that Kontush is now shorter than him played into his thinking there.
Yeah, it should have done, yeah, for sure.
Well, we mentioned there Kaukwa, who is now our chip leader. He is an online and live player. Last August, this man came second in the 2.5K WSOP online event for 187K, a career best there. So, plenty of experience.
And Muad here with the ace-jack.
Probably going with this, Darren.
12 bigs, yeah, I think he's going with this. He'll probably just move all in.
Irksome that there are two shorter stacks about, but this is a great spot to pick up another couple
It
of
is
lines.
super annoying, and he's definitely taken that into account.
I give it back. I give it back to one.
His other option is to raise, but he has, raise folding this hand would really feel weird, so he's decided.
Oh, and look, is that an instant call?
Instant call.
Never mind.
It looks like an instant call by Ilamur with the worst hand. Interesting, because Muad obviously not going much lighter than ace-jack in this situation. Might have gone with ace-10 at the very worst.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see him take more time on that one and just think about how tight the range is likely to be. With two shorter stacks, Muad's range is going to contract quite a lot, and ace-10 doesn't figure to be in good shape.
No, really doesn't. Bit of a misstep here from Ilamur, I must say. He is going to get the bad news here that Muad has a dominating holding, but he will get there 24% of the time to eliminate Muad in 9th position.
And Muad was super short at the start. He He's been very patient and just taking all the correct spots.
Well, is he going to be rewarded for that patience? So far, so good on the 8-5 deuce. 2 clubs. He's even got clubs for a little bit of insurance. No help there. No board pair either. So Ilamour down to just 3 10s if he's going to send Muad to the rail. And that is not it. So Muad with the double up.
Yeah,
we have a new player mid-pack, Dara.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by him, really. He's been very patient, and he really has put a foot wrong. Not to be ageist or anything, given my own age, but you do sometimes see these older players, they just get a little bit impatient and frustrated with the feeling that the younger guys are pushing them around, but there's no sense of that with Muad. He just sits there very patiently and seems to have his pre-flop ranges well down. And as I said, a couple of times he did call people's exact hands.
Well, you mentioned there players of a certain vintage, Dara. Obviously, only very recently were you permitted to play some seniors events.
Almost a decade ago, yeah.
Is there a vibe in seniors events where there's the young seniors who are sort of
for sure,
a bit more maybe internet aware and a bit more like they're the kids in that particular playground?
I'm not so sure it's an internet thing, to be honest, because we're all aware of Pierre Neuville, who would be one of the oldest players in any seniors, but would have one of the best online pedigrees. I guess it's just more maybe that, obviously age there's a big difference between a 50-year-old and a 75-year-old in terms of stamina and that stuff. So age does actually start to become a fairly serious disadvantage beyond a certain point. But the standard in seniors in general has risen immensely. There's more and more seniors studying and taking the game seriously now, buying into the solver revolution as well.
Yeah, great to see festivals around the world really embracing the idea of those closed field seniors and even super seniors now, Dara.
Indeed, yeah. You get at the really big festivals like the WSOP, you get the super seniors as well.
Well, lots of napkins, so we are folding around to the small blind. Colotiuk does wake up with an ace, and can't imagine him not going with this here. He's got less than 14 bigs. Yeah, more than 14 bigs.
Yeah, easy all in there, and will be an easy fold for Ustimov. Takes the blinds and ante.
Yeah, so again, sort of a little bit squeaky bum for these guys who are short, but staring at 2 or 3 shorter stacks when they do come round and look down at a viable option. It's a bit like, oh, I hope this doesn't go wrong.
Yeah, I've been impressed that they've gone on taking their spots. It used to be the case that people very heavily over-adjusted for people being shorter than them, almost to the point where they thought they shouldn't play a hand until the short stack made its move. But actually, when you run Sims, you see that while it has an effect, it's probably not as big as you think. In some spots, it really just takes 1 or 2 pips off the hands you should play.
Well, we are likely to be burning the midnight oil tonight. Most of the live stream sessions we brought you have started off around midday and played till around midnight. Obviously, these guys in the high roller only started, I think, at 6 or 7 p.m. each evening, so they're on the night schedule. Commentators, not so much, so we'll be infusing with the caffeine.
Yeah.
Imbibing the Red Bulls, maybe. Do you imbibe a Red Bull? I don't know what you do. You shoot a Red Bull, probably.
Yeah.
Contouche, well, he needed a spot there after that unfortunate hand in hand 3 where he fired that triple barrel. He also had to have the blinds go through him. He shoves the ace-8 and has been looked up by Colotiuk with the ace-jack. Contouche at risk here and in danger of a very disappointing final table, it must be said.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
As you say.
So Contouche, after that early misstep, or not, well, not actually a misstep, just didn't work out for him. He's going to have to get lucky here.
Yeah, not a board he would wish to have seen. A couple of small cards making it likely this jack's going to play.
No backdoors though, but that is absolutely no use to him. He's down to just the 3 remaining 8s. And we lose our first player.
That is it. We say goodbye to Kontush in 2019. He came third in the WPT Sochi main event. He is not going to, unfortunately for him, better that performance here tonight. He hits the rail and we are down to 8. I sometimes just wonder how far we'll follow the guy. We'll follow him back to his hotel room.
Yeah.
maybe throw something at the bed.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those. I saw one in the UK IPG once where a guy busted in fairly bizarre fashion, 5-bet shoving blind, and he almost ran out of the room, followed by the camera crew who were desperate to get an interview for him to explain the hand.
Well, look, we are down to 8. It has been a bit bish bash bosh. Darrow Carney sent me a text message after about an hour going, this one's going to go final table really quickly, Dave. Don't go off anywhere. Well, we've kept up the pace so far. After just 7 hands of the final table, we have our first bust out. And immediately Tantillo under the gun, one of our bigger stacks here.
Yeah, he was much bigger earlier. He had a fairly commanding chip lead, but now not so much.
Fausto Tantillo, $500,000 in live tournament winnings for this Italian man. In April of last year, he won a WSOP circuit ring in Rozvadov. So some good form coming into this one.
I didn't notice it before.
Christoforou has the kind of hand he might decide to defend here. Even with ICM, you can certainly consider defending a fairly decent suited hand.
Up the arsenal.
But yeah, he decides he doesn't want to tangle with this with the bigger stack. I think had his opponent had a shorter stack, it would have been a different decision there.
So as Ali said there in the announcements, Dara, this is our last day of the festival. Any strong memories you'll take back to Dublin?
Mostly in the buffet, I would say. Incredible array of desserts was probably dangerous.
I was talking about the poker. As we watch the action fold round to Koletyuk, unlikely to get involved here with the 7 deuce. Ustamov, he is looking for a spot and he has got a ladder, so maybe, just maybe, he will feel a bit more willing to take his opportunities. Blebia similarly here. Certainly cuspy for both of these guys. I feel like he might take this spot. 7 bigs.
On the button, yeah. I think he can go with this.
He's equal short to stack right now.
Yeah.
It is an opportunity to take the bull by the horns with the hand you would certainly go with if ICM were no factor. Even with the ICM, I think it's right around the hand you kind of still got to go with.
Yeah, generally with RCM you actually go a little bit wider in late position and tighter in early position. Well, actually what happens in earlier position is kind of the shape of the range changes. You go with more ace-x and you go with less suited connector type hands. But in late position you tend to go just a little bit wider because of the ICM you have more fold equity. Now it depends obviously, if you're shoving into 2 big stacks that's not going to be much of a factor. But if you're shoving into 2 guys you can take a serious bite out of it if they call and lose. Then they should be folding a lot more hands. There are spots where, if you shove for chips on the button, they're supposed to call you maybe top 25% without ICM, but it goes all the way down to 10% with ICM. So that extra 15% folds you get actually allows you to shove a few more hands.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gents, our audience at home. There's a free masterclass in ICM being doled out by Dara right now. Kaukwa with the Aquaman here.
Yeah.
Virtually certain to get involved. He has a big stack right now and a very good opportunity to pull away from the rest of the field with these three short guys all trying to outlast one another. He won't mind them getting their shove through once in orbit so long as he can pick up more than his fair share of the other pots.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he can't really go too crazy because he's playing against all their stacks as well, and he will run into hands quite a lot. Sometimes you see chip leaders open up too much and they just keep running into the best hand at the table and having to fold. There's a sort of an intelligence level of aggression that's okay to apply, but you go beyond that, it gets a bit much. Now, Ustimov definitely tempted by the ace-10 there, but he does let it go. Bleby has one position later and has more chips, so more fold equity on his shove. This is a tempter as well.
Yeah, particularly with these guys feeling as though Kaukwa could be opening a range with maybe 6 or 7% more hands in it than he would normally, given his beneficial stack situation.
Yeah. Yeah, this is super close now.
I feel like he might go
yeah,
for
he's
it.
moved all in, yeah. I can't blame him at all here. He has to think the chip leader will be opening super wide. A lot of hands that ace-10 are ahead of.
Quick folds from Tantillo and Uwa. We know Kaukwa is going nowhere. Blebia is going to need some help here. I agree with Dara there. Don't blame him for the shove. Every reason to believe he would get called by worse or maybe even had some folds despite just having 9.5 bigs.
Cocker checked back his hand there just to make sure that he had what he thought he had, which is always a good thing because, you know, I've certainly opened Queen 4 thinking it was Ace Queen. So we could be about to lose our second player. Just quite a few chops now.
Yeah, chops 17.6%. You can see it there on the right of screen. Paired board offering a little bit of escape hatchery. And, well, immediately there we have the double paired board. So they are going to chop most of the time now, 82%. And that will do us. Chop this one up. Blebia lives to fight another day. Kaukwa. Bit of a let off for Blebia there.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. But he'll be thrilled with the chop.
Not everybody loves a chop pot.
No, Cocker won't be too worried. It wasn't that big and he gets to chop the blinds.
75,000 profit.
It's also kind of useful to show that he actually had a hand there. That will make his opens give them a bit more respect.
That's not me. It's not me for sure.
What do you mean?
I am blocked on hand on mob. They can't find
No, I mean now the hand.
The hand is okay, 25.
Said he's blocked on hand mob, so
75.
75 or out.
You improve.
He must have upset someone at hand mob that they blocked him.
maybe he meant he self-excluded.
I think that is what he meant.
Okay, yeah, that is what he meant. Yeah,
I just.
That's very much an in joke that flew over the heads of 99.4% of. Yeah.
But maybe they'll give him a platinum pass, or the GPI award if he begs.
Yeah.
Blebia in the hijack. Maybe feeling like he's free rolling a little bit.
Yeah, I hope not. Yeah, you have to play each situation, but you do sometimes get people carried away by recent events or momentum or whatever you want to call it. But King 6 definitely wasn't good enough to go for now. This wouldn't normally be an open, but Christopher has been the one player who's been consistently wider in every position. So he's going to go for this. Also noteworthy, he hasn't really played a hand yet this final table, so he looks tighter than he is.
Now he's gone for a larger sizing here, Dara.
Yeah, he was doing this as well. This is obviously an exploit. He feels that people fold much more to this size, but Elamore won't be folding 10s. Less than 20 bigs effective. He probably just sticks this in his eye. Yep, he moves all in, and Christopher does get punished for opening.
My pair is Philip, ne? Huh?
You'll see.
You'll see.
You'll see.
It's okay. I believe you.
Shout out to some of the people on Twitter. We're getting a lot of love over there. Vautour says, the lads have been killing it in the booth for this Merit Poker Series. Great balance of high-level analysis. I assume that's you. And low-level humour. I assume that's me. Made it a very fun watch throughout.
Thank you, Vautour. Also, Dark Angel in the chat says, just wanted to say an awesome stream with fantastic comedy from all three of you. Thank you for everything. It's been amazing. Also, delighted to see you in the chat, Donna. Ooh, having just raised folded the last hand, what a great time to pick up aces.
And showed the ducks as
and
well.
And gone for the exact same sizing as well.
Oh, Tantillo could be.
Love this, yeah. Tantillo could be in trouble here.
Temptio'd.
Yeah, and he played quite a bit with Christopher too, and would maybe have gone back to his room and found out that that time he raised folded the ace-10. Christopher only had the 7-5 suited. So yeah, I think this is going to be a 3-bet, and there are no 3-bet folds against Christopher's sack size. So
no, it might be the reason he finds a tight fold. Actually, is that it is a little messy from that point of view.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, and obviously Christopher, maybe the most likely to be light here and opening and having a big raise-fold range. But yeah, players behind, stacks are wonky. This could be a fold, but he does look very tempted.
Yeah, I think against a normal player this is a fold, but against Christopher, you couldn't blame him at all.
Well, you called it, Dara. He's bumped it up to 410.
Yeah.
That will probably clear out button and blinds unless they wake up with something really serious, and they have. Elam Moore. Oh, did he give them back? Can we check the cameras there? Is it the same 2 10s? Pocket 10s last hand, pocket 10s this hand. Well, he was up against the ducks before. Yeah,
you don't love 10s here at all, but I mean, it is what it is. He's got...
just committing against both players here. And Christopher, no need to take any time over this one.
Now probably Tantillo gets away.
Yeah.
He's he's lucky there because he was definitely going to have to call off Christopher, but the fact that Elamore woke up with 10s behind saved him.
Well, we know one ace has been folded, but it is Elamore who will need to improve, if not to double up the dangerous Christopher, arguably the most accomplished player at this final table, online and live pedigree. So far, so good. Five on the turn. This will be a significant change in the balance of power at this table, Dara.
Huge, and it's the guy I identified as the danger man who's going to benefit here.
Christopher who does the hold. Elamore started with a big chip lead, 4 million-ish, is now down to just 1.9. Daru Carney, well, we called it. He was the danger man. Wasn't just because he was wearing an Arsenal tracksuit. It's because he's got the skills as well, and well, a bit of pocket aces doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Big double up there.
Nice hand.
Thank you, sir.
Very pleasant presence at the table too. Christopher, very gabby and.
Еще и трибетик такой плотненький. Вообще сразу в теплую ванну сажает.
Minute clock in this high roller. Warm up and main event had a 1 hour clock. This one, slightly shorter tournament, roughly 150 entrants.
Only 3 of which were Jack Sinclair.
It's wonderful to be able to maintain that running thing. He probably got like 1.5 of those blinds back.
Almost 2.
Almost 2. I'm glad to hear it.
But he was very happy.
Yeah, as Jack heads off to the Bahamas to do another hundo.
I sent him a message afterwards saying, quality min cash, proud of you, son. And he said, yeah, I really had to grind it out. Flag and end of losing streak was very important. So even when you're as rich and successful as Jack Sinclair, nobody likes this bad run where you're firing bullets at everything and coming up short.
Absolutely not. Well, Tantillo, a bit of a let-off for him perhaps. He was going to be the donator to the Christoforou Fund in that last hand. Well, he's found aces again. Kolatiok probably going to come with the raise here. I don't think it's tempting to flat out of the big.
No.
I think he's going to want to make this.
How much you play total?
Maybe 300 and something. Small. He might be kind of constructing a range that can contain some bluffs, but is a sort of smaller size, based more as a function of your own stack.
Yeah, normally you go 4x out of position, but when you get down to 30 big blinds effective, it starts to go down a bit. You don't want to go too small either, though, because then your opponent can just peel everything.
Maybe a 350. Set up a stack to pot ratio of just over 1.
Maybe, yeah. Might go a little bit bigger than 350. Yeah, his only consideration here is his sizing.
Interesting choice of headwear.
Very, yeah. I think he's committed to the Western theme.
Pretty sure that's a lady's hat. Not to genderize headwear, but
yeah. I'm not sure. It's not as blatant as the hat we saw James Walsh playing or wearing once in Spain, which was a proper bonnet. Long consideration here about the sizing. It's just awkward with his stack size.
gotta be careful with reflective sunglasses such as those. People can't see your cards when you peel them up. I can almost see his hands right now, so
yeah.
It's a pretty clear picture too.
How much?
Yes.
425. So he's listening to you there, Dara. Felt like the 350 was a bit dangerous.
He's gone under the third pot, which is fine.
Yeah. Feeling like if he got called here, he's setting up to a 1-to-1, which is
it's
much easier.
But it's 3.4 exactly. I think that's the sizing is pretty much spot on. I might have gone just a little bit smaller than that, maybe 400, but can't quibble with 425 either. I think maybe the long tank there, though, just exhibited a bit too much strength. Made Tantillo's decision easier. It was obvious he wasn't thinking about folding, I think. It was purely his sizing.
Yeah, pretty sure that hand wasn't hitting the muck. Tony Kaukua, well, he's had a very good start to this final table, up to 4.2 million. Christoforou, well, he's the big mover, 2.7 million now. He was right in the middle of the pack at the beginning. Ilamore, he was our top stack. He's taken a couple of body blows, 1.9 million now. Down at the bottom, we have 2 stacks below the 10 big blind mark as these blinds go up. Julian Rimus Blebia and Viktor Ustimov very much in trouble and needing to get jiggy. 23k guaranteed for all of these guys now. Next ladder jump 5,600. We are of course all staring at that top prize right now of 170,000 US dollars. Not a bad way to close out the festival.
No, not bad at all. Quite a decent, more than decent first prize for this tournament. No decision here, obviously.
Oh, an attempter now for Muad.
Yeah.
There are those couple of short stacks behind, remember. He is sort of sitting comfortably mid-pack right now. He's dropped below the 20 bigs mark, but probably no need to get involved right now. I think with those guys about.
I think he felt it was maybe just one seat too early.
Elam Orwell, he might be feeling a bit beaten up on this final table so far. Of course, he did have the chips to withstand a couple of body blows. He decides to muck the offsuit ace from the cutoff. That leaves Kaukwa with a offsuit king. Another tempter.
Yeah, I think you can definitely open this as the chip leader. It's very heavily dependent on the players behind their stacks and their tendencies. Do you go for no, he's raised to 200, yeah, 2.5x.
Yeah, I think that's a function of trying to create an awkward spot for the big blind who might flat with a wider range, just looking to make some equity. He's one of the shorter stacks.
Yeah.
Kolotiuk with 20 big blinds. I think I probably just fancy getting out of the way here.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I don't think he was ever really calling there.
And it does get around to Ustamov, who we see there has just 5 bigs now, with one committed in the big blind ante and one in front of him. He is very much in needing of a spot, and that does sort of explain that 2.5x from Kaukwa, who I think was trying to create an awkward spot. 9-8 suited, sort of a bit too pure in a way. We want to see that flop and try and make something with it.
Yeah, well, if he flops absolutely anything, he's obviously going with it. Now, that's pretty much nothing.
Yeah, that's not particularly pleasant. Looking
This
at
is one of
some back doors and that's it.
You can't. It's very hard to hit a flop completely with 8-9 suited, but he's managed it. He doesn't even have a backdoor straight draw. He has the spades, and there are no spade on board.
Yeah, little does he know he's actually just about got the price because his 2 cards are live here.
Yeah, but he could be up against an overpair, so.
It's a bit of a gross one there, got to be said. He flatted there, leaving a stack to pot ratio of 0.3 to 1.
Yeah, that's one of those plays that would have been considered absolute donkey play years ago, but it's actually fine. When you're that shallow, you can just call, and if you flop a pair or a draw, you just go with your hand. And if you flop absolutely nothing, you can fold.
Yeah, you mentioned there plays that used to be frowned upon and now are seen as perfectly standard. Any others jump to mind?
Limping from the small blind used to be considered an absolute donkey play. So-called donking was actually called donking because it was considered a donk play leading into the razor. But that's actually a fine play now on certain boards. Yeah, there's a few of them. I actually wrote a series of articles once on things we used to think were donkey plays. Raise folding off shallow stacks, that was another one.
Can you check this card?
Oh, and a suspicion of a marked card there, Muad asking for a closer look. Obviously, someone out there marking the 3 of spades, trying to get their read of the situation.
Yeah, nothing gets by Muad, has to be said. He's a cagey old customer.
What's wrong with that card?
It's like bent on the edge.
Oh, bent on the edge. 3 of spades.
Yeah.
You can do it later.
Which one? Which one?
Which one? Well, I can't say it right now.
He said the one on the left.
Yeah, I know, right. He's clearly trying to induce some information. Which one? The 7. Oh, I mean, sorry.
The 3 of spades. I mean, no.
Action falls down to Kolotiuk here, who has 20 bigs. Both guys really short behind him. One player has literally committed a quarter of a stack in the small blind,
Yeah,
and the other guy has about.
Given that, you might as well
6
just
bigs.
fold your 9-8. I mean, it's almost never working as a blind steal, I imagine. And you got, well, okay, he's gone that way.
So maybe feeling like if the small blind was to fold, the big blind would actually have a lot of folds, given that the other guy's got 1 big left.
Yeah.
I actually kind of like it as an exploit here, given how Ustinov might just take the full orbit to get a spot. Blebia, even with a hand as good as like a suited king here, wouldn't love life with a immediate ladder looming and a guy to his immediate right with just 1 big.
Yeah, but if you fold this and you fold your small blind, yeah, I don't know. I would have taken that spot with the king 5, I have to say.
Ladders be damned, says O'Carney.
It's not just be damned. It's not like you're guaranteed the ladder. And if you fold your stack away just to secure the ladder, that's very much a Pyrrhic victory.
Ooh, a Pyrrhic victory. I like that. As we zoom out to take a quick look at how the table is looking. 4.5 million for Kaukwa. Christopheru, 2.7 million. Ilamar, 1.9 million. Kolotiuk, 1.8 million. He just got that sneaky one through there. A Pyrrhic victory. Tantillo, 1.7 million. Muad, 1.4 million. And there we see the 2 very short stacks. Blabia and Ustamov, 6 bigs and 2 bigs. He's actually got less than 2 bigs.
Yeah. Actually, one factor that might have induced the shove there is Blabia has definitely played tighter than optimal. Only very slightly, but he's definitely been one of the tighter players. And if the button picked up on that, he would definitely shove wider.
To give an extra bit of credibility, not that it needed it, to what Dara just said there as well, you see there those two short stacks very much at sea from the rest of the guys. And if you are sitting there with 6 bigs and you allow yourself to fold down to 4 bigs, 3 bigs before the guy gets his stack finally in, you've basically made it so that you'll come 7th.
Yeah, you've turned it into a heads up for 7th place.
Yeah, Muad there with the jacks, he's getting involved here. I don't think he will be fearful of a failed ladder jump here when he gets a gift from the poker gods, such as the Johnnies.
No.
He's going to raise it up here to almost 2.5x, so taking a concerted stab at this one from early position.
Sorry.
Yeah, we have seen this 2.5x being used on quite a lot. Christoforo has been using it almost exclusively. And
who would dare get involved against a man like Muad with 9-2 off out of the big blind? That's what I'd say.
It would be very disrespectful for the elder citizen of the table. Yeah, I love the way he just goes about his business nice and quietly.
I do too.
He seems really dialed in, focused.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, my head is... Don't take my...
It was actually quite a funny spot after on.
I look very old.
He got moved to the feature table, and the guy in the who had been big blind previous hand. The action had been Jack Sinclair shoves under the gun into aces in mid position. The guy was forced to fold down to 1 big blind in the big blind because of the action. So next time he posts his blind, and he looks at his neighbour who's just arrived, Muad, and he says, "Are you going to fold?" And immediately Muad says, "No, you have 1 big blind." And he says, "So you're going to call without looking?" And he says, "No, I called. I looked. It's 7-3."
Oh, that's brilliant! I love that.
He knew that even 7-3 was a call.
Colatiuk with the pocket tens. Pocket tens has been rearing its head on a number of occasions so far on this final table. Let's see how Colatiuk fares this time. Plebia, he's sort of paralyzed until that short stack does make his play. He can definitely go with reasonable stuff, but can't consider anything light until that moment. Christoforo, well, he might be considering a cheeky little 3-bet here with the king blocker, Dara.
Yeah, he's the one player at the table who might very well do that. Said the play that stood out for me in the first passage of play was when he 3-bet the chip leader of all people with 7-5 suited in the middle of nowhere with the entire table to get through.
Yeah, absolutely fearless. And
he's a take every spot man.
Yeah, he sure is, and he does take this spot. It's probably not going to work out from this time either. He took the spot first hand of the final table, obviously with the pocket 8s in that instance, and yeah, taking this one with the king deuce. I cannot imagine Colatiuk, well, he won't be loving life right now, feeling like there are ladders about, and it would be a shame to go out in 8th place. Well, he's up against a very capable opponent who he knows would put him in a tough spot in a lot of worlds with a wide range, such as a king deuce. And tens, yeah, just way too good.
Yeah, and Christopher getting a lot of love in the chat. Constantinos says go Daskalos. He's very well known here by his online screen name.
Think Colatiuk giving any real consideration here, Dara, or do you think?
I think he is. I think he is. To be fair, I think he might be overly focusing again on the ladders. I see him as important, but people probably correlate it too much to immediate ladders, and that's not really the criteria.
Well, he is burning through at least 2 time banks now.
Yeah, it's a gross spot. His stack is leveraged, basically. He has to decide for all of his chips. And Christopher is, if he's thinking of folding tens, then this is a great 3-bet by Christopher, because he's folding so much that's worse than tens.
And he has burned through a 3rd time bank now.
Yeah. It's yeah. It's also just kind of like it's a complete dark tunnel spot now. If he shoves and gets snapped, he's gonna know he's in terrible trouble. And if he shoves and Christopher has the kind of hand he has, he's gonna just snap fold. So it almost breaks the law of like don't shove a hand that can't get called by worse or fold better. But pre-flop you do kind of have. Oh, I think he's trying to talk himself into the fold here.
Yeah, as a fourth time bank gets used up, he asks Christopher, will you show if I fold?
That smile.
I have a very strong hand, but it's two short stacks.
Yeah.
Don't explain it.
Yeah, now he's just going to pound you every time.
I think so. Dara, we talk about the maybe times where we feel like people are diverging from GTO, so to speak. Obviously, we're all just out there guessing a GTO response, if indeed we're even doing that. But in this spot, the exploitative thing I would fixate upon would be how, of all the players on this table, I think Christopher was over bluffing.
Yeah,
and I would be like,
100%.
that makes my tens such an obvious get in.
Yeah, as I said, he is a take every spot man. So if you take every spot, you will be over bluffing.
Well, he's into a fifth time bank. I think that's like a lion's share of the time banks getting 6 years. So he's into it. He will be. He's into a sixth one, in fact. Sorry.
He absolutely hates this.
Well, at the risk of being critical, I don't really like this from Kolotiuk.
That's
choose one card.
No, choose one card.
Of course.
Torment the man.
Yeah, you promised to show, man.
One is enough. One is enough.
No, you
no.
I think he wanted to show the king. That's upsetting. That's upsetting if you get shown the king deuce. Not even suited.
Keep my promise.
I keep my promise. I pull your pants down.
I have to show.
That's
I don't show, but respect.
I stand on this.
I have to show. I told.
I have to show because I said I would, and he's trying to explain that, like, because it was a bluff. I'm not the kind of guy who would have thrown a bluff in your face. But you wanted it. You asked for this.
Yeah, but it's not shame to fold. I mean.
No shame in folding. He's followed it up with now.
Victor, why are you laughing?
Mr. Why are you laughing?
I will. Huh? But you don't know what he has.
Better than his jack.
You don't respect my three bets. If I have jacks, queens, I will do the same. He has
King deuce off.
It was good. It was good, isn't it?
It's only specifically that combo of king deuce offsuit that he would do that with.
Now it's a three
Yeah,
bet.
just imagine how wide that three betting range is if it goes all the way down to king deuce.
Well, Ustamov is finally waking up with a spot. No way he turns down ace queen for less than two bigs. Kolotiuk has opened this one up +2 with the king nine off. A loose open, it must be said, particularly after he's had his pants pulled down.
Indeed, Jan, I'm just taking a break while I write a note on my stars to Daskalos don't fold to his three bets.
Yeah, exactly.
Ever.
Yeah.
Never folding to another Daskalos three bet.
I always feel like Kolotiuk has sort of thrown it out there, kind of going like, well, I'm going to just, bend over to any aggression, but I'm still opening the next hand again.
Yeah.
So this looks really strong now.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to have to show down the king nine, and it's going to be
This is
multi-way in a lot of worlds here. Small blind getting a discount. Muad probably calls for just one more big blind.
Yeah.
Maybe later.
Yeah, Muad sitting there impassively,
Why not?
sizing up the situation.
You're not loving 8-6 here, but
You
it's
really
just an
aren't.
incredibly good price, and there could be quite passive action on this board with the all-in player.
Yeah. It's an incredibly good price, but you're actually not getting much more than it really.
Looks like he might turn it down, Dara.
Yeah.
In the muck it goes.
Yeah.
No cooperation there, and Kolotiuk will show down the king nine, having cut straight back on the horse. Hi-ho silver. Ustamov, well, he's in a decent spot now to triple up. More than triple up. Such are the beautiful situations that come about when you're very, very short there, these triple up, quadruple up type situations.
Indeed.
Well, they each make a pair, but Ustomov's is best. Kolotyok very sensibly throwing out the exact amount that he needs to pay, aware that that will bring him the required amount of juju to bink this king on the turn.
I think it's ace of hearts in the river.
And a 10 means that Ustomov gets the counterfeit.
Run good.
He wins with the ace queen, and it is 490k now. I tell you, there is one player, Blebia, very unhappy to see that river.
Yeah.
A wry smile on his face.
I can't, I don't know if you
I should at least give you a chance for your dream.
If I put 160 in,
it will become true.
Unless I hit the flop.
Huh?
I know he will.
It will become true.
Big hand.
Possible. Everything is possible.
He's
Double
just
up.
double up.
Triple up, triple up. Because of the blinds. King 9, ace queen. Victor got lucky on the river, as always.
Kaukua under the gun here with the suited connector. I'd like to see an open in this spot, I gotta say. We've talked a little bit over the days of commentary about how you can take these suited connectors a bit too far, but I think a combination of big stack, hand value, and yeah, just general dynamics and situation make this one a compelling open.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. With the big stack, you do get to open all these types of hands. And quite a lot of the time, nobody will have anything to play back, and you'll just take the blinds. You're not going to get 3-bet too much. Getting the you can get dominating stuff like the Jack 10 that we saw there just to fold, but even the Ace-6 folded in the big blind there. So.
Ты говоришь, как против него что-то можно выкидывать, я с ним ни разу не играл.
Raise and take it there. The rich get richer. Kaukua pulling ever more clear of the chasing pack. Daskalos, right of picture there. The big mover though so far.
Логично.
Clearly a man with a lot of final table experience, understands the pressure points.
Yeah.
Tantio being tantalized by this ace deuce suited. Should work here. Kaukua even with the chip lead. 6-3. One of the worst you will see.
Who won the hand now? Who won the hand? Who won the hand now? Last hand. The old guy? The old guy?
No,
No.
the other one.
Shove? He shove?
No, opens and go for it.
Christoforou. Baby suited connector here. He's coming with the 2.5x, which I find an interesting adjustment.
Yeah, he's been doing this throughout.
2.6.
Super wide open, obviously.
Yeah, and Kaukwa giving real consideration to his own baby suited connector here.
Yeah.
Feeling like he can maybe go a little bit more linear with his opens. Or with his 3-bets, I should say.
Yeah, if you're playing against somebody who's super wide, well, you should just 3-bet more in general. Like, you can expand the value, and then you can put more bluffs as well. You can, because the value is expanded, you expand the bluffs as well.
Well, it does feel like we very much have a dynamic here where the big stack's taking turns really to pick off these blinds and antes. Mid stacks somewhat paralyzed, and the shorties, well, when they do finally get it in, they do seem to be hanging on in there, much to the chagrin of the other shorties.
Yeah.
It's creating kind of a oxygenless environment out there.
Yeah. Yeah, you feel if one of the shorties busts, we could get a couple of quick busts afterwards, but for the moment they're kind of playing musical chairs, trying not to be the next guy out.
Indeed, Christoforou with another loose open here from early position. Again, a 2.5x. Ustamov, very similar sort of situation as the one we saw before when he had the 8-9 suited, as a hand that would want to call and flop some equity to go with. Will he take the same approach? No, versus the early position open. He decides to let it go. And that man center screen, Christoforou under the gun this time. Well, he hasn't found a hand he didn't like to open for quite some time. He likes the Queen 10 as well. And yeah, very much in, I feel like I can run over the table mode. Amour, who obviously came into this final table with hopes that he would be the one able to apply such pressure. Things have not gone well so far. Flats the ace-jack in the hijack. Obviously feeling like he can keep in the range of Christoforou, which he will mostly dominate given how loose these opens are. And then maybe fade a disaster scenario where someone wakes up behind. He will try to use position against Christoforou down the streets. Blebia in the big blind with a, he's got to call 120 here of his 285. Another awkward one for the short stack, trying to outlast the other two short stacks. Very awkward spot, actually. If this was a min raise, I would not think that Blebia would think twice about flatting, but because it's the 2.5x, it does make it somewhat awkward. I guess that is part of the reason why Christoforou has chosen this sizing. Make life tough for these guys who want to defend liberally in the big, realize their equity. Does make the call, just 2 bigs behind, clearly willing to go with any semblance of a piece. And we see there Ilamour, well, he will have had some designs on outplaying Christoforou on certain boards.
Yeah, he keeps flopping just almost no equity with his hand, but still having to. Now he's got equity.
And Blebia now, well,
the flush draw, so now he has I mean, it's actually pretty close as to whether he has the price or not, but I think in his mind, it's a tricky decision though, because like, do you stick it in and just force them to put their chips in and then you definitely have the price, or do you not bet and give yourself the chance for it to go check, 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 and keep yourself alive in the scenarios where you miss the river?
Indeed. Well, it feels like Christoforou, having checked that flop, will definitely take a stab on an ace here. But as we see there, Ilamour playing possum, just checking back the ace-jack, top pair, top kicker on the flop, and now has improved to top 2 pair.
If Ilamour puts the chips in here, that means Blabea is now getting the price, because an additional 330 effectively from his point of view has gone into the pot.
Yeah, we know Ilamour is at least calling. Ross probably raising.
Yeah, the problem is his flush draw has to be good always, and it won't be good always. Sometimes he'll be up against a higher flush draw. Sometimes he'll be up against a house and already dead. But yeah, so this is a much trickier spot than it looks. He's only got 2 big blinds and he's got a flush draw. But yeah, you can see that he's like, really?
It's like, why
I'm getting the price, but how he has to actually sit there and work out a couple of things now. How often am I up against a higher flush? How often am I already dead to a house? And
at least in the scenario where he's up against a bigger flush draw, he will have 6 outs with his 6 and 7.
Against that specific hand, but the other hand probably has a pair. So yeah, true. No, but he probably doesn't. Like if he's up against like ace king and a flush draw, yeah, it might seem weird that he folded a flush draw.
With a flush draw.
No, ace king with no flush draw. And something like king queen with the flush draw.
Yeah, but okay, so but the king queen and the flush draw, at least your 5 and 6 are live. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but you still have to beat the ace though.
How much?
It's 3-way, so there's no prizes for coming second.
Does let it go in the end, and I suppose also maybe feeling like there's an immediate opportunity to ladder here too.
That's the other thing. I was about to say, like the third thing you have to consider after maybe bigger flush draw, maybe dead to a house, is ICM. You know, maybe these guys get it in and you actually ladder.
It's a funky one from Christoforou. Obviously, he's not getting involved here with the Queen 10, but if he was sitting there with a hand like,
show me the bluff, please.
Ace Queen, you would be wondering why your opponent had shoved in this situation. Be a little curious.
You lose your mind.
I love that. He said, show me your bluff. And he said, I can't bluff. Have you lost your mind? He can't be bluffing in that spot. And that's probably true because of ICM.
It's not a 5-10 cash game. Show me a bluff.
He folded an ace. Huh?
I don't have an ace.
Really?
And plus there is a short stack there.
If you have an ace, what are you going to do?
I don't have an ace.
If you have, what are you going to do? If you have an ace, what are you going to do?
I don't know.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I think
I didn't have an ace, obviously.
Christoforou.
You can beat an ace. You could beat an ace.
He doesn't want to give up anything. Christoforou probing, though, to figure out what would raise in that spot. I am in agreement there. I do think it's a kind of a curious line.
Yeah, ace just need to raise for protection.
I
So
beat an jack. I'm honest, but you don't say me what you have. You ask me, but you don't say.
You ask me and I told.
Okay. I believe that.
it's very good at eliciting information.
You know what?
I was trying to figure it out earlier, but we were playing the looky-likey game there. I feel like Kolotyuk might be a McLean Carr lookalike.
Yeah.
I wasn't losing all in.
What percentage of our chat do you think knows what McLean Carr even looks like?
WPT A101 champion McLean Carr.
Okay. Everybody in the chat who knows what McLean Carr looks like without Googling, tell us in the chat.
I didn't see, really.
Christoforou, well, he's all talk right now. He is the table captain, and now he's looked down at pocket aces from the big blind. Poor old Blebia, he's tossed in his 2 bigs with King Jack. He hasn't looked at. He just he didn't. He called without looking. Turned them over one at a time.
Yeah, that's cruel, but he gave.
Escape again.
I couldn't believe that you always have it.
King there. King ball. He's now. He's up to 18%.
No, I'm not greedy.
Which is about what he was before flop.
Pick shot, one pick shot. One pick shot cut. On the river.
I think it's not good.
It's not a good one.
No, he loses the jacks now. He needs to find a king.
I'm wishing you a pick shot cut on the river.
Only king.
No picture card on the river. We lose Plebea.
Keep it, this. Keep it.
Yeah, Plebea very much lost the battle of the players trying to outlast one another for the ladder jumps there at the end. Busts out in 8th place.
Yeah.
Did feel like everyone was a cockroach there for a few orbits, but ultimately he succumbs.
Question for, or sorry, statement from Connell Vatar in the chat about McLean Carr. He's asking, is that a character from Cars? Probably not, because I don't think he looks like a car as such.
Well, there we see a new shape to our leaderboard. We only lost the short stack in that spot for 23k, so not a huge amount of movement. Obviously, those chips went to Christoforu, who is now pushed a little closer to our chip leader. But I still feel as though all the momentum and all the sort of table presence with him right now.
I never beat him, really.
Yeah, Ustimov is by far the shortest stack now at 4 big blinds. So the handcuffs are kind of off for him. He was in a race to out survive Plebea. Now that he's done that, he can pretty much take any spot. Looks like there's a dispute going on here.
There's always a dispute with these guys, Dara.
He knows when to call.
He never believes me. Huh? How you dodge the button now?
Don't have a bad hand, my friend. What are we waiting for?
What's happening?
So we do have the floor over. There may actually be a real dispute. Some small procedural issue. Trying to figure out where the button goes. This should be pretty easy to figure out since the player bust last hand into the big blind of.
Yeah.
Pause the clock.
Christoforu was
big blind.
Was big blind, right?
Yeah.
He didn't open this under the gun.
It's just a dead button. That's basically the situation.
It's a dead button, yeah.
We're not playing on Poker Stars circa 2014 where there was the skip. The famous skip, the famous bug in the software, which meant that there was no dead button and it would just skip along and you would get to miss a big set of big blinds.
There was an even more annoying one on, I'm going to say 888 around 2008, 2009, where if the small blind bust, you remained at big blind next hand. You remained big blind next hand.
Well, that is dirty. Don't like that one at all. Do you know what? I can go one better, Dara.
What?
There was a terrible one on Absolute Poker and Ultimate Bet where there was a player going around seeing all the cards and taking everyone's money.
That is worse, yeah. He wasn't so much.
That was a terrible bug.
He wasn't the big blind as the never blind.
Yeah, indeed.
The all-seeing pot ripper, wasn't it?
All-seeing pot ripper. And according to recent news reports, that may be an anomaly that has resurfaced in recent days. I'll leave you out there to do the Googling yourselves as we take a look at our leaderboard. Tony Kakawa, 4.5 million, but Christoforu, the man of the moment, making all the headway right now. Eli Moore, well, he did take a pot off Christoforu there. Obviously, it was a small enough one, but that got him back into the top 3. He was starting to fade back into our middle of our pack. Tantio Muad, Kolotiuk, all sort of middling stacks right now, and Ustimov, our very, very significant short stack, as Dara mentioned there, certainly has done his work now, getting himself up the ladders into 7th, and maybe, just maybe, he can get a spin going.
Yeah, so I guess they've gone off to check the cameras to find out exactly where the big blind is.
I am trying to figure.
I'm amazed nobody at the table knows this.
Did they call us, Sarah? Were they calling us to say?
They're checking YouTube now, right as we speak.
You know, when
which means we're going to have to wait for an hour to catch up on the delay.
You know, the snooker guys use the referee upstairs with the TV to
Yeah.
try when there's a miss and he has to replace the ball. I feel like that's what happened there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you maybe you.
It's a very big bet. He bets his life. It's a very big bet.
I kind of believe him, but
Can you stop?
sometimes mind can put.
Clock has been stopped at least, so we will have to put in an extra 4 minutes on our block.
When you
Yeah.
played the hand, or him,
These are the real
you
victims,
remember
Darren.
the king jack?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
because it's a
pretty
new
sure
hand.
you had 3 time banks, but when she said 2, I didn't.
It's important.
The Sage Junk Derby in the chat says, is the answer the button moves to Christopher? Not really, no, he's small blind here, so
No, I'm just giving.
Dead button.
it's a dead button, but the effective button obviously is the player behind him. Finally, we can play on.
See, it's stopped. I'm waiting for the.
Moet is not the big
result,
blind, I
okay?
think it's.
I'm waiting. I'm not. Okay.
Moet was under the gun, I believe.
Because it's
Oh,
very
so
important for him. 160.
Is it possible it was a camera crew issue that we couldn't move it along?
Yeah, but it's stopped now.
Maybe.
Maybe it was to do with the software on the RFID table. That would make a bit more sense. Anyway, moving on. No, not moving on. Let's have a look at the leaderboard again. Look, let's take this opportunity to sort of analyse a couple of ICM conundrums here. Dara, you mentioned there that obviously the big stacks can put the most pressure on the middly stacks right now. The middly stacks is kind of everybody except Ustamov. So are they
It really
all
is,
under the
yeah,
cosh now?
absolutely. Like if Kolotiuk doubles through Christophorou, for example, he becomes second. So that's how compressed second down to sixth is. Ustamov is miles adrift that even if he doubled up twice through the chip leader, he'd still be the short stack. And then Karkoa has quite a chip lead at the top. Sorry if my delivery was faltering there. I'm being slightly distracted by my co-host and co-commentator chair dancing.
These are the things that you do when that music sort of like gets to play for a little bit longer, because it's actually quite a catchy tune.
It is actually, yeah. Often it's extremely annoying music in these spots, but this is actually very pleasant.
I feel it's kind of like a gentle trance.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, just a little bit of trivia here. Dara O'Carney, many people know him as Short Stack Maestro. They know him as ICM Jedi. They know him as... what other things do they know you as, Dara? Well, one thing they don't know you as is a man with unbelievable musical trivia. Dara O'Carney knows everything about music from like 1974 through to the present day. An unerring amount of knowledge about modern pop music, I have to say sometimes.
Yeah.
How would this rate? If we could put, who would we put? Maybe like a bit of Taylor Swift over this one. We could make a #1 hit over this tune.
I think you could put almost anybody over this. It's
wasted on the poker public.
It's a very
right
good backbeat, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of Robert Miles.
It is a bit Robert Miles, 1990s Robert Miles.
And Miles actually had hits without actually having to put anything on top, so...
It's like that song Africa.
Yeah.
Was that Miles?
That was Toto, I think.
Oh, there we go. Yes, I told you he had great musical knowledge. There it is. He's proved it once again. Dara, you and I have been working on a little episode of The Lock-In, which we're going to... just a little sneaky, quick episode that we managed to chuff out in the last couple of days in bits and pieces.
Yeah.
Hoping to get that one out to you. They're very keen to sort of give a flavour of the experience here in Cyprus. Obviously, you guys are watching the poker. You're tuning in every night. We really do appreciate that tremendously. But you're not getting to see outside the poker room like we are. And we want to give you a bit of a flavour of that, because I think one of the really tempting things won't just be the lovely selection of poker tournaments, a great structure, and beautiful coverage and your chance to be on the telly, be commentated on by the likes of Dara O'Carney, but actually it's going outside and really enjoying the weather, and we're right here on the coastline, which is beautiful as well. So yeah, our episode is going to try and give you a little taste of that stuff. We're going to try and air that one over the next day or two. Please do check that one out. It'll be on the Chip Race YouTube channel. There, I got my plug in. Job done.
Very well. Well timed. We are back now finally.
Are we though? Maybe we'll go back to that screen again once more.
Yeah.
And wow, what a flop we have after that weight. Middle pin and a flush draw versus the flop straight of Tanteo. Dara, this is a car crash.
What happened?
Yep. They both hit this
Blind v blind
super
as well.
hard, yeah. Pair and a flush draw's a monster. Obviously, the straight's a monster.
So does Christoforou check here all the time and then face a bet? He does, I think. I can't see Christoforou raising in this spot because I guess he has a hand that could be good and it can improve, so that makes a very good flat.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're ahead of the bluffs with your jack, and if he has a monster, you can get there with your draw, so it's not the type of hand you want to raise.
So, obviously, the 10x hand has just missed. The 8 and the king did not show up. They would have been the worrying cards for Christoforou versus the bluffy part, semi-bluffy part of Tanteo's range. So, is there a size he's got to call here?
Given it's Christoforou, I'm pretty sure he has raises in his range, and probably not now, though. That's too big.
845, very close to pot size.
Yeah.
And I guess he's polarized himself and put some of those bluffs in to a range that would be of this size, this order of magnitude. But it's you know, not even a good jack here.
It's hard, yeah.
Not that it really matters the quality of your jack, but you are blocking the diamonds.
You're blocking the diamonds
is
is kind of the biggest problem, yeah.
Yeah, I think when you have the Jack X diamonds specific combo, it really is a good one to let go, actually, in this spot. But he is pondering.
Yeah, it's pure bluff catch now. So we talked about this before when you're in these spots that are pure bluff catch. The theory is all well and good and should definitely be used when you don't know anything about your opponent or you think your opponent's much better than you and therefore you're not trying to out-level them. But when that's not the case, it really comes down to bluffing frequency. Do you think they bluff too much? Do you think they bluff too little?
Yeah, like you're only really beating a hand like 10 deuce, 10-3, 10-4, 10-5.
Yeah, it's very hard to find. I mean, it's a 7-card straight, so it's...
like 10-6 and 10-7 might take their show down.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of hands which hit a pair which just don't use this size.
Never turning a 9 into a bluff in this spot either, so yeah, it just doesn't feel like he has enough hands to target.
How many?
He is tempted though. Giving it real time, literal time right now. He's using time banks there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of things going on here. Christopher is very good at reading boards and situations, and he knows that there's not that many bluffs here. But he also knows that his image is super aggressive, and people often try to adjust against that type of player by bluffing more. So he has two competing data points to consider here. One pushing him towards fold, one pushing him towards call.
This would be heroic.
Yeah, this is an agonizing decision for him.
You have 10-8 or nothing.
Wow, he's worked it out. 10-8 or nothing.
So not giving any credit to a Jack 9 choosing this sizing.
No.
A Queen 7 choosing that sizing.
What a fold and what a workout. He literally called the hand 10-8. He really does read ranges and boards very well.
Chips over so that we can see because it's behind the box.
Yeah, that's what makes him dangerous. I mean, he's capable of doing that move with the King 2 that we saw earlier, the 7-5 suited in the previous passage of play. But he's also capable of making the fold there.
Well, Christoforou, he lost a few chips in that pot. We thought he might lose a lot more. He has managed to get away. In the end, the very cold deck, the middle pair and flush draw versus the flop straight, only cost him a couple of streets. Dangerous opponent who can, bluff you off tens with king deuce off, and then a few minutes later get away from a hand like that against another player. You know, he seems to have all the skills, all the tricks here.
Yeah.
As we see Ustamov now, just 3 big blinds. He is a big favourite to pick up 28,700 now. 7k ladder jump though about. These players keen to lock that up, more than a buy-in.
Almost call. King 8 off, maybe?
Ilamur coming with the Queen 9 suited. Again, sort of, I think he's probably going to get a kind of a nod of sort of approval here in the booth. We talked about Queen 10 suited specifically. Queen 9 obviously a pip below. That's the kind of hand you want to keep opening here.
Yeah, I think you can open all the King 9, Queen 9, Jack 9, even 10-9 suited when you have that kind of stack.
Well, one of the players who can...
Although the blinds have gone up again, so he's not even that deep.
No, they're not too deep here. Kaukua obviously coming from +1, considering some something of a move here. Can't imagine a flat ever, so probably a raise to 550 and a fold to further action will be the move in mind. We shall have to say it is a little bit tricky from that seat. Gets a bit more credibility from that seat, which is always nice, but with more players comes more complexity. I think he has gone for that 550, 525 actually. And that will see a string of folds all the way around to Ilamur, who I suppose has to now pitch the Queen 9 suited.
Yeah.
Even to this sizing, 325 more. A lot of his remaining stack will set up a stack to pot ratio of what, 1.6, 1.7 to 1. Not a comfortable situation with a hand as weak as that.
No.
We mentioned there, this is right at the bottom of his opening range in the first place, so perfectly fine to release these kinds of hands to further action. And he does.
А Тёма играет вообще, нет? Что-то
I can use the phone. Okay. Sure.
Kolatiuk does fold the ace-5 there. The increase of the blinds to 50, 100k with the 100k big blind. And he's definitely going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons for a lot of these middling stacks. Really kind of puts them into sort of short stack territory, even though there are even shorter ones about. We are quite shallow now, it must be said. 2 stacks well in front, and then everyone else sort of playing a sort of a cagey game.
Yeah, it's starting to resemble more an online final table now with the stack distributions.
Nice easy level to be able to commentate on when it comes to calculating the number of big blinds each player. So I like this level for that reason. I like this level as a player as well. It's nice.
Yeah, I dislike it because I like the challenge of trying to work out what 19,000 or what 19,100 is at the 700 big blind level.
Or those organisers who throw in these, like, you know, 300, 700 levels and just try and challenge in a different way. Anyway, we have a battle of the blinds in motion here. Muad just limping in with the 10-8 off, as well he might. Queen 9 off of Ilamur, happy to knuckle back behind. That's a phrase I've been using far less often in my last couple of broadcasts, because Darrow Kearney pointed out I used it far too much in the first one.
Yeah. I don't mind if the checking actually involves knuckling, but when it doesn't,
we're going to watch out for knuckles here, guys. Muad firing the 150. Here's a man who might get some credibility. Queen 9 shouldn't really let this one go, but he might this time.
This is great to see. He's gone for the limb stab, which is quite a sophisticated play.
Well, Ilamur thinking to himself, you're not having it for 1 here.
Yeah. Now, can he fire the second one?
He doesn't have to now.
Я его просто поляну
No.
пообещал.
What does he do now? He's hit a pair.
Good chance Elamore would check back a hand like Queen 9. He wouldn't check back some of his floats, though. Some of his, like, 4 or 5 of diamonds.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff.
It's a tricky spot. He's hit a pair, it's somewhat vulnerable. But yeah, no point in betting now because he's essentially pulled ahead of the type of hand that Elamore has, but he's still behind all the legit stuff on the flop. The king and the 3.
Elamore may be a little bit concerned his opponent has a king, and he's going to probe away here. 250. Well, Muad definitely can't go away. I know it's a bit awkward when your opponent does call on the king 3-3, but when there's someone like Elamore, they will have enough floats. They'll have some maybe weak ace X's as well. I know most of the ace X's would just stick it in, but the odd one might check back, maybe the ace 4, the ace 3 offsuit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to make a pair though, as they say, so.
Indeed, well, very hard for Elamore to fire the second barrel here, it must be said, if it gets to him.
He's actually pulled ahead of other 8s now, which is, yeah.
We big blinds all the time.
Yeah, I love how Muad played that.
Yeah, we doth our cap to Muad there, here in the booth.
Yeah, I'm definitely watching for this guy in any seniors tournaments I play in the future.
Yeah.
It's fair to say.
I'm watching out for him in all the open fields.
Yeah, it's fair to say I probably underestimate some of the older players in seniors tournaments, but this guy has shown us pretty much everything.
Is there much ageism within the seniors
Oh,
fields?
there's huge ageism, yeah.
They're like, oh, that guy's a whippersnapper and this elf won't play quick enough.
Yeah.
What age do you have to be sort of mid-pack of the seniors? To no longer be new and not be kind of derided on as one of the real old
Probably about my age, 50.
You're sort of in your prime, your seniors prime
57, 58. Yeah. Well,
you're in your prime, full stop.
Already there are guys who are like a good bit younger than you, almost a decade. So, but then there's other guys who are like 3 decades older. So, but
I hope you're still there when I make my seniors debut, Dara.
Yeah.
I hope you're still playing.
I hope to be playing in 2 years. Yeah.
Ah, outrageous.
I wonder what the median age is actually. That'd be an interesting thing. I'm going to guess it's around 61, maybe.
I feel like Ustamov might do something funky here by not going all in with his 290. No, he's going to just stick it in. I was wondering if he might min it, and then like if 3 all-ins happened, he'd go, well, actually, I'll take my ladder now.
Yeah, maybe. It's ace king though.
It is ace king. Well,
yeah,
obviously getting some action from
here.
someone.
Elamore, who seems to be always be the man who wakes up with the ace 10 behind.
Much preferring to get the action from the ace 10 than maybe the 10-4.
Yeah, it was his ace 10 that doubled his neighbour early in the proceedings.
Well, he's a hard man to kill. He was all in short time ago there, got the triple up, hasn't played a hand since. Now all in with the ace king. So far so good, although backdoors are possible here for the ace 10. 7 or a 9 to bring bigger sweat. That won't do it, and just down to those 3 10s. Oh, and the queen will not be good enough. Ustamov, well, I call him a cockroach. He is doing quite the job of blinding down to 2 or 3 bigs and getting back into it each time. All of the players at this table will be unhappy with that outcome, maybe except our absolute chip leader, who might feel like there's some extra exploitation afoot while he is in the mix.
Кайфово, да, когда с 3 блинами и за один раз до УТГ раздают такое? Вообще кайф.
Now officially burning the midnight oil here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus, midnight local time. Prime time for you grinders, I'm sure, who maybe have us on in the background during your Friday evening grinds. Nice opportunity now to ask you guys, throw some questions there in the chat if you get the chance. You find us at the Merit Poker YouTube channel if you are on one of the other channels. We are going to keep an eye on the chat on that one. Kaukua just drops the hammer here, blind v blind, into the 11 bigs of Kolotiuk. Jack 10 definitely indefensible. And the rich get richer with that. Kaukua up to 5 million. Roughly 1/3 of the remaining chips now in the stack of that man, who got off to a great start here on the final table. And has a really good opportunity to pull away. Christoforou likely to be the only fly in that ointment. He is battling back aplenty, but other players sort of proceeding carefully right now. The risk premiums on getting it in cumbersome, unfreeing right now. All these guys coffined by the situation. Kaukua, a little surprised to see him fold the Jack 7 there, gotta say. Obviously, it would have been opening into the shorter stacks, but would not have been surprised to see him ship that one in there for effective 10 bigs. Jack 7, definitely below what you would need in a vacuum in a normal circumstance, but in this situation, I feel like it might have been playable. So Kaukua not taking liberties here. Kolotiuk gets a spot to shove the ace-3. What do you think of that one there, Dara? Jack 7 on the button there for Kaukua. Small blind, 10 bigs, big blind, 7 bigs, and plenty of other guys around the sort of 9 to 12 bigs at the table.
Yeah, it's going to be a profitable shove for sure, just because of how much they have to fold.
Yeah, I feel like that was a spot missed, perhaps.
This is now allowed. These white tickets. Huh?
I'm a ghost now.
Muad with the pocket 5s here. Tricky little spot with pocket 5s and 18 bigs. I think it's a fold, to be honest.
Yes.
Interesting to see what he comes with.
Yeah, I think he's reaching for chips, so maybe trying to exploit his tighter old man image.
Well, he goes for 2 1/4 here. And we'll have to see if this gets the job done.
200 raise? Ah, okay.
I guess
I see.
He's going to be committed against a couple of the very short stacks, and at least his hand has reasonable showdown against those hands. Will be up against overcards a lot of the time. Getting a good price. He gets the job done, though. So, yeah, a little...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you mean Darude?
That is one of the ways.
One?
Yeah, that's one of the way older players can
No,
definitely
no,
exploit
no.
younger players. They'll get more folds in those spots.
So you like it?
Very much.
Only the one song, though? Only the one song, though? Yeah, I don't know nothing else either.
Oh, and right after the pocket 5s. Pocket queens for Muad. Well, one feels he will be very happy to go to war with this holding. Probably opening up for the 2.25x again, and well, maybe just maybe his image is worsening in the eyes of his opponents.
Yeah, now people are starting to think maybe Grandpa's woken up and he's starting to take the piss. He's had his tablets. He's had his night nurse. Oh no, night nurse makes you
No,
asleep,
no,
doesn't it?
yeah, yeah.
It's the other one. The pink pills.
I was going to say the Viagra.
Yeah.
So Tantillo in big trouble here.
Yeah.
Is there any world where he finds a flat out of the big, Dara?
There is,
he
yeah.
might.
There is, yeah.
It's
He
exactly the two kind of stacks interacting with one another where he should.
No, he does. Quick flat, love this.
This
That's
is good
good
from
ICM
Tantillo.
awareness, yeah.
Yeah, very good.
I used to watch it when I was
There are still
little,
some
but not
boards that will
anymore.
cost him.
Like this
That
one.
is one of them.
This is the safest looking board imaginable.
Moad may come with a larger sizing too.
You do?
Interesting to see what
I like it too much.
he will be
Have
faced
you
with.
ever
Looks
got
like
a
he's going to
Finland?
go 200.
No, I love his sizing.
I love
here.
the sizing. I
Even
love
his
the sizing.
sizing. His sizing is good. His seat bats are good. Everything is good about this guy.
Yeah.
Siberia.
The smile is good. I like the smile in the
Yeah.
graphic there. Tantillo in a world of pain here.
I even like the speed of that bet. It kind of looks like Ace King deciding, okay, yeah, this is a safe board. I'll try the bet.
Yeah, or just like auto. I know this is an auto C bet, so here
Yeah.
it comes. Tantillo wondering
You have
maybe
a
if
lot
he
of
should
spinning
raise this
places
spot
there?
ever.
Yes, too much.
I don't think so.
He obviously going to come with a call.
Yeah, raising you just.
He has raised 480. I don't like this, Dara.
No, I don't like
Sort
this.
of
This seems
working as an
unstable.
informational one. If he gets raised over the top by Muad, he might just decide, well, that's kind of what I went for against this guy. I
Yeah.
went for the
One of the
old
best,
school.
plays.
But as I remember us
Yeah, I grew
discussing
up there.
years ago, maybe a decade
didn't go
ago,
there too much.
Dan Harrington and the comment made famously in his
Yeah,
books.
Dan Harrington used to say, if you ask, somebody asks you the question, give them the answer they don't
Well,
want to
of
hear.
course I went like 20 times, but
That's,
not
You know, there's nothing.
And do
Is
you have
it
a
going to just
alpine
flat
style,
here?
alpine
Wow.
ski?
Trappy. Well, look, I suppose the logic here is that there will be some 2x.
we used to have
I mean, if you-
and there's no point in scaring away.
Yeah,
the guy.
yeah. Well, the 2x you're going broke against it anyway. But there's no point in commerce protecting your hand.
Now there's no one.
Most of the bluffs are very low equity.
Absolutely, I love that flat. Okay, that's a bit of an action killer, perhaps.
Yeah, you can see his eyes are immediately on. That's one of the two cards he didn't want to see. He didn't want to see a king or an ace.
I wonder if Tantillo would just put the brakes on now. If he was ahead of an ace king,
Well, he's
that's decided to
probably
get sticky,
he's
it's pretty
probably
bad
thinking
news.
ace king was all he was ahead of, and he's fallen behind that now.
Unless he puts Muad on like a 7s, 8s, 9s. But I don't see the point of betting against us. And he is going to bet. This is very strange. It's sort of a blocker-ish sizing. He's gone
Yeah.
for
This
something around 14%.
Dan Harrington had a good name for this type of bet too. He used to call it the "Let's keep it friendly" bet. Don't want to face a difficult decision facing a bigger bet, so you just throw out a small bet. But it's not really a blocker bet, because to be a blocker bet has to have two characteristics. It has to block the guy from betting bigger, but it also has to be possible to be called by a worse hand. The blocker bet without the second one of those is basically the "let's keep it friendly" bet.
Could it not be targeting at this sizing 8s and 9s?
But they're
I'm
not-
stretching here.
They're not going to call, are they?
For
they will.
14%.
Maybe.
I know it's a weird one we've got on our hands here.
So yeah.
Well, Muad obviously going nowhere here with the queens. Won't be loving life right now either. Obviously that king
No.
is going to be upsetting
Now I
him.
wonder if Tantillo will figure out that he's behind now and he has to bluff. That's the only way this hand gets super interesting, I think.
Very, very cool customer here, Muad.
Yeah.
Tantillo looking at another overcard to his 10s.
This is the problem with the check raise as well with this type of hand. Often players feel compelled to keep the betting lead.
Do you like bet one big blind maybe sometimes here? Just in case that he is in there with the 9s and 8s?
I mean, yeah, if the player is capable of being with the 9s and 8s, then yeah, by all means bet one big blind, but yeah, he's gone for the check.
He has checked. And
Muad
Muad happy
checks.
to get the showdown
Yeah.
at this point. Well, he is a cool customer, this Muad. And
Yeah, he's getting a lot of love in the chat.
Great stuff.
Thomas says, I'm a big fan of Muad. His calmness and sizings are perfect. Yeah, that's exactly it. He's just such a cool customer. Sizes situations up well. And sizings are really good. That's the impressive part, actually. You don't meet too many seniors with good sizings.
Говорю, я бы тоже 3 таймбанка на миллион шашек поменял сейчас с удовольствием.
The joke about seniors is the sizings are either tiny or monstrous. They either limp pre-flop or they 12 exit. But there's none of that with Muad.
Are you still alive?
Elamore gonna min raise it up here off 13 bigs. Kakwa with the same hand, suited variety, right behind. We saw him contemplate the ace-9, I want to say roughly an orbit ago. This may feel like a similar-ish situation. Similar kind of value. He's letting some time bank cards burn, at least one anyway, as he contemplates the best way to proceed. Could come with the flat. It would be a little unusual though with so many players to act behind with shovable stacks. Maybe considering a very small 3-bet. Pretty much all 3-bets will commit him to a call here with a hand like King Queen suited.
Yeah.
So it is a tricky one. I can see why he's tempted, but I think he can just probably let this one go in these seats. No, he's going to bump it up here to 600k.
Yeah.
So
apply the pressure.
Yeah, and it's going to work, to be honest. Elamore obviously was just betting those blockers from under the gun. Kaukwa increasing his wealth there up to 5.5 million now. It can be tricky to navigate these sorts of final tables, even as the big stack with all these short guys around. You know, you're always kind of at risk of giving them a double if you open. Sometimes you're going to get priced in awkwardly.
Yeah, I think the biggest stack is actually the hardest stack to play because you're playing against everybody else's stack size. You know, when you're the short stack, you're really only playing your own stack size. When you only cover one other player, you're playing your own stack size except that one other player. So, but when you're the chip leader, you have different considerations against every single player and every single configuration.
And Kolodiuk with the Django's. He's going to bump it up to 200 here. Christoforou with the 4s behind. Well, this hand isn't really a great candidate for a move in this spot, I feel.
Yeah, he just seems to have such a wide 3-betting range. But
I know, right?
He does let this one go, and it's good to see he's not just 3-betting everything that looks half decent.
Cantillo just 10 bigs. Wasn't even considering him one of the short stacks a few moments ago, but he's been dragged right into it now.
Yeah, you open in a couple of pots and lose them, and suddenly you're one of the shorties. And look at Muad. He's gone about his business very, very quietly, and he's up to almost 3 million now.
The Cowboy with the Django's gets the raise through. Chips up to close to 1.5 now. But yeah, this is a very tense, claustrophobic sort of final table right now.
Yeah.
And it feels like it'll stay that way until we lose at least 2 players.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kolodiuk. I'm going to guess he hasn't looked at his hand yet. The 6-2-0 going to hit the muck as soon as he catches a glimpse. The ever-patient Ustamov. Now down to 5 bigs. waiting for his third spot of the evening. And raise and take it, it looks to be for Christoforou, unless Kaukua decides to get sticky to the 2.5x open with the 5-4 here. Giving it some pause. Probably doesn't want to burn a time bank in a spot such as this one. Does release. And Christoforou staying active, staying aggressive. Loves that 2.5x size.
Yeah.
He's back up to 2.7 million. Very similar to what we saw Muad had there. Very much in the chasing pack, those guys. This looks like a spot for Ustamov here, under the gun, 5 bigs. Big blind ante, about to get him for 40% of his stack. I think he's going to go with this here. Suited Broadway will play reasonably well against the calling range. May just get it through as well as opponent in the big blind. Has 13 bigs. He does go with it. And there's a degree of shove and hope about this one, but it's absolutely the correct play. Eli Moore, well, look at how his fortunes have changed. He started this final table considerably ahead of everyone else, and now he is all in for 865k, covering Ustamov as it happens. But should he lose this one, and he will lose it reasonably often, he will suddenly be down to just 300k, having once sat proudly behind 4 million chips.
Yeah, I think he looked back on the first hand he played, his decision to call off at the ace-10 to Muad's shove, when Muad was actually the third shortest stacks, which made his range even tighter.
But one jack is dead.
I think that was a misstep.
That was a big moment, you're absolutely right, Dara, well remembered. Eli Moore, obviously correct to go with this ace-jack in this instance, but he won't get the job done every single time, and it doesn't look like he's going to get it done now.
Maybe coming to pass, yeah.
Eli Moore down to just 3 outs here, having been overtaken. 3 outs once. And that won't do it. Eli Moore down to just 335k now. Ustamov, ever patient, got the triple up, got the double up. He's got the double up again now. He's up to 1.31 million. 13 big blinds. Doesn't sound like a lot, but there's a lot of players out there with less.
Yeah, this really just... I mean, Ustamov has been very, very patient, it has to be said, and now he finds himself not the shortest anymore.
And attentions now turn away from Ustamov as the short stack and the man to outlast. And instead turn to Eli Moore. Who would have thought, Dara? You come in 1 of 9. You're sitting there now 7 of 7 with 3 bigs. What a disaster of a final table.
These things happen sometimes and you have to just mentally reset, but I mean, sometimes it's a case of you do nothing wrong. I mean, I think he will think back to that ace-10 hand and regret that, and he's going to be all in here. But he has the queens. Now, he has no fold equity. Christopher has gone for the very wide open with the king-6 off.
And crucially, it's a closed raise. I think maybe Christoforou, by going for this large sizing, has actually maybe made a slight strategic misstep because there's no implied re-raising option for him when it gets back round versus the likely to get in with a reasonably wide range, Ilamore, and that sort of could bring in other players who know now that Christoforou cannot isolate. Kaukai does turn it down though. I'm slightly surprised to see that, I gotta say. Ace-3 suited.
Good luck.
That is such a loose open. That's just that's off the charts. Like that hand's barely an open on the button.
That's a pretty wild one, I gotta say. Christoforou obviously trying to exploit the fact that Ilamore was in there and would fold a lot of hands, and then that would get the raise through quite a lot. But he's ended up getting caught with the hand in the cookie jar here in a big way. Can Ilamore do the hold? Well, the shorties have been doing holds, and they've been bad beating when required to. Or will we see a king? Not yet. A king and a king only to eliminate Ilamore as we go to the river. No. Double up once again for the short stack. None of these guys want to go anywhere. They want to keep this a 7-person affair. Ilamore doubles up, but more than a double up really when you're that short. He's up to 920k now, from just 3 big blinds to 9.
Yeah.
And with 920k actually is sort of, I haven't seen the scoreboard for a little while, but I'm going to guess there's at least 3 guys alongside him there. They're all holding hands either side of a million. This is a stressful affair for everyone. Big pay jumps.
Yeah.
Today he had less. Today he had 1.7.
Slightly wide open there from Christoforou, who's now in the big blind.
I took some lessons from my friend Nikolai, who is never die.
Never died, Nikolai.
Who is never die. In the game, I mean, of course.
I think I know the Nikolai he's referring to. Nikolai picked up a lot of mystery bounties both yesterday and today. I remember him coming up to the tombola. Remember him well. Ilamore all in now with the ace-6. Oh, interesting. 9 bigs from the hijack. I'd probably let this one go myself. I think it's a little dicey.
This is the next? This is the small blind?
Yes.
Yeah.
You remember him well in the Marriott Hotel?
No, never. Never.
I'm kidding.
Is Nikolai your friend who
Name the singer that's a reference to.
No. Nikolai Fall.
It's not Marriott Hotel, obviously.
You know him, this guy, he said.
Remember him well.
Regular here.
No.
Yes.
The guy
You're going to have to pass.
No,
Leonard Cohen.
Oh, it was a Leonard Cohen song. I should have got
Remember him
that.
well in the Chelsea Hotel.
Chelsea Hotel, yeah.
Always in
Let myself down there.
Drunk.
All this is drunk.
Sometimes.
Dark Angel says good luck to Ryan Mandada in the last 16 in the bounty tournament. Presumably she means Ryan Mandara. Yeah, Ryan's had quite a week by the sounds of things.
I gave him the trophy to celebrate with his friends.
I like this from Yuha Sutari. I guess this is Finnish humor. Tony Kakra, so handsome. Looks solid. Unbelievable poker player. I would fold aces if I see him raising me. We've got a fanboy in the chat.
Christoforou. 21 bigs here. He's the loosest man at the table. Well, he's just lamped it in here to the 9 bigs of Tantillo.
This is probably a call, especially against Christoforou.
I feel like Christoforou just needed a couple of napkins, a couple of Pokemon cards here to
just
show.
Needs to make sure his cards had spots on them. But that is the benefit of that style. If people overfold to you, he'll get right back in it very quickly.
Well, Dara, we are coming to the close of this 2-hour block. I think it's in fact been slightly more than a 2-hour block with the various delays we've had. And I just want to get your closing thoughts, obviously, on what we've seen so far. 9-handed at the beginning, 3 levels, 3 40-minute levels. Would have expected to lose at least 4 players on average in that block. Clearly we didn't, and things have got a little bit contracted now.
Yeah, they have indeed, and that's going to just ratchet up the ICM. But the blinds will force things along. You know, guys will find spots like that where they have to shove from the small blind, and it just becomes a different game. We're not going to see too much nuanced post-flop play.
Yeah, we might be seeing any post-flop play at all if the shorties continue to double.
Yeah, that's just probably a seat too early. With 13 big blinds, this is not a seat too early. You can go different ways with this. Shoving it is fine, but raise folding it is okay as well.
Yeah, I wonder if he will be considering the likelihood of the wily Christoforou right behind, as maybe somebody would want to raise fold it to.
I wouldn't. I'm not talking about raise folding to him.
Are you going
it
to
becomes a
snap and juice?
Snap and juice. It's like a trapped you. Show me your 7-5. But
in that case, it works kind of well because you could get away from Muad.
Yeah.
And then you snap him off.
Yeah. Sometimes you open willing to snap one player, but willing to fold to another player.
I like that line. Very nice from Daryl Carney. Nice tip there, guys. Pay attention to that one. Cut off spot there. 11 bigs, ace 9. One very, very loose player, willing to get his chips in, willing to apply pressure, and two players that maybe you kind of feel you're going to get an honest response from. Ace 9 becomes an interesting one to induce against one and raise fold against the rest.
Yeah.
Very cool. Nice little strategy nugget. Free of charge there, courtesy of Merit Poker. Kaukua ditches the pocket twos here. Under the gun. Action folds round to the loose aggressive Christoforou, who decides to min open here.
That's the first min raise we've seen from him. It's a note.
And Elamur, well, he gets that one through. Obviously, he's on the short stack attack now. I think we're going to squeeze in one more hand here before the break. When we come back, the blinds will be 60, 120 with the 120k big blind ante. Will we lose somebody before then? Well, the attrition has been slow, it must be said. The stacks are now shallow. Tantillo happy to go with King 9 for just 7.5 bigs here in the cutoff. Looks like he's going to get it through unless the big stack wakes up, which he does not. 9 deuce suited. Kaukua will let this one go.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this can't seriously be considering folding here.
750. 750.
So ask for a count just in case.
Yeah, I
but
just realised
really
now
be
it's
considering
7.5 bigs and lets it go.
Button is right.
I think that was the last hand of the level.
Ooh. She's going to sneak one in. She is not, I think.
Yeah.
That is it. Yeah,
There's
you're
going on
absolutely
a break.
right, Dara. Well, look, let's have a quick chat about what we've seen there. A fascinating phase of play, it must be said. Obviously, not seeing any bust outs, and the result is, well, you have it on screen there, guys. 4 players with sub 12 big blinds right now. Remember, just 7 left, and big pay jumps about these guys under an awful lot of pressure. Hands will decide an awful lot from here, one feels. Card distribution, kind to some, unkind to others, and that will probably do it. But that's not to say that there isn't some poker to be played and that there isn't some mistakes potentially to be made going forward. I want to focus in on one of those mistakes, Dara. You said a few moments ago how Muad had impressed you so much. Obviously, the cagey, wily, clever, more experienced player at the table. He shoved the ace-jack there about an hour and a half ago, and Big Stack, Ilimar, decided to make a bit of a hero call or a bit of a kind of a tight or a loose call in that situation against what he should have been perceiving as maybe a tight player with a tighter range given the scenario he was faced with.
Yeah, it was noteworthy that he didn't even consider it. It was a snap call. He called so fast we thought Muad was in trouble with the ace-jack. We could never have imagined that it was a worse hand. When that happens, that means the call has to be a mistake.
Yeah.
If the commentators think it has to be a better hand than ace-jack and it's a worse hand, then it probably shouldn't have called. Muad had impressed me in the previous session, impressed me even more this session. He to use an old-fashioned term, he lets the game come to him. He doesn't force the pace at all. He sits there taking everything in. Everything about his play was really good. Good presence, good sizings, good pre-flop selection. And yeah, just seemed to size up every situation really well. And he's climbed all the way up to now number 2 in the charts.
Yeah, and on the other side of that goal, Ilimar, well, that started the rot really for him, and he's now amongst those 11 big blind stacks all fighting to battle it out. The other thing I would like to point out at this point is Christoforou, very much a different sort of player.
Yeah.
He's playing really loose. Big Stack Kaukua actually playing a little bit snug, a little bit tight, almost wanting to lock up top 3 at some level psychologically maybe before he puts any more chips at risk.
Again, very different styles. Christopher is not letting the game come to him. He's getting after it. He's taking every spot. Kaukua has the more sort of Finnish trapper style, even with the big stack. So it's very difficult to see him spewing off. The 2 chip leaders now are the 2 guys who have the snuggest let the game come to you style, which is going to make it very hard to get those chips off them.
Yeah, I just feel like it's going to be a battle out now between those guys with less than 11 big blinds when we come back. Anyway, look, it has been fascinating stuff. You know, short stack play mightn't be everyone's cup of tea. We particularly enjoy it here, I got to say. We're big fans of the ICM pressure and the short stack attack of these guys and what they're going to have to show. Please join us again in just 15 minutes' time, probably only like 3 minutes now that we've been talking so long, and we will bring you back coverage of this high roller event, 5K event from the Merit Poker Western Series. See you shortly.
So 16 players left. He is on a money jump here. I mean, I don't think Jazar can fold getting the price.
And one would hope that this was something that he had taken into consideration before he chose to make this open.
Yeah.
Is the prospect of having Orthodoxu's button on the short stack jam on him. And it certainly appears that he knew exactly how he would respond as we see him call with the ace-5, and he'll be disappointed.
Yeah, you can see those numbers don't add up to 100 because there are actually quite a few chops given the proximity of their kickers.
Orthodoxu giving his rail a little update. Taking the best of it to the King 10 deuce board. And he does hold the ace of spades, which is working. Nazar looking for a 5 here. 2.35 million chip pot. Turn is clean. And Orthodoxu just needs to fade the 5 in order to, at minimum, chop. And the jack allows him to play both the ace and the 8. I don't think a chop was available as of the turn. So, a clean.
You're so disciplined. You perfect. He's my friend.
Another day.
Two queens for Orthodoxu. What a lovely start this would be for him, as he has already enjoyed one double up, Dara. And at this depth of 2.4 million, is it simply all in?
I don't think it has to be. He's got 14 big blinds. Once you go above 12, you can start having some raise calls and raise folds. I think this certainly qualifies as strong enough to raise call. If you shove this, you're not going to induce a lower pair to give you action. But if you raise this, somebody might look down at sixes and decide to shove it, or ace X, where the X is lower than a queen that you're in great shape against.
Not sure if it's with intent, but he's giving off some real reverse tells here.
Yeah, he does move all in, so... Interesting he chose to use one of his time cards on that too. I mean, he always knew the decision he was making.
And those time cards could prove very important as we get further down toward the final table. This decision far simpler than the ones that he might be facing later on.
Yeah, we actually saw that in the warm-up event. Paul Brown came back as the shortest stack, and he used all his time cards. But he actually ended up as a big stack on the bubble. Okay, so King-Queen is giving action here, and...
some protection as well in the event that...
Yeah, there's no way Komorowski's getting involved now. He just wants Orthodoxu to bust here and secure the pay jump. Normally, you would think Sandragal has the stronger range here, and he does, but on this occasion, Orthodoxu has the stronger hand.
And the two queens will be thrilled to be in this spot. Worthy of note, Raful already folded a king of spades out of the big blind, so just a couple of kings are actually available to Sandragal here, who has sort of stepped in it, but of course has Orthodoxu covered. That's the good news. The bad news is the 6-high 2-club flop, although the 2 clubs are working for the time being in conjunction with the queen of clubs. Now a chop available on the turn. 2 actual kings and a 5, what he's looking for. Instead, he finds a heart, and Orthodoxu doubles once more, and the long face at the onset has now begun to produce.
Of that impressed me the most is the Mongolian player Sandragal, and this gentleman on screen, Luke Bandel, who appears to be all in.
As we take you to the outer table, we do have something developing. It is Vakos Joma against Luke Bindel, 2 jacks against ace 9. Flop was 3 ace deuce. And obviously the 2 jacks were climbing uphill from that point forward. A 4 on the turn, a deuce on the river, I'm being told, and Joma will double through the Frenchman.
Yeah, big hit for Bendel there. He played superbly yesterday as well. But, you know, it is what it is. You get it in 70-30 favourite, and if you don't hold, it's probably not going to be your day.
Meanwhile, up front with the ace-9 suited, Sandragal made it 325K to go. Melchizedkian, ace-queen, an understandable jam over the top, and the Ducklings really looking quite vulnerable and undesirable for Komorowski.
I think he's just using his full time here. I don't think he was ever calling off there with 2s. And that does show good awareness too from Komorowski, an older gentleman. He's aware of the time dynamic, the fact that they're on a pay jump.
Yeah, the ICM not lost on him, and that was displayed in the very first hand, I believe it was, after he folded the 10 jack suited.
Yeah.
Could have opened it from middle position.
Yeah.
And this is also an example of the time just being
Orthodox.
utilized there.
Orthodox is never playing 7-6. Again, we're seeing the same phenomenon because they now have the time cards. That's kind of legitimized taking 20 to 30 seconds on a decision that isn't really a decision.
Do you feel like when we're down to 2 tables that each time we're at a pay jump, we should go to hand for hand in order to prevent this sort of
No, I think
behavior?
that would be over the top. It would slow the game too much. We saw the bubble really slowed yesterday.
Yeah.
But there's really not much you can do about this, and you can get lucky or unlucky as well. You know, you can be on a table where everybody's playing really fast, and the other table everybody's playing really slow, and that gives the other table an equity advantage.
that's a situation where David Lappin always tries to educate his table that they should be taking their time.
We've buried the lead a touch, which is that Sandragal is willing to spin here with the ace-9 in really bad shape. Made the added investment. Flop is of no assistance to him. Does have some backdoors available, and that is one hell of a card.
What a card.
Flush draw and open ender obtained as ace-queen is really sweating this river, which is a black 5.
And Sandragal, you can see there, he had so many outs, very disappointed that he didn't hit one of them, and he's going to be all but crippled now.
Yeah, face telling the story as we bounce back to our outer table and find Dominic Planka with queen jack offsuit up against Sergei Efimov's pocket jacks. Board is 3-7 queen, so top pair for Planka, and obviously Efimov is going to be super disappointed given what great shape he was in with his holding. And the pay jump has been secured by the field.
In the right price, but there is a risk premium due to ICM.
Yeah.
So I suspect if we ran it, it might be a close fold.
Nothing close about this one, as I expect we will see the first participation from Komorowski. He did open the button, I believe,
with the king-queen,
take it down. Yeah, with king-queen, but here up front. And using a time bank, the pay jump has already been secured, so really these banks are just designed to sort of reduce the range that these players' opponents are placing them on.
Yeah, it's possible there's a little bit of Hollywood here. It's also possible he's actually does have a decision between normal raise and shove, and he's trying to decide between which of those two options is better.
Goes with the all-in.
He does go with the all-in. He was relatively early. I think in late position, you would be more likely to raise, but in early position, when you have the whole field to get through, maybe the shove is the better option.
No takers. Ace-8 suited now for Sandragal on the heels of having had ace-9 suited. He is covered. Boy, this would be particularly ruthless, Dara.
Oh my goodness. He's got a rush of cards. Yeah, he stuck it in.
Yeah, and he's going to get shown the two black queens, which will be a very disappointing sight.
Yeah, have you said how impressed I was by him yesterday? I'm not convinced by this call off here. It was Komorowski from relatively early position.
Now, obviously, Sandragal didn't know just how tight his play has been, but this is a beautiful flop. Maybe no reason to stand up, sir. Open ender. 5 or 10 will work, and ace would as well. Instead, it's a jack of clubs on the turn, and now we pull outs off the board. As Komorowski has the clubs covered, but still 18% is Sandragal. Can he get there? No. It is a flush on the end for Komorowski, and back-to-back suited diamond aces spell the end for the Mongolian.
Yeah. Yeah, he enlivened the second last session yesterday where he got away from those queens, and then...
Not the typical ban-worthy
I will tell you after that.
transgression, but...
Hey, my Russian bet. That's a nice choice.
Pocket nines here for Jazar. 10 big, just over 10 big blinds. Yeah, this is all going in.
That's a bad choice.
And we're down to 13, so...
Maybe it's bad, but it's mine. My choice.
Immediately being admonished, by the way, by his compatriot. And a warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the final day of the Merit Western Poker Series. From the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino, Ali Najat stepping in for Dara O'Kearney. Back in the fray here as 7 of our original 9 remain, joined alongside David Lappin. And David, you were obviously front and center for all of the final table to this point, where we lost the likes of Yahuen Kontouche and Julian Blebea, but still 7 remain. And as I glance upon these chip stacks, one thing jumps out at me. They aren't particularly deep.
No, not at all. Kontouche, obviously, we characterised it, I think, very fairly, not as a misstep. He made a sort of a bold play with a triple barrel. He went from mid-pack down to the short stack and then bust shortly after. We lost Blebia, who had done his best to stick around and win his all-ins off a very short stack for a while. But yeah, it's really been a story of, well, that man on screen, Muad, who has played tremendously well. Got to say, really, really enjoying watching him play right now. Kaukwa, who's not really using his chip lead to stomp everyone else, so it'll be interesting to see if he decides to up the aggression at any point. Ilamur had just 3 big blinds. He was obviously our chip leader going into this final table. 3 big blinds just about 5 hands ago, got the double up and has got a couple of shoves through since, obviously trying to get another one through right now.
Yeah, tremendous roller coaster that he's had to ride, and this is a slightly awkward spot perhaps with these new blinds of 60 and 120,000 for Kakua from the small blind. King Jack suited. Is it enough?
It's interesting because with all the stacks having compressed down, Ilamur, by virtue of getting a double up and a couple of shoves through, is actually, you know, sort of in that grouping of 11, 12 big blind stacks now, which is shallow, and King Jack suited would be a call in most worlds. But with everyone relatively short, it actually becomes a bit of an ICM nightmare, and then hands like King Jack suited don't tend to play as well against the shoving range.
Nevertheless, the fin is jamming over the top, and that will provide the King-Queen some insulation, but obviously the wounds here are going to be self-inflicted if they are ultimately suffered by the fin. Kaukua, who really pressed this King-Jack suited and winds up in a bad way as you see the equities heading to the flop. Can Ihlamur continue to ascend? Certainly looks that way for the time being as he has flopped second pair on an ace-high board, but of course, the Broadway draw looms. No 10 on the turn, and that, of course, is the only card that would spell disaster for the Turk. Can he fade the 4 outer and double yet again?
Ooh!
Oh, my God!
Oh, la la. Well, a nightmare final table for Ilamur. That was his moment to get right back in the mix. You said self-inflicted wound for Kaukua. It did look for a moment like it was going to be one.
Well, for every look of elation like the one donned by Kaukua at a final table, there is one of devastation, and it is going to be worn, regrettably, by the ever so pleasant local hero, Ihlamur, who came in as that massive chip leader, worked his way all the way down to 3 big blinds, and it looked like he was ready and poised to double yet again and climb right back into contention, but instead punches his ticket in 7th place for $28,700. Downright filthy, that one.
Yeah, really filthy. Darren and I were quick to point out an error, which we believe he made with the ace-10 against the ace-jack earlier on, but honestly, he ran really, really poorly. He has a lot to think about there with regard to that one hand, but in all the other situations, I think he's just been dealt some brutality.
And that is the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, in this poker bakery. Kolotyuk in the small. Appreciate the effort in terms of thematics here with the cowboy hat at the final table, fitting right in to this Western Series as he jams and gets through Ustamov.
Ustamov securing another ladder now. Who would have thought at the beginning he was so short? 2 big blinds, got it in, got the triple up, got back up to 6 or 7 big blinds. Blinded back down to 3 big blinds, got it in, got the triple up, got the double up, I think, when he was back down to 2 or 3 big blinds again, and he has now outlasted yet another player. Interesting side note in all of that. Obviously, we saw Kaukwa call it off there with King Jack suited. Pretty borderline, it's got to be said. Probably feeling like Ilamar was one player who was looking to accelerate, change gears, get himself back into the top 3 again. And signal of perhaps a bit more aggression from him. I did mention at the top of this segment that we had seen him play relatively snug, unusual for a chip leader such as he is on a table with a dynamic like it is right now, but maybe no more.
But to be fair, the dynamic isn't the sort where you have one, maybe 2 short stacks, then the cluster of middle stacks that really have a distance between themselves and the shorties. It's several stacks that are clustered toward the bottom and somewhat short, and that actually bodes somewhat poorly for the chip leader, does it not? Or do you think that they're going to be looking to ladder one another and it becomes a war of attrition?
I think it gets awkward when we get down to the stacks as they are now. I think in the previous levels there were enough people who had to reshove kind of a significant amount and probably were disinclined to do so. Now it's a little more awkward that if he does these little opens and there's a guy with like 8-9 bigs, he might get priced in with the wider range. He doesn't really want to do that and probably does have to tread more carefully from now on.
Well, it appears that it has been a fairly precise affair, although obviously that King Jack suited was not supposed to perform the way that it did against a King Queen there. But
keep an eye on Muad here. I think he has been absolutely phenomenal. Not sure if these players are underestimating him in any way. I don't think they are, probably, from what they've seen. But he just goes about his business very deliberately. Played a very nifty blind v blind hand a little while ago. Played his queen superbly earlier on against the pocket tens. And obviously got the ace jack shove. He got the nice showdown against the ace 10 and held. Christoforou, very different and probably the most aggressive person we've seen, not just on this final table, but on any final table. 3-bet the king 2 earlier. He's opening up king 6, wide ranges from early position, not necessarily suited. He's just in there to sort of make life uncomfortable for these short stacks. And give himself a chance at top 3.
Obviously, the sword is double-edged when you approach things in that manner, but certainly appears that he is battle-ready as he is sizing up the big blind with 4 deuce offsuit out of the small. In comes the attack. Oh, and well, Tantilo has got the right kit.
I love the speed of the phone there. I look one card. Amazing.
And you shove one card.
If you'd looked at the other one, you might have flattered.
Yeah, yeah, right.
What was the other one? The other one?
He still doesn't know.
The other card. Your other card, what was?
Well, I'm not sure. Tantilo actually only looked at one card.
One card against me, huh?
You only look at one card against me.
One card, and he shoves.
Yeah, I definitely like to look at both, just in case it's aces, and I think I can trap someone like this man here.
Just 1.3 million in front of Kolatyuk.
275.
Takes a pass, and look at the undeterred, relentless aggression from Christoforou. The 4 deuce offsuit obviously got his hand smacked. No worse for the wear. Back at it from the button. The pre-thanks.
Ace?
Wow.
No, ace, no.
Muad not looking to defend with Jack 10 off.
And I suppose that's why Christoforou is doing this. You know, he's actually got to see, he's created kind of a table atmosphere where the guys are showing cards a little bit. And, you know, it's kind of a fun player to watch and engage with. I do feel like he's got his read on these guys as all being rather snug. And that's why he's playing the way he's playing. Now, I think you're absolutely right, Ali. Live by that sword, die by that sword sometimes.
Nobody wants
but
to
similarly, he is looking to just swing it wildly and bludgeon these guys if he can.
See numbers for ICM.
Next payout will be 6th place, 34,500, courtesy of the 7th place finish by Osman Ilhamur, who picked up 28,700.
Christoforu, well, look at this. I think we had a sequence half an hour ago where he opened 4 hands in a row and none of them were normal opens.
Well, he's going for a third here. 4 deuce offsuit, 10-5 offsuit, king deuce suited. But Mawad is not going to be having any of it.
Yeah, and I think we'll see Mawad come with a raise all in here. It doesn't really serve well to induce in these situations with the short stacks about. You want to gobble up all that fold equity.
275.
I could be wrong though. He might be coming with a smaller sizing. He's just coming with some raising chips here. So interesting. Maybe he just decides, actually against this guy I may as well induce. Deep sigh from Christoforu, who does give a little show to Ustinov there. Obviously there's a show one, show all sort of rule there, but I'm not sure anyone else spotted that Ustinov got a little peek. Not sure if he got a peek at the king or the deuce.
Either higher or lower, one number higher or one number lower.
Muad, rock solid, it must be said.
You know, and I love hearing that, David, and obviously we've
2 million.
Why would you shove?
got multiple data points that kind of support that opinion, but I think
Kings,
oftentimes many of us are guilty, even though we know better, of just looking across the felt at an elder statesman and thinking to ourselves that this player isn't sophisticated, that this player isn't possibly going to be able to outplay me, likely is bluffing too infrequently, and we make adjustments without even necessarily realizing it that are suboptimal as a result when we encounter someone such as Mawad.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of bias out there. I think people profile in all sorts of ways at the poker table and then very stubbornly move from that biased position to where they should be based on the data available. We've seen Mawad play a tricky little blind v blind hand earlier. We've seen him show very solid ranges, generally not be particularly exploitable, and most importantly, and Dara O'Kearney pointed this out in the last segment, really, really good sizings, which is something you won't always see from, you know, players of his vintage. Really, really good sizings.
Well, on the topic of trickiness, Kolotyuk off of 1 million in the big with this ace-9 suited, facing an open from this highly active Christoforu. Feels like the writing may be on the wall.
Yep.
And yet, we find him flatting. And your brows are furrowed, David.
Yeah, look, we see that the dealer has sort of dealt a cooler given the dynamic we have out there. Kolotyuk really can't afford to let someone like Christoforu run him over here with a less than ace-high hand. So I'm interested to see what will happen on a flop such as this one with a stacked pot ratio just over 1.
Neither player with a heart, so the flush will be inconsequential. Paired board like this texture, the ace-9 certainly is supposed to stay curious. We know that had he jammed pre-flop, Christoforu would likely have made the call with ace-10, I'm guessing.
Certainly.
And now that he has flatted and checked, how will he proceed? A lack of a spade on the flop is certainly inconvenient, and he's just going to get out of there. This feels very ICM driven.
Yeah, and sort of like we see that it's worked out well from there, but like not necessarily in a good way, given the hands we've seen Christoforu open, which is pretty much any 2 cards to any unopened pot. You got to go with the ace-9 suited there. You just have to. There's just too big a gap between his raising and folding range. We saw there he opened the 4 deuce, snap folded. Obviously in that case it was aces, but just snap folded because he knew he couldn't call off another 4 or 5 bigs or whatever it was. So he's finding all these raise opens off wild hands up against people he believes won't play back at him until they have something real. Ace-9 suited is pretty real.
Well, every now and again we deviate in perhaps a suboptimal way and it ends up working out for us. Obviously we don't know what the turn in the river held, but didn't look like there was too much upside for the ace-9. And so fortuitous for Kolotyuk.
Yeah, like bear in mind, we've seen Christoforou open queen high, king high, jack high, 9 high.
All
in
the
that
more
exact same
reason
spot.
why I would have thought the jam was forthcoming.
Exactly. But even on that flop, when the board comes, what, 6-6 deuce?
Check
6-6
jam?
3? Like, you're still so far ahead. If we watch that hand, obviously we see it with ace-10 and we think, oh my God, he's actually somehow found a fold and he was right in that instance. But in reality, most of the time we see that hand play out, he's done it with queen high, he's done it with jack high, and the guy's been utterly exploited.
4 deuce, 10-5, let's not forget in recent memory. I am curious if he would have check jammed on that flop. What the response would have been from Christoforou. The price would have been interesting.
That's very interesting
Never.
too, yeah.
The one that they had here last time,
You never played 25,000 buy-in?
I played Monaco, yes.
Monaco.
But not, yeah.
Muad just casually
Hi.
throwing out that he's been in the 25k mix on an occasion.
As one does, Dave. When in Rome, in Monaco, rather. That's considered the warm-up event in Monte Carlo, actually.
That's the cup.
Yeah.
I cashed.
Queen high.
Yeah. You know what? I like the Monaco, the EPT. I like the 10K high roller because they get a lot of players and they have a lot of value for money.
Were you in Prague now?
Last Prague I wasn't. No, I was in the one they did in March. Yeah, they replaced the December with March because of COVID. You know, they canceled.
Yeah, I remember. I think I played.
Yeah.
Of all the things that I thought I was going to hear out of Joseph Mawad's mouth this evening, they've got a lot of value for money in reference to a 10K was not one of them.
He's a value hunter.
Mostly in south of France.
Suppose some people's grandparents clip coupons, others just
Grind-
seek value.
Grind the European circuit.
Ace-9 suited here. Love that smile on Mawad, by the way, there in his thumbnail. Really just authentic to what a warm personality he has. But a killer out there.
Oh yeah, like pocket full of Werther's originals.
Yeah. Designed to lure these guys into his playground, right?
I was trying to find an okay way to where place to bring that, haven't opened the door. Thank you for getting me there, Ali.
I kept it kosher. The deuces defend, and on the flop of 10-7-6, as is off the case, stare up at 3 overcards. Back door, oh, never mind, front door clubs for Mawad. Has flopped the nut flush draw and a gutter. Note, by the way, despite the fact that ace high is behind deuces right now, so much more equity with 2 to come. An observable moment there for those who think that, oh yeah, but I thought he had ace high. I called because I had the better hand. Well, with 2 to come, your hand is actually losing money in spots, as these deuces would be, were they to continue in the face of a bet, which looks like Joseph is not altogether certain he wants to make just yet.
I wonder if he's considering just sticking it in here, maybe feeling like inducing isn't very sensible. Yeah, I'd like that, to be honest, because his hand is essentially a really good semi-bluff. It's a semi-bluff that will have
pressure.
You know, okay, against the twos it's got 64%, but against a lot of the hands that would call it would have 50, something in that region. So clearly just feeling like if I stick it in here, I'm free rolling on all the times he folds.
What do you think about us? Yeah? What do you think about us? We will
continues to impress us.
I don't think,
I hope.
but we can. But because it's very stressful. He was a businessman and now he's playing. Us, we are playing for so many years. I don't think we will.
Have better and other stuff.
Yeah, but I think I will. Over 60 is difficult for me. Very stressful life. You? Yeah, relax.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, this dinner for 6 currently includes 2 Russian guests, an Italian, a Lebanese player, a Finn, and of course, the very aggressive native Cypriot, Christoforou, with the King 10 offsuit. Shoots it up.
Pass.
And takes it down. And notice, by the way, that the net result, despite the fact that he's opened and had to fold on at least 2 occasions that I can remember, can still very much end up staying positive when you stay the course and you know that there's a disproportionate amount, perhaps, at least his perception, it would seem, of folding taking place.
Yeah, and his perception would be quite right. We're here observing a player get a bit sort of monkey loose, but in reality, he's also responding to the very, very severe tightness of those behind him.
But it's not critically that we make that comment, because clearly, given the pay jumps, the fact that we've got 170,000 up top, we're still only sitting on a payout currently of 34,500. That's a big chasm to scale. A lot of these short stacks are recognizing that, listen, if I just keep it clean out here, wait for that one more favorable moment where I can very comfortably get out there and put my chips into a spin zone, there's much to be gained, right? So it isn't to say that this current climate of tightness pre-flop is emblematic of some sort of suboptimal approach by the field.
Absolutely. Interesting to see here Ustamov coming with a suited king here, basically using his blocker. And I suppose the suitedness is nice if flatted by the big blind, to try and get one through off a stack of just 8 big blinds. Like, they're treating these 7, 8, 9, 10 big blind stacks as very openable, because obviously quite a lot in there. You know, blinds and antes combined coming to 300k now. If they can get one through for 240, 250, it's a great result. Looks like Kaukwa is going to make Ustamov work for it, though. He's going to flat here with the Queen 8 suited, and these guys are going to play a pot with a stack to pot ratio of about 1.
To the flop they go, 3, 4, 5. 2 overs and the gut shot for the pre-flop opener.
I think Ustamov has to just stick it in here, to be honest. He's got a gooder and 2 overs if he does get called by a 3, 4, or 5. He doesn't, though. Okay, interesting.
Backdoor spades were available no longer upon the arrival of the jack, as the king high is still best.
Very dangerous to surrender the betting lead in this situation against an opponent like Kaukwa, who won't be considering a 200, 300k bet a significant enough portion of a stack not to maybe take a chance. So Ustamov maybe just going to try and get the showdown here. Interesting spot if Kaukwa has an opportunity to bet rivers. No, he is going to fire out maybe 1 big blind here.
I like this a lot, David, in lieu of the passive check back, where you know that the Finn is going to have designs on taking this away from you on the river, with all the disinterest being shown, because he's positive you're not trapping. Really could put you to the test with a stack as deep as his, 5.9 million. So nice little delayed barrel from Viktor Ustamov.
Very deft, I have to say. Like, I'm going to be honest, I'm not an absolute expert with these particular stack depths with ICM in play. It's very difficult, very cagey. Clearly Ustamov feeling like there was another way to go there. I actually quite like what he's done in retrospect.
Well, he's certainly a guy who knows his way around a final table. 1.249 million in career tournament earnings. Obviously, he will be adding to that here. Fairly regular participant here at Merit Poker and many of their festivals. Travels around the European circuit, has results dating all the way back to 2016 on the Hendon Mob.
Muad, here we go. Look at this, King 4 suited for Muad. Coming with the light open. I really like it. Perfect hand to do it with here on the button.
I think about 3.
What about me?
Who is that? Is that our cowboy?
Or singing, possibly dancing.
Oh boy.
All action cowboy does look down, wow.
What about you indeed? 2 black 9s.
And Muad probably priced in here to a 5 big blind shove.
You, but I'm all in.
How much is it?
Looks like it's going to be 450 more, laying the price of about, it's going to be about 28% is what he needs. He'll be aware that,
800?
you know, his
Seven.
X suited will be
almost 7.
30-something% against all the pocket pairs between 5s and queens.
If you fold, I shove.
It's a close one.
Right.
He could be up against like an ace queen or an ace 10 where he's closer to 40%. I think it's actually really close. I think he's probably got to find a call against range here. You will want some risk premium factored in. I think it's just about a call, even in this very tricky situation.
Mikhail, can I say like I have a big pair or I have a very... I have a big pair.
Thank you for the info.
That was the most remarkable way to avoid a prospective penalty that I've ever seen someone go about it. Can I say this?
What would the penalty be if I flipped over my pocket nines right now and showed my opponent? Like, I think it might have got the job done because I think exactly that situation. Muad will have been thinking, okay, I'm kind of 40% against this part of the range, but I'm only 30% against this part of the range. And he's basically told me it's that part of the range.
I would have called 2.
Both players probably happy with that outcome in a way. If the hand had been turned over, Muad obviously makes the fold, you know, getting the right price but not better than. And I think, yeah, Colosio is very happy to get it through.
No, it's a good 2 cards. I mean, they're raisable at the bottom.
Love this guy.
Yeah, he's slick, isn't he? I love the dynamic he brings, too. You know, oftentimes this deep at a final table, we start getting really accustomed to just all of the tacticians, all of the online wunderkins and wizards engaging in incestuous sorcery. But here we have really a continued broad spectrum, which I think is fitting, given the sorts of fields that we've seen here in Cyprus. And I think it's quite delightful as a viewer to be able to experience it. Certainly, I know for us it makes things far more interesting as we see the Italian raising and taking it with his ace-6.
Clearly a very claustrophobic table right now. We're about to see incredibly short stacks on this table, but it's just a function of, I suppose, the clash in styles and the fact that early on this final table, the short stacks just kept winning the all-ins. And when that happens, you're going to kind of end up with a situation like this.
Sure. Tantilo and Kolotiuk, who won the last 2 pots, both sitting at 9 blinds, just a click below Ustamov. And then the line is drawn right there through the middle of the field as Cristoforo and Muad neck and neck, and then all alone at the top, which is a fair way to describe Scandinavia in relation to the rest of Europe, sits Kaukua, the Finn. Two jacks now for the chip leader. It hardly feels fair. Shoots it up.
Quick fold from Ustinov there. Noteworthy with the 9 big blinds. Just ace-8 quickly tossed away. He's been very, very stack aware, ICM aware. Excellent performance by him. He's clearly still in that compressed short stack zone with a few other people, but mark my words here, if he does manage to get a double up, get himself into that 20 big blind zone where a couple of other players are, I feel like he might be one of, if not the best players on the table.
Oh, he's picking a poor time to go after this chip leader with this king 8 offsuit out of the big, and you're shaking your head, but at least he's true to form. He's got a strategy. He's sticking with it. It has served him well to this point, but obviously the risk of ruin is there. Now, granted, 800,000 isn't his whole stack, but to be determined how Kaukua proceeds. I mean, he is going to have the benefit of position. Might he try to allow Christoforu to just 3-barrel him here with these 2 jacks, or is he going to go for it all now?
I think he's probably just going to go for it all now. It's not a bad result. You know, Christoforu is one of the few players on this table who can actually injure Kaukua. So if there is any 3-bet folds in the range, which we see there probably are plenty, it's actually not the worst result if he just gets to take it down here and now, push himself a little closer to half the chips in play, and push, more importantly, maybe Christoforu, a dangerous opponent, into the shorter stacked zone with all those other guys. It's such a weird spot to take, I have to say. Sort of no need for it. Strikes to mind. Oh, yeah, obviously he is using his king and he is using the dynamics, which are, I'm not supposed to have many light raises.
Yeah,
So here I'm going to do one.
And you are supposed to have light raises as the chip leader also, maybe is what's on his mind. But as you mentioned, it's been pretty snug going for Kaukua, so you got the wrong customer.
Yeah, I think that's a huge point, actually. Kaukua has not really stepped out of line. He's basically played normal correct ranges in every spot. Okay, he made that light-ish call off with the King Jack suited versus small. I think that was a very player-dependent sort of call in that situation. I think for the most part, he's actually played tighter than maybe a chip leader should, so that should have played into the equation more so for Christoforu.
Ooh, got ourselves a jam here from Kolotiuk, and Christoforu, the ace-5 suited, just no hesitation, puts it into the muck, and I think that really solidifies that he wants to be the aggressor, but he is not doing so with reckless abandon.
Yeah, and snap folding after opening these hands like 4 deuce, snap folding after 3-betting the king 8, like he knows what he's doing. He knows he's doing it light. There's no messing about, straight on to the next hand when it goes wrong. He is picking up a lot of dead money and he is picking up a lot of chips without any contest. And that is clearly what he's going for here. But yeah, just every time he seems to be stepping out more than twice in orbit, he gets put back in his box right now. Fascinating table dynamic, though, at this point. We've basically got a chip leader who's pulling away. We've got a wily old-timer who has played absolutely brilliant poker. We've got a loose cannon in Christoforu, and we've got everyone else outlasting each other.
What's new cards to bring in your hand?
Ace-10 suited. And Ustamov will jam. No takers. I don't know about you, but when I've got another stack kind of neck and neck with me here and a reasonable pay jump on hand from 34.5 to 43,000, I'm happy to just pick up the blind and ante money. I don't necessarily need somebody to give me a spin with that ace-10 suited.
Absolutely. I think all of these guys breathing a sigh of relief when they get their shoves through, regardless of their holdings right now. Survival is the name of the game. So easy to come 6th or 3rd right now. And wow, what a difference between those two numbers.
Yeah, 3rd place is worth $77,100. 6th, 34.5 as mentioned. So better than double the payout. Well, we know at least one of Ustamov's cards. Victor once more is going to jam. What do you give him?
He could have the King 9 suited.
Well, there goes the King of Diamonds, so it's not that.
I think it's probably the Ace 9 in that case. 9s would probably shove as well. No sense in 9s inducing anymore. So one of those hands most likely. Could be the
У меня в голове голос или...
ace-9 off, maybe? Is he in the cutoff, or was he in the hijack?
Cutoff, I believe.
Yeah, it could be the ace-9 off as well, maybe. Although, given what we've seen from him, I feel like he might just open that hand off this stack. So probably the ace-9 suited. Or the 9s.
We'll never know. But back-to-back results for Ustamov. And even the slightest bit of separation for Victor between himself and the other short stacks will be very welcome, as he can sort of maybe take an orbit to allow them to whittle, potentially meet their makers, secure the ladders rung by rung in the quest to the top.
I don't know.
Kaukwa probably looking at a stack around about the million mark here. Maybe just
about
over.
1 free, maybe a little bit more. This is 500.
So 10 bigs, give or take.
Yes.
It's a pretty easy shove, to be honest, with the ICM about. Any above average hand should really be shoving here.
Maybe a little bit more.
Even hands like ace-2 and ace-3 and ace-4 offsuit would not love calling in this spot. He does stick it in. And he's going to get it through too. Jack-4 definitely doesn't qualify.
Show one time. No?
No.
Okay. Next time I will double up against you. Sorry.
One wonders if Christoforou is a little neutered by that move, or will he just go about his business? Well, a real hand now, finally.
I thought you were going to ask whether or not we're wondering if he has an Emirates sponsorship. They do fly nonstop to Larnaca from Dubai. Healthier than average, the jam size here.
Oh,
he's run into it.
Ustamov not going anywhere here. Like, you don't love calling it off, but
Ace-Queen suited is too much kit here to put into the muck. And I think Ustamov does have that sort of like a little bit of that winner's mentality. He kind of understands, I'm not here to just whittle the entire time. I'm going to have to take a chance at some point. And especially against the hyperactive Christoforou, this hand just rates to do so well.
one of the concerns for Ustamov is that Christoforou is so loose aggressive, he could have live cards here. Like, you'd be loving your ace-queen. His chances of being up against ace-10, ace-jack of a lot of players. But actually, this is the kind of guy who could have king-8, jack-10. So interesting to see how tight, even against the loosest guy on the table, Ustamov knows he needs to be in this spot to call it off. Remember, calling it off in a high ICM situation. He has no doubt he is the best hand right now. It's just how far ahead does he really feel he needs to be to justify it. The power of getting it in first, ladies and gents.
Well, so far he's only getting in his time banks.
I genuinely think Ustamov is working through how many live card hands Christoforou would have. You know, he probably feels like, great, he probably has the ace-8 suited, the ace-9, the ace-10, the ace-jack, that's all great. Okay, once in a while maybe you run into it, but you feel like this guy of all guys would induce all the better hands. This guy's not going to just shove. He's going to induce with ace-king, with queens, even all the way down to probably pocket tens. So
to be fair, though, he was just opening with most of his kind of out-of-line stuff. Now, and granted, he was a little bit deeper at the time, but now he's jamming, and I think that's also part of what he's trying to determine is wherein lies the discrepancy, the line between the hands that he would be willing to just open with and then the hands that are required for him to jam.
Yeah, I think he's probably realizing that it's not a super premium hand that has him in big trouble. What it's probably right now is a small pair that doesn't want to raise fold, particularly with his image, or some kind of suited, potentially very live cards like Jack 10 suited, King 10 suited, King Jack suited, that kind of stuff. He does let it go. Wow, that's a huge fold.
Huh?
Huge fold.
Better? Nines?
You can show actually.
If you don't show, I will not show.
I can tell you if you show because
You had better than pocket nines.
no, not made hands, bro. So I don't have to.
So you had ace jack off? You had ace jack off?
From me?
Curious that Christopher was right in the vicinity of what it is that put Ustamov into the blender there. And again, when you consider the two ladders, if somehow Tantilo and Kolotiuk managed to get showered and he's still sitting on somewhere around 9, 8, 7 big blinds as they are dearly departed, he's looking at a $23,000 pay jump roughly. So it's truly the push-pull of adhering to the ICM of the situation and then also just at some point deciding, look, I'm going for it. I know I'm going to need to take chances. It's not as though I'm lighting money on fire with ace-queen suited against this guy. But again, it was the jam as opposed to the open. So I think had Cristoforo opened to like a 300K, something like that, maybe we would have seen the jam over the top of it. But as it stood, ace-queen found the muck. And you see the power of the approach Cristoforo is taking.
Well, there's no question ace-queen suited would have come over the top of an open, no doubt in my mind on that one. The question is whether he's made a good ICM decision versus range. And I do feel, and I'm sure better ICM-aware players may contradict me on this, I do feel like he's slightly overcooked it there. You're absolutely right. You ladder another 2 spots, which you're likely to do if you let this hand go. Not definitely going to do, but likely to do if you let these hands go. Yeah, you maybe lock up another 20, 25K, whatever it is, but you really do take the bull by the horns and give yourself a fantastic chance of those top 2 spots, which are, of course, 6 figures paydays. And that's where I think maybe money has been left on the table.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Sklansky books have been left dangling.
It's far from tragic in terms of a misstep, if we can even classify it as such.
Oh, no doubt it is somewhat close. Like the big issue there is how many times does he have the small pairs that I'm flipping with? How often has he got the really live cards like the King Jack suited and the King 10 suited that I'm 58% against, which is not like, a fist bump super duper situation for him with such a risk premium in the spot.
Upstairs with ace-3 goes the chip leader. Blinds at 80 and 160. Stratospheric, truly. 2 kings for Tantilo. This is all a man can dream of when sitting on crumbs.
Yeah, it's just called, so he is willing to take a chance here. Obviously knows Kaukwa will have an ace-x sometimes, but also realizes he's going to have, some queen-x, some jack-x as well in the range, and wants to just keep those hands in there to pay.
And mind you, Kaukua is going to have, kind of some real attention paid to the fact that Fausto was just willing to defend as opposed to jam.
I think the big blinds and Tio's allowed to have some flats. So actually it's kind of cool to use kings like this. actually really like it, to be honest.
Wonderful flop for him, by the way, as he holds the king of hearts and the overpair. Go on, David.
I think what's really interesting about this one is clearly Tantillo, if he felt like his opponent was priced in, would have just stuck it in, because obviously kings are happy to run it. But I think he did realise that maybe, just maybe, there was some raised folds, because these guys are finding raised folds off incredibly shallow stacks right now.
Yeah.
And he wants that c-bet. That 160 is the extra he was looking for.
Sure. He does have so much hand, though. You wonder whether or not he's willing to check call and maybe do his own bidding on the turn.
Yeah, I think flatting again is probably kind of cool. You know, one of the ace of hearts obviously doesn't act as a scare card anymore, so he'd just be happy to call here and close his eyes and go with it no matter what. Hope that he doesn't get unlucky. Hope that he doesn't let in a errant little, I don't know, let's have a look, 10-7 for a gutter that has no heart.
Oh, I don't know how much of that is in Kaukua's range. From what we've observed, seems to be tidy.
Fair.
Anxious moments for ace-3 offsuit, obviously. Really a nothing burger on this board. And another call from Fausto. And this is really cool. The defend, the check call. Oh, no.
Wow. Wow, wow.
Far from cool is the ace of clubs on the turn. What a wildly improbable card. The ace of hearts, of course, would have been no good. So it's truly just a 2-outer to pull into the lead.
Wow, it's just so filthy. We're only finished our sentence speaking about how cool Tantillo's flat is here.
There's always a risk.
Punished.
Yeah. But Lappin, he's made this big investment thus far, defending the big and check calling the c-bet. He's got 530 behind, and now Kaukua's jamming.
He's calling because he knows that it's a good card to represent, even if the man doesn't have it.
Without the king of hearts, it's a different calculus. With the king of hearts, obviously, we've got a call. Oversight on my part, but without it, you wonder.
Wow,
Surely some representation, but yeah, just a disgusting outcome. You can see it written all over Tantillo's face. Really didn't want to find himself behind, but here he is, a 3-1 dog with 1 to come for his tournament life.
Oh.
The queen of clubs isn't going to help him, and that is a hand that haunts.
Rough justice. Kaukua, everything going his way right now. Tantillo, you know, brave. Got to give him a lot of credit for bravery there. Played his hand to maximally exploit his opponent and the wide range he may have been up against. Really, really unlucky to get 2 outed there on the turn. 2 outed and still have 11 or 12 outs or whatever it was.
Right, right. The kings and the hearts.
Yeah, really sick. Disappointed man.
No question about it. And his departure and 34,500 that goes with him will leave behind 5 players and a 43K payday. A tidy little jump of 8,500. Still hunting a champion here in the Merit Poker Western Series main event. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin. Glad to have you with us. Wee hours here in Cyprus. 1:30 a.m. local time. Kauko is feeling it. Ace deuce opens. Ace 3 must give in.
Amazing spot now because he's pulled further away. These guys still all roughly the same stack. Muad, obviously the one player who's got a little bit more. But yeah, just an incredible spot for him to now just start opening liberally.
Тяжело будет. Тяжело будет.
It's been one-way traffic on this final table. Some bad beats. Obviously, we saw the King-Jack beat the King-Queen earlier. Now we see the Ace-Deuce get there in unlikely fashion against the Kings of Tantillo.
It really does feel like the rest of the field is trying to climb a buttered staircase right about now. Just cannot get anything going. It's the Kakua Show. Little sound effect there. We should run a spittoon out there for our Russian cowboys. The Jack 6 suited is sent into the muck.
He's giving this real consideration. For this man, his hand never matters. It's all about the other guy's hand.
Yeah, yeah, there's just the situation.
No blockers, no anything. Just, I think Muad is pretty snug, probably folds a lot. But I'm actually going to attack the big stacks, big blind.
I'm sorry.
Like, it's just so balls out right now
1.7.
from Cristoforo.
And it honestly is coming as a bit of a surprise to Kauko. He's like, listen, you know I'm the big dog on this playground, right? Why are you messing with me? And yet, he folds. 5-6 offsuit, not enough.
Так, ну что, я самый кандидат в мастера спорта. Ладно.
Yeah, in reality, there should be very, very little inducing from these guys. ICM, as it is, probably
Живыми мы не
puts a
сдадимся.
lot of their induce range into the shove range now. But one feels Cristoforo not a man to switch from his strategy of opening these kinds of hands. Well, wow, we've seen a new level of terrible hand now. But
7 deuce, it gets no worse. Jack 10 for Ustamov, deemed inadequate. Well, if 7 deuce cuts it, ace 9 surely will, right?
yeah, I wonder if this is a shove, a bit like the ace 10 from earlier. If that's what he does with this one, or does he open? I feel like he's the kind of guy who needs to open some of these kinds of hands, but when he's creating such a gap between his opening range and is willing to call off range,
450.
that's the question, do some of these hands have to go into the shoving range then, just so that he doesn't have to face a light 3-bet potentially? He's gone 450 though, he's 3x. Okay, I'm a little bemused by Cristoforo here, who's decided to go for a large sizing, clearly willing to fold. Someone comes over the top of this type of sizing. Wow, Kolodiuk in the big blind with a hand he would love to defend in a different situation.
I don't think off of 740,000 back, there was a whole lot of flatting that Kolodiuk had in mind. It's awkward to be up against the 450. Just a big commitment with Queen Jack suited being sought. Well over half of Kolodiuk's remaining chips if he seeks to proceed.
Yeah, no question, Kolodiuk would flat here with the Queen Jack suited off an open of a minimum size. But versus this slightly unusual, almost 3x, clearly designed to discourage big blind responses. I think he's probably just been sort of outmaneuvered here, which, you know, again, sort of makes what Cristoforo is doing a bit more interesting, a bit more maybe well prepped in terms of these almost hyper turbo final table-esque scenarios, which is what we found ourselves in now.
And the Queen Jack suited finds the muck. Is that where it ends up in your hands, Lappin?
Yeah, yeah. I think you've just been outmaneuvered by the open size.
If it's a min raise, though?
Yeah, then I call for sure and try and catch a piece. I think Kolodiuk is the shortest, and that would make it even more tempting.
But as the shortest stack, obviously we know that if we allow ourselves to get whittled down too far, when we draw a line in the sand, it may very well be with a hand worse than those that we put into the muck earlier. And even if we come out on top, we still don't really have much, and we're still left with the short stack. It's like quicksand.
Absolutely. Kolodiuk's got to find a spot in the next orbit, one feels. Christopherou's going to open the Queen 10 of clubs here, no question from what we've seen. He understands that there's 400k out there to be won every single hand, and he's after it. The one man who could put manners on him here is Kaukwa. I feel like with a suited ace, maybe even a suited king, he would do so. I don't know if he would choose a hand of that category to play back well. Kolodiuk, this one's definitely not going in the muck.
Pocket eights as Christopherou continues to activate off of Queen 10 suited. All over the map too with his open sizing. Last hand 450, this time 400. Seemingly arbitrary, but the jam, nothing arbitrary about it. And with the departure of Ustamov, a count is requested. And a call from Christopherou, who is going to give Kolodiuk the spin that he needs. But will he give him a double up, or will he send him to the rail?
Big moment for everyone at the table here. Nobody wants Christopherou to have a bigger stack.
King 7-6 though, and it's looking very much like that could be the case, though. The King of Clubs does interact nicely.
No, just 9. No.
Now, no back doors available, so it is 6 outs once that the 2 8s need to fade to double and stay alive. Will the Russian cowboy stay mounted here at the final table? Yes, he will.
Yeah, and while everyone at the table at one level will have liked the ladder jump, I think they do probably prefer to see Christopherou with less chips.
Yeah,
as well.
He's been really unrelenting. I mean, anybody that makes you fold ace-queen suited, and granted, it wasn't simply Christopherou's doing. It was very much situational for Ustamov, but that's a guy you don't want around. It's just lots of discomfort being dispensed.
Yeah, and I suppose we've sort of seen both sides of it in this passage of play. Christopherou opening wide ranges, large sizings, getting himself priced in quite a few spots, picking up lots of dead money uncontested, but then giving it back in other situations.
Back in control, force them to surrender. Take what is ours, restore and order. Back in control.
Pocket dates, ICM, you don't... Huh?
This is Sabaton band.
This is a Russian lullaby.
Yes.
It's a final table anthem.
They are Finnish, yes. Yes. So you see, I'm a fan of Finnish bands.
Oh, it's Finnish music.
Interesting.
How much you play total now?
Now,
I've got a pretty cultured
1.5.
little Spotify on me, but I don't think I've got anything
cover me now.
from Finland in my library.
You can put pressure.
I don't want to put pressure without the cards.
If I get a good hand, it will be a very, very, very hard pressure.
Kolodiuk with some chirping chips now.
Yeah, hard pressure. It sounds like a massage.
Oh, interesting. Just mucks the ace-3 on the button. Leaves Ustamov, who's rather short here, 6 bigs, to ponder the value of a 10-6 suited shove here into the dangerous Christopherou. Probably is a shove. These spots are really difficult, but I feel like, no, he lets it go.
Show one time.
Oh, wow, and it was pocket ace behind. Feels really close there, because obviously the suitedness is kind of nice. Plenty of hands will fold, some better hands will fold.
But if you shove, I fold.
But
because you cover me.
Okay, I believe you. Ace 3 no good. Ace 10 I will show. I don't lie. You can watch on TV.
I didn't say any, I didn't say that you lie.
Yes.
Do you watch Eurovision
Well, like
on accident?
like
Is it really? It's like the
maybe
most
when they're reading
popular
up-
show, right? In
I think it does.
the
like-
highest rated.
Yeah, I think it does get the best ratings of a year. It's a strange one because there's a lot of very politically driven voting.
Sure.
It's and it's also like a terrible, terrible show. Like it's low art at its finest.
It's got some production value though.
Oh well, yeah.
They're spending some coin
What you
on
lack,
that show.
what you lack in quality, you make up for in size. I think is what.
The size is all of it for Ustamov here with 2 5s on the button, and Moad looks pretty discouraged not to be able to give him a look there. Puts his dust bunnies into the muck. As we are approaching the final throws of this Merit Poker Western Series, David, I think we would be remiss if we failed to acknowledge on yet another occasion, as I know I did during the player intros, the efforts of the entire staff here, in particular the dealers, even the unsung heroes. There's everybody who's keeping these guys nourished. Seems like you're never far from somebody just looking to look after you here in this poker room. And it truly is a foreign experience, no pun intended, but in contrast to those that I enjoy, for lack of a better verb, in the States and certainly elsewhere where I play, and I would imagine you feel the same.
Oh, the word spoilt comes to mind.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, as a poker player, you like to go to places where there's good dealers, good floor staff, players are treated well, valued, you feel like the rake is fair, and all the different things that poker players look for. And then once in a while you go somewhere where you do feel genuinely spoilt. On the flip side of that, I've been a traveling pro for 12 or 13 years of the 17 years I've played, and I've got to plenty of places where I felt like I was cattle, being marched into a room to pay rake, to be given a hyper turbo, to be kicked out and asked to re-enter again and pay the same rake again. And this is very much the opposite experience.
Yeah.
This is an experience for these guys where they're getting great structures, they're getting looked after, there's a constant buffet of food and drinks. And
Your cup runneth over literally and proverbially here.
And a particular shout out, and I'm sure this is something that the guys at Merit would like to be highlighted, is I know for a fact 50 plus of these guys who've been in the room battling it out every day, some of them have made our feature table coverage, have availed of this package where if you commit to playing $11.5, I think it was, $1,000 worth of buy-ins over the 9 days or whatever it is, you get your hotel stay all looked after.
Really?
You get the entire package.
That's fantastic.
So you're essentially getting all that rake back.
Yeah,
in the form
all of the, I mean, the proverbial
hospitality.
rake, but yeah, I mean, it is something to consider as a traveling pro. The cost of flights, the cost of ground transportation, the cost of hotels, the cost of meals.
Ground transportation included in that. They will bring you from the airport for that as well.
That's lovely. Christopheru transporting 350,000 of his chips across that little white line and into the middle for a raise.
Segways like that are why you're paid the big bucks, Sally.
1.4 plus 1.7.
Take it down.
Looks like an unsolicited count was delivered there by Christopheru, who doesn't seem rattled or flustered whatsoever in those spots. He's just like, yeah, I may not have much, but here's your count. What, you want some of this?
He's very tapped into the emotional side of poker. I think he understands these like pressure point moments with his opponents who might be wobbling on the verge of a decision one way or the other. That really wasn't a great example of it, but we have seen it time and time again during this final table. He seems to know when to nudge them in the direction he wants them to go.
He's a shiatsu masseur, if you will, pressing the buttons.
Yeah, very much so. It's kind of, yeah, I think he's very in sync with the energy of the players' emotional state
Yeah.
when they drop their guard ever so slightly in a difficult decision when they're finally heads up with them.
I would agree wholeheartedly with that sentiment.
Kakwa with probably just a clunky enough shove here. That works really well. Hand tends to play quite well when called.
like you said.
And you can just sort of gobble up that lovely 400k of dead money in a lot of worlds. There it is.
Ace-5 off in the small.
Well, that's why.
Ustamov likes to only show 1-9. Whatever the other side card was, inconsequential as Kakua is able to jam and take it down.
Yeah, not only does King-Jack suited get to be the best hand there most of the time, but even when it's not, some of those hands fold, and we just saw it there. Ace-5 in the muck. Good exploitation. And yeah, I think we're going to see more of that. I think Kakua is probably at the point now where he's so far ahead. I think he's got 60% of the chips now, and still quite a few opponents who probably each have about 10% of the chips. He can probably just start shoving quite liberally from all seats. I think some suited Broadway, anything kind of resembling that, a king high, an ace high, all of that stuff can just go into the shoving range now into these guys. Muad's been quiet.
Truly has, and every one of these orbits are so costly, David. 400,000 every 5 hands as it stands.
Kakua just taking a glance at all the stacks behind. Very important to be stack aware in this situation. I think he's dealing with basically 2 10 big blind stacks and maybe 1 shorter. Might just go with this. No, he doesn't. But I feel like he was like an 8-7 suited he might have gone with. He was kind of close. Well, lucky for him.
2 8s on the button for Kolodiuk. Off of 1.4. Is it going to be jelly or jam?
All in.
Jam it is. No toast notes out of the blinds.
Only the good hands. Yes.
Still 5-handed.
Pretty remarkable, man, given just look at this. It is the Tony Kakua show and then everybody else embroiled in a war of attrition with a ladder from 43,000 to 119 between 5th and 2nd and 4 stacks that really shuffle the deck and take your pick as to who's going to end up in any one of those slots, because it has to be said, we don't expect that individual to be Tony Kakua as it stands now, not just based on the chip stacks, but based upon the way he's been operating.
Yeah, and it's such an advantage for the big stack in this situation. He can essentially try to create a race for second. These guys want to outlast each other. As you mentioned there, not just a ladder, not just 2 ladders, but actually you could ladder all the way to second.
Yeah.
You know, obviously along the way you're going to have to get some shoves through. You might even have to double up. But that's the game they're playing. He's playing the game of how do I get heads up versus a guy who's got very few chips left.
Yeah.
And re-entries, if you make...
choose another Syria.
I don't know.
If you ask them, why not? I mean,
Maybe I would have come back anyway.
Oh, hello.
Oh, yeah, just what
Good
the doctor
motivation.
has ordered here for
5K, 523K.
Kolodiuk.
Carrero.
I do think that the favorite, by the way, this hand notwithstanding, prior to this one being dealt, in my mind, to end up heads up with Kakua with a decent-sized stack would be Christopher, as the approach would suggest. But he could also very easily end up in 5th if it goes awry.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And this could be dangerous here for Muad, who has been quiet and may decide this is the perfect hand to include in his light shoving range. He also might call with this hand. Blinds are 8160 right now. Interesting, though, because it's exactly the kind of hand you would consider reshoving.
No, I can see. Thank you. Call.
Okay, let's
How
see
much?
3. A cowboy with cowboys. A canny elder statesman with a very pretty ace-5 suited.
Does well to flat pre-flop, but does not do quite as well post-flop. On the queen 7-3 2 diamond board, he has dust. Checks it over to far from. As the Russian cowboy grabs his saddle, tosses it in to the tune of 280. Check fold. And that's just fine for Kolotiuk. This, given sort of the magnified nature of these short stacks right now that are really chiseling and grinding and making the most out of every last bit of stack depth, a pot like that represents some real breathing room against the opposition.
It sure does. And it's a dastardly time to go card dead. Muad obviously saw the ace-5 suited, felt it was defendable there in the last hand. He's really been card dead for the last little while. Ustamov, similarly so. There's nothing you can do if you don't actually have a spot. And yeah, card distribution going to decide an awful lot. Again, Ustamov looking down at some napkins. One feels there aren't 2 cards that Christoforou won't play, although this is pretty ugly on the button, queen 4. But undeterred, again, his cards never seem to matter. It's always about him playing his opponent's range. Oh, hello.
2 jacks for Kaukua in the big blind. And this is what we talked about. Yes, he's a favorite to maybe end up second with some chips, but he's also a favorite, if not there, to end up in 5th. And that's very well where he may find himself
1.8.
if he gets out of line. You know, it's funny. Christopherou's a bit of a threat. Obviously, he can wake up with a hand. I would love to see Kaukua flat and let him hang himself. I really would. Maybe it's just self-indulgence that's driving that opinion, Lappin, and this is obviously, you know, what one might expect. But, you know, there's always little deviations and adjustments that we make while we're out there, the meta that drives us away from maybe where the ICM tugs us.
No doubt your profiling of Christoforou is spot on there.
He's the candidate, isn't he, to do this with? You know, and just because like it comes king high and the guy 3 barrels just doesn't mean, you know, that all of a sudden you're beat. I mean, he's the guy that can do it.
Sure. You punish him by picking it off, though, as well.
Sure, but...
And putting him back in an ICM coffin here. And also, you sort of benefit as the big stack, too, by not busting people. Not eliminating people allows you to whittle them down over another orbit and another orbit. And again, that's sort of the game for our chip leader right now. It's about, can I get these guys, they're playing a 10 big blind game right now. Can I get it to where they're playing 6 each? Then can 1 or 2 of them eliminate, and now can I get those guys down to 6 each again?
Yeah, quietly shave away. And all of a sudden they all look around and go, where'd all the oh, wait a minute.
He's got them all. Because he has pretty much just chipped up from 6 million to 9 million here. And he's done it by letting the game come to him. Now, the game has come to him in the form of some very favourable hands and situations too. But here we see, as predicted there, hands like suited 1 Broadway card hands. Going to be shoves from quite a few positions here. Certainly small blind, big blind. And yeah, like he's just not going to showdown, but winning 2.5 of the hands per orbit. And I think he's just patient. He's a patient guy who's willing to just whittle these guys down over time.
Tend to agree.
You're right, though. No harm to put Christoforou to bed. He's a loose cannon. He's a difficult prospect. Again, I want to say, I think Ustamov has played superbly well to still be even in this tournament, given what he's received over the course of the entire final table. And should he get a little spin now, which it wouldn't take much, I think we could see him make a little run at this, or at least a run to get second, because I think a lot of them will be sort of psychologically at least thinking, well, let's just try and get to top 2.
Sure. Christopher with the ace deuce, making it 350 to go. Almost all the way through. Feels doubtful that Ustamov is going to get altogether too curious off of 690 back and facing a guy who he knows is likely to ask for the rest of it.
Extraordinary patience from Ustamov. Obviously, he's going to look to find a spot with 4 big blinds in this next orbit now. But I think he just understands the situation really well. He's probably been there, done that online so many times, final tables such as this one, where even if you do end up with 2 or 3 bigs, if you can win your all in there, win one more and get to 13 or 14 bigs, that's often good enough to get you into the top 3. It's a sort of a death by 1,000 cuts feeling. But when you have experience, you do realize that it can change pretty quickly, especially with the relative stack depths being so shallow. Muad now down to 1.1 million just. So hasn't played a hand aggressively for best part of an hour. He's giving this real consideration. He'll get more credit than a hand like 10 Jack here.
Oh, 100%.
What do you count, please?
Oh, but it doesn't matter how much credit is being given. Ustamov with 2 9s off of 6-10, David. It would seem, there's so many tables on which we would think, oh, yeah, foregone conclusion. But the climate out there, this is the guy that folded ace-queen suited to, of all people, Christoforou. So perhaps even 2 9s to a guy who has a much tighter rep, like Muad, finds the muck.
Yeah, it's just too good, and he knows he has to do it, but he knows he doesn't love it. And even against probably the worst hand that Muad would have gone with, like, yes, okay, he probably would have gone with 5, 6, 7, 8s, which he plays better against. But there we see Muad saying, this was the best I had, but he's got a flip.
Sure does.
Good luck, both of you.
A very sincere.
I hope you both bust, I think was really what was being said. Now look at this flop. An open ender against middle set. Ustamov flashing a smile, but it's one that could be wiped off his face real quick if an 8 or a king surface. Turn card is a 4. It is safe. Now, Muad. The good news is he has Ustamov covered. The bad news is he has only 8 outs. Oh my God.
Good game.
Wow. Wow. Ustamov, I was just preparing what an extraordinarily patient game he's played. He's tripled up off 3 bigs twice. He's doubled up off 4 bigs once, and he's about to double up off 4 bigs again. But no, that's not the tale.
I'll tell you what. There's been some liquid nitrogen applied to this deck because it has been very cold. Viktor Ustamov showered in 5th place without mercy despite flopping middle set way out ahead of Jack 10 pre-flop, but finds himself collecting $43,000 and leaving behind 4 hopefuls. There's Joseph Muad. Vaults into 2nd place, but that vault is pretty shallow, isn't it?
It's like 13, a hurdle.
Yeah, 13, 12, and 9 big blinds respectively for those who trail the chip leader, the Finn. Really has been the Kalkua show. Payouts now up to $57,200. Look at the relaxed body language on this guy. This is a man that is truly not at all feeling the weight of any of this.
All in.
Queen 10 found the monk, but ace 10 suited certainly is ready to go for a spin. Of course, we know Kaukua cannot indulge.
Just so the camera can see it.
First, the formalities for Muad.
6 here. That's it.
We can be pretty sure that Kaukua will not call it off here with 6-4 suited, just trying to get an exact count maybe, just so he has it for the next hand anyway.
1 point.
I want to take this opportunity to just point out a little bit of biographical information for the remaining players. Kaukua, our prohibitive chip leader right now, online live player. Last August came second in the 2.5K WSOP online event for 187K. So even though he's in pole position to win this, it wouldn't be his biggest score ever, but certainly his second biggest.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's obviously a player who does it on the online and live felt.
2 live cards.
And yeah, just want to give a little bit of info about Joseph Muad, who has been a really fun person to watch, it has to be said, as the blinds go up once again to 100K, 200K. Muad, 27 cashes, 11 final tables, and 2 victories here in North Cyprus.
That's very impressive. And you can tell that, you know, a lot of the staff are familiar with their regulars and are kind of rooting them on here. He certainly has the support of the room insofar as I've been able to sense it. He was second moments ago. Now he's in fourth as the jockeying between the 3 smaller stack continues, and it's jockeying that will amount to $62,000 in pay jumps between fourth and second.
Yeah, just 1 big blind between those 3 stacks right now.
Yeah.
That's wild. 100, 200,000 with the 200K big blind ante. 500K every 4 hands shaved off these guys' stacks. That's 125,000 per hand on average. Hello, Jax.
Definitely an induce for Christoforou, who has been playing fairly loosey-goosey all evening, it must be said. Muad will be keenly aware of that with 8.5 bigs lurking behind in the small. Does have the discipline to fold. What a great fold there. Would not have blamed him for thinking there were a lot of raise folds in Christoforou's range there. Does just toss away the A7 like it's nothing. Oh, and it looks like Kauqua's going to defend here.
Boy, that really was impressive from Joseph. He's got some instincts on him, doesn't he?
Really does.
And the 9-5.
I think the
mercifully
the card in the middle is okay, or the 7
comes up empty. Yes, Christoforou. Just keeping an eye on the state of this deck here.
300.
Kaukwa lucky not to get a piece of it that time.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Here's one interesting way to look at it, Ali. If either Christoforou, Kolotiuk or Muad take 12 hands off, they've basically blinded out of the tournament.
It just gives you a sense of how much urgency there is at present. Wonder how much fatigue or stamina is starting to creep into the calculus here for these guys. They've been at it a long time. Started the day with 3 tables. And those who are accustomed to getting a tournament like this wrapped up online, well, it happens a lot faster.
It sure does. I think two probably competing forces at work there. One is that this is the high roller and it's basically been an evening time tournament here. So if you're on that schedule, it's not so bad. But pushing the other way certainly is the fact that this is the last day of a long series.
Yeah, as we will be drawing the curtain on this Merit Poker Western Series upon the conclusion of this event. And there'll be a little cash game festival in February for a week out here, but then the next big series will be the Carmen Series, Spanish-themed affair. You know, I was with some of the Merit staff earlier tonight, and in talking about the Carmen Series, I was asking about what the outfits were that they were going to be bringing, and then I also asked where they were going to keep the bull, because obviously you have to have a bull during the Spanish Series. We have a wagon in the front now.
No, I think there's plenty of bull in the commentary box.
Call? Call, of course. Can I call with ace-5? Offsuit.
Oh, I love this guy, Muad. I love all these guys. I think it's been a great dynamic. Another great table full of personalities. Something we've really noticed here over the week. I guess there's an inclination for both you and I, Ali, to drift to a kind of more generalized commentary on what we've seen. And one thing I would say is very high standard, but loads of personality.
Yeah. And it's refreshing. You know, oftentimes we find ourselves at this stage of a tournament, as mentioned earlier, just observing people at the top of their craft, quietly executing, and you're not really concerned with giving one another, let alone us or the audience out there, anything to sink our teeth into. But not so here, as the ace-jack sinks its teeth into the blinds. 1.46 million chip jam.
What do you have? Ace-9.
And chomps away at an orbit's worth of tokens.
I always control. Because a new hand, I will have a new hand.
So 3 hands and each of our 3 short stacks getting 1 through each.
Getting 1 through is absolutely the name of the game if you seek to avoid, as you mentioned, David, that taking 12 hands off and ending up with 0 effect.
Well, from what we've seen, this is probably going to be an open from Christoforu. Yeah, here he comes. He loves opening these blockers, and also when he has no blockers whatsoever.
Yeah, 7 deuce offsuit comes to mind.
I think it's going to get shipped back in his face here by Kaukua, who has... Yeah. A healthy read on the situation, it must be said. I think Kaukua unlikely to turn down any viable prospect there against the laggy Christoforu.
As Kaukua has really begun to ascend in terms of chips. You hear Christoforu
something
asking whether or not he always has it. I mean, by it,
I have something too.
We don't need to be referring to Kaukua's hand per se. We could also be just referring to the situational advantage that he has been leveraging at times. Christoforu jamming the ace-queen suited now. But you wonder whether or not he will make an adjustment when it comes to picking on the big blind of specifically our chip leader, because he's kind of been smacked around a bit.
Nobody's interested.
Well, I think what is really interesting is his lack of balance. If he's shoving the ace-queen suiteds and ace-jack suiteds of the world, his opens just don't contain enough strong hands to really withstand a re-raise. So yes, of course, he might have the jacks like he did that one time. He might have an ace-king. a queens, a kings, and aces, obviously they're going to induce. But there's just far too many of those blocker hands going into the mix there, and actually it's the lack of balance that can really be pounced upon by our chip leader right now, or indeed anyone playing behind him who feel as though they have anything somewhat playable and there are enough folds. Kakwa probably just going to stick this in. Don't
King,
really see it working well as an induce.
Does indeed jam, as you predicted.
Christoforou far too canny, far too wise to call it off with an ace-5 here. And this is the thing that
How much do you both have? Can I know?
he's further ahead of the guys in third and fourth. This is a kind of an ICM catastrophe for him. He doesn't have a hand that can often be very far ahead.
1.8.
So
1.4.
taking this moment to maybe get a sense of where the other stacks are.
And you?
But I don't think this is
no,
ever calling.
Sorry.
And you, Andrea?
2 point something.
2 something? Okay.
And I have the best hand now. 1 time bank left.
Oh.
I have the best hand.
He's not wrong.
Hmm? Yes, 100%. Pass.
It's the correct decision. He did have the best hand,
Yeah.
but it's just
Choose
too
You will not imagine.
difficult
Show one
a
time
spot.
the
You have to
queen
have a
card,
risk
whether you
premium
make like this.
through the roof in a situation
Of course I
such
have
as
the
this
best
one.
hand. I'm not stupid, you know. Good days. Suited. Doesn't matter, I have the best hand. Maybe, yeah. I think I had, maybe you had, maybe. But I'm pretty sure, I don't know. We will see on the stream.
Oh, and Kalkwa picking it up here.
Yeah.
This really helps. I think he's just going to lamp this one again. He could induce against Christoforou. Maybe fold if it went shove. But I actually think he's just going to stick it in again. Picking up 500,000 each time. Oh, he's going to induce. Okay. Throwing out a little bit of rope here.
We'll see whether or not he gets a taker.
And this induce designed for one man and one man alone, who has already mucked.
Yeah, it's specifically targeting, isn't it?
Yeah. Muad now, sort of by virtue of that induce, has been given the opportunity to flat here and try and hit a flop for 200. He does let it go though. Muad looking for a spot to get it in first, as they all are. And Kaukwa, well, he's up to over 9 million now.
Pretty remarkable because it's not the product of some sort of big collision, really,
Maybe you had King 4 suited before.
in large part.
A break would be nice.
Hmm?
A break would be nice.
Break? In 26 minutes, yes.
On the topic of King 4 suiteds,
Yeah, 7.5 bigs, and remember the big blind ante about to get him for 30% of his stack in the next hand. He might just think this is my chance to get it in first. Problematically for him is Mawad also really short, and they are sort of racing to the bottom right now. Christoforou has a little bit of a cushion on those guys, but that can disappear pretty quickly too. Muad, blind v blind, just snap lets it go. And wow, Kaukwa actually had nines in the big.
that's wild. He's really white hot right now.
And it's very quickly getting to the point where Kaukwa could actually just start shoving most hands from all positions.
Especially
And
if
the
these guys are just going to be as tight as they have been. But again, situationally, we sort of understand and sympathize with just how battened down these hatches are for these shorties.
They're completely handcuffed, and the most likely hero is Christoforou, and he's actually the one in second right now with the most ICM pressure being able to be applied to him. He does open, though. It's so fun to watch him continue to just open. And gets the job done. So that's a great pickup for Christoforou, because he's not just picked up 500,000 to his own stack there, but he's taken those chips off one of the other shorties. He's pulled himself up to about 3 million now, 15 big blinds, and they're both sitting at around 7 bigs each.
Yeah.
And
Good.
sorry, they're not actually, because Kolotiuk has actually just had the big blind and big blind ante, so actually he's probably down at 5 bigs.
Yeah. And that's a good bit of distance, honestly, as this match has been played of late, and Muad, certainly with 2 sevens in the cutoff, we would anticipate is going to be ready to go. But as this match has been played, you know, a 5 big blind gap is just a gorge.
Huge, huge, absolutely huge. We'll just have to see if there's anyone waking up behind. One feels like Muad does get a bit more credit than most, despite that 10-jack showdown. Job well done, Muad. Chips back up, a crucial pickup there as he faces the big blind ante next hand. One more lap of the track paid for, one more orbit.
Yeah.
Frustration felt for these players.
Not that guy.
Not that guy. I think he could stick this in. I'm not sure. Well, I guess, sorry, not against Christoforu. Maybe he realizes. Creates a slightly awkward situation against some of the short stacks. Obviously, Kolotiuk well.
Oh, catches him at the dead bottom here.
No, come
Oh,
on,
stop.
surely not. Surely not.
I tell you what.
It would work on this occasion, but this is just so dangerous if he takes this on.
If he were to 3-bet Kalkua here with the 7 deuce suited, not blocking anything, and absolutely demonstrating wanton disregard for ICM, he is anointed the hero of this final table. He's got a cape, and he's our man, David. You just don't see it. It doesn't happen like this.
This is
savagery. Oh my God! You know what? I kind of feel like he wants to show it.
No, he does, and,
Right?
he certainly knows we see it. But
It's bad for business, obviously, but like just to let him know, I'm that guy.
So I had the best hand, you think? I had the best hand?
Yeah.
It's so reckless, though. It's so wild and reckless. But it's a great pickup. It's a great pickup, and to his credit, he knew he was going to let himself get away, and he'd be left with the same stack as the other guys if he did happen to run into it. It's sicko. It is an absolutely sicko move. I don't understand why he picks a hand like that there when he could pick hands with blockers, and they'd be slightly better ones to do it with. It's almost like he does want to put the marker down with the 7 deuce. We saw it earlier with the 7 deuce and the 4 deuce as well. Savagery, as you said, Ali.
I want to call.
There are 2 players.
Huh?
There are 2 players.
That's it. You put manners on him. That's it.
Admonishment
Yeah, get a little.
of a very stately
getting a spanking
variety.
Getting a spanking from Grandad there.
I'm not lying.
No, but I'm saying there are 2 players.
Quite right.
Sign me up for the Joseph Muad fan club. I'm in. I'll pay the annual sub.
I don't think so.
Did someone just ask someone else if they had COVID at the final table? I think it was Christoforu asking Kalkua if he had COVID in a very matter-of-fact, I don't think so.
Muad taking his spot there, obviously recognizing that he needs to be able to get it in first here with these 5-6 big blinds to have any full equity, and not wanting to allow a spot where he has a blocker pass him by. Great spot to take that, And yeah, Muad just really impressed me. Obviously has been a little card dead in this session of play, but yeah, full of admiration for that man on screen. Just that the nod from Muad there to Christopher was so pure. Well, Kolotiuk will have to go with this against Christoforou, one feels. Way above average. And Christoforou will call it off fairly light. King high is close. Very close. And he's going to let it go, though.
Fold the best hand.
He knows
I
it.
don't think so. Which card is second?
Don't
It's
mind.
it's matter. It's matter.
You won, so it's okay. I mean, it's.
I'm curious how you don't know.
A little jousting.
Next time.
Some Pinocchio as well.
Mm-hmm.
When I will try
Because
to
I want to call.
Yeah. Jack 9
call
never
king?
wants a call there,
Yes.
sir.
Yeah, so you won. Of course you won. It was
I got King 10.
Everyone puffing their
Very
chests
good.
out right now.
Sure.
very good.
This King Jack you snap call, I think.
No?
This
Kaukwa
King
can just
Jack
stick
you
this
will
in.
snap.
You know, like Christoforou, yes, he has an uncomfortable amount of chips. You wouldn't want to double him up. But he's also the one who has to make big vowels. And he does take the King 10 spot. I like this from Kaukwa. Look at that. 2 ace-X's have to go in the bin right away. And they both know it. So just shows the profitability of this shove. We could see more of this from Kaukwa.
Get 2 cards.
Yeah, you don't imagine Ace-X is going to find the muck in this kind of situation, but again, with these jumps, 4th to 3rd, we're looking at 20,000. And then from 3rd to 2nd, we're looking at another 32,000, 42,000 rather.
And the next blind jump is not far away.
Yeah,
These
hour-long levels. They come quick, don't they? Oh, 40-minute, forgive me, in the high roller.
Yeah, life comes at you fast in these guys. So with just 7 bigs here, cutoff is obviously under the gun. And worryingly for Kolotiuk, once again, 30% of his stack will be committed next hand. In the big blind and big blind ante, well, Mua will take this for sure.
All in.
Waits until the 30 seconds are almost up.
Jams, predictably. Not sure 8-4 suited is thrilled, but looking for a count.
That's another thing about Muad. I noticed that a few times now. I don't think there's any fluke anymore. In order not to give away any timing tells, he does pretty much wait until that clock is at 25 to 30 seconds.
I like it.
Obviously online, that's a very important thing. Obviously with no physicality, timing tells become very, very
Not a good
crucial.
price for
And
you.
a lot of players, that's exactly what they do, is they wait for
Sorry.
to click their button, anything inside the last 5 seconds.
Що за перекати?
That means they can balance up the times where they do need those 20, 25 seconds to think about it.
Sure.
And when they don't, it's sort of optimal.
No, I can't hear you.
Taking
I cannot hear you.
similar approach to the life felt right now.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, must have been jumped.
I just wanted to know.
Approaching 2:30 a.m. local time here. Late start on the day for this high roller field. And as a result, we're looking at a late finish. But it could come swiftly once we finally break the floodgates.
All in.
Ace 4 on the button. Mawad activating yet again. Oh my goodness. It is a nines-rich environment here at this final table, and on this occasion, it is Kolodiuk, the recipient, who will jam. And the good news for Mawad is he has his man covered. The bad news is a good chunk of his chips are at risk, and he's behind with a single overcard.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
40% dog. To the flop. Top set, and the climb is so absurdly uphill for Ace 4 from this point forward. It's got to be a wheel card, and it isn't. The 10 of clubs is going to ice Joseph Mawad's fate as our fourth place finisher here, David. And the Lebanese gentleman certainly will be missed, but he will be $57,200 richer. Oh!
He's too big.
I went into my whole launching thing too, didn't I? And I said that he had him covered. That's what happens when it's 2:30 in the morning.
Well,
how much?
It's going to be an uphill climb for
1
sure.
million, 200.
However,
Yes.
No.
when he's
Correct.
committed,
206.
as he will be,
Yeah.
probably
Yes, correct.
next hand after. The double up doesn't put him that far away from these other guys who are all just sort of trying to struggle. Well, I suppose it does a little bit now. Christoforou has pulled away a little bit, and now Polodiuk has doubled up to maybe 10 bigs. But with 2 bigs, you know, your double up will often get you to 5.5.
I mean, that is truly a nub.
Don't count that man out quite yet. But yes, it's going to be difficult. He has battled into the trenches today. It has been a short stack scrap from pretty much the second hour of this final table onward.
Yeah, it's strange because Kalkawa's kind of had a front row seat to the show in terms of watching these guys cannibalize and jockey, but he's also done his own bidding on a number of occasions.
All in.
Another ace is certainly what Mawad was hoping to see after having that big wound inflicted. So far, so good.
Christoforou will be committed here with any 2. Kolodiuk doesn't have to go with any 2. I imagine knowing Christoforou, he probably won't look. He'll probably just call regardless.
Count, please.
And should Mawad get the double up here
475.
with the big blind ante and small blind in there as well,
Pass.
he will be back up to about 1.2 million.
I didn't see.
Oh, of course you don't
predicted.
see.
Queen 3 off suit.
Good luck, Joseph.
I folded 9-3.
Well wishes being sent, and must be said they feel somewhat heartfelt in spite of the implications from Christoforou. 8-7-3, both players with a pair. Advantage Mawad as it has been since the onset. Heart working as well for Christoforou. 5 outs for the time being. What Mawad needed to dodge, but it gets iced on the turn, courtesy of a third 8. So
Huge pot because now Mawad roughly back to where he started in before that last hand. He's got 1.3. I think he had 1.6 maybe in that hand, and very much got fold equity again. This is a wild final table.
it really is. I can't remember the last time that we got underway. I came into the booth here 7-handed. You guys presided over the first couple of bust outs, but
Blind.
it has
2 blind.
really been unoiled gears.
It's not fair for the
You're
game.
on the big blind, 1 blind.
You mentioned there the heartfelt wishes of good luck.
They'll be less heartfelt this time around off of 4 bigs maybe if
I feel like Christoforou understands that Oscar Wilde phrase
got
about
the ball
sincerity, and if you can fake that,
Yeah.
you have everything.
Yeah.
Can break or no? No.
It's not fair for the big blind was the quote, I believe, that he issued.
So there's going to be a blind v blind. Christoforou versus, well, look at this. You might have to actually walk him here.
Yeah, it's dusty.
No matter what you do, because...
Go on, Muad.
3 deuce off.
Okay, you can't do much.
Huh?
You can't do much with it.
I love this guy.
He's a bit of a resident Yoda.
Totally.
He's a good man. I know him from... Sorry? Yeah, I'm just counting my chips. Could you give me a minute?
Muad may just stick this in blind v blind. I think he's going to just play the rush.
Suited and connected.
To me?
Doing some accounting. It's a little south of 6.5 total.
Gives
he
the
has
wall.
behind. Yeah.
Time? So.
I would have quite liked to see the shove there, got to be honest. It's the kind of hand that will play very well against a calling range and will obviously get a lot of folds too. I think it would have exploited the Jack-3 on this occasion. But
psychologically, though, David, a lot of times you go, you know, I've gone through so much.
Yeah.
What a shame it would be to suddenly just find myself,
sure,
you know, sensing that I'm punting with 8 high in the event that this big stack that can well afford to look me up and just try to dispatch me here, secure a pay jump.
425.
Also, oh my goodness, what are we seeing again? Also, I think to add to that point about Muad, I think he understands the value of shoving into these other shorter stacks and not into the big one. What is this open? It's almost like he takes pride in finding the absolute worst hands possible.
I'll tell you what, sometimes there's some convenience in doing so because the water isn't murky on the other side of a 3-bet at all. The 8-3 off just finds the muck with ease.
Indeed. And it's going to work again. It has worked for him a lot, don't get me wrong. It's been part and parcel. Very different games being deployed here. Christoforou's game, all about action, all about opening, all about stealing blinds, all about getting pots uncontested. He runs into it then from time to time, and we've seen those clashes. The other guys much more selective, much more blocker aware, much more nuance in their sizings.
Look, I haven't been wielding an abacus throughout the proceedings, but I suspect that it's been a net positive for him. I mean, we look at his stack in contrast to the other shorties, and he appears to be treading better water than they are.
Is a man who takes life by the scruff of the neck, one feels.
Mm-hmm.
You 2.5?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes. Maybe a little bit less.
And Muad getting that opportunity now to shove into the blinds of the 2 shorter stacks. Obviously, they have more than him right now, but they are the people he can put a little bit of a dent in, and obviously doubling through those guys sort of serves him best, turning them suddenly into the short stack.
Pocket 3s are jamming.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a customer here. Ace, Jack suited, but what sort of customer is it, David? Jam?
Yeah.
Over the top?
Yeah, for sure.
Not strong enough to look to induce.
No, and it's just too much of the remaining stacks of the guys behind. So
10-8 and Jack 10 promptly find the muck, and Mawad will take a spin with the hard 6 up against suited blackjack. So 3 million in the middle, and Joseph Mawad's fate hanging in the balance. To the flop we go. An ace in the window. A tragic development for the pocket threes. No diamond to speak of. And it's going to be 2 outs twice. Ooh, that was in the neighborhood. Diamond no-sider, but it isn't the one that Mawad was hunting. And now, the light flickers at the end of his tunnel. Is it there? Ooh. No. And officially now, Joseph Mawad is out in 4th place. Certainly will be missed, but I think he can be quite proud of his performance here today, David.
Oh, it has been an absolute dogfight. This has been ugly poker, scrappy poker, nail-biting stuff. He has provided tremendous entertainment in that context.
Respect being shown by the other soldiers on the battlefield for their fallen comrade as they secure a healthy pay jump of roughly $20,000. $77,100 is what's on tap now, with a gap of $42,000 between 3rd and 2nd in the hunt for $170K. As three-handed action is underway.
Our chip leader Kaukwa has run tremendously well at Showdown, no question, but he is also, in a tippy-tappy, subtle way, manufactured a situation where at every bust out, his opponents seem to all have 10 big blinds. And he's the one who has increased his stack.
Pocket threes are what led to Mawad meeting his maker, and might they be what undoes Kolotiuk here? He would appear to have Christoforou covered. I'm not sure, though. The 100,000 in the small blind's already in there, so it truly is neck and neck.
Tell me exactly, please.
What are you saying now? What are you saying now?
To my friend outside. Why?
Because I want to know what are you saying now.
2 million to I told him
10 big blinds.
Line gambling now.
10 big blinds, three-handed. Christoforou going to take the bull by the horns. That's what he's done all day. Oh, would you believe it?
Pocket eights. It could all be over right here, potentially. Count being requested for Kaukwa.
Crucially here, Kolotiuk has just half a small blind more.
Yeah, which would put him in 2nd in the event that this event draws to a close here and now.
That's massive. That's a massive factor when you think of all the bets that have gone in, all the continuation bets earlier on, all the little small bets that we've seen.
And it's worth $42,000 in pay money.
That's pretty sick if that's how things end right now this minute. Kaukwa obviously has this incredible shot that he can take. These guys could be sharing cards here. It could be ace-x against ace and ace-x against his eights. There's going to be some situations where he has to dodge a lot. And Christoforou did not signal balance. He signaled standing up, really in the tank, like sort of marginal hands. There's no way he would have done that with 9s plus. So I think for that reason...
Good luck.
Go on, David.
I think for that reason, Kaukwa's got to go with it, because I don't think Christoforou has sold the story of that he's ever balanced here. He's always sold the story that he's got a hand like ace-10, pocket 6s. Like, that's what he's sort of told the table. So really, Kaukwa is thinking, I'm in great shape against that range, and Kolotiuk shoved, and he's going to shove some, just 2 big card hands. He might actually induce with better than 10s, so there might be too much to go against. I think this ends up being really close. Oh, he lets it go.
He folds.
Well, when they showed up, he's going to be sick.
Oh, my God.
What a difference for Christoforou. Had he gone up against the eights, lost, and the eights did a hold, he would have come third. And Kolotiuk, even with the worst hand, with that half a big blind difference, would have come second. Now instead, Christoforou could double up to a very dangerous 4.7 million in a heads-up confrontation.
What an incredible turn of events that fold is, as neither of these pocket pairs hit a set. And truly, it is Kaukua who is thinking to himself, all I had to do was click call.
No.
Neither player has a spade. Kolodiuk calling for a 3 here. That's what he's going to need to avoid being decimated. Is it there? No. And Christoforou is going to double through Kolotiuk and leave him with vapors.
It could be all over, Ali.
Would you have called with the 2-8s,
Yeah.
David? I think I would have too.
I think the big giveaway was Christoforou wearing his hand on his sleeve, almost not factoring in the possibility of the big blind waking up. He stood up, he thought, this is my moment, this is my big decision, and he knew it was close, so he took a long time over it, revealing the strength of his hand. I don't think he ever does that with pocket tens.
No, I don't think it's like a false tell either.
Ace-queen or ace-king.
Yeah.
So he's basically given away that he has an ace-10, ace-jack,
Yeah.
pocket sixes type hand.
The 8s feel pretty good against that hand, as it was sort of communicated before it was on its back.
And if you know one of the hands is of that nature, then you're up against the guy who shoved first.
Right.
And you certainly would have called against that hand.
Yeah, right. Which really emboldens you to make the call. And of course, just that overlay of being able to take the event down then and there in one fell swoop cannot be overstated, as you see Roman Kolotiuk with just nothing, as three-handed play will continue shortly. And man, what an exciting final table it has been, David. I think we're on the precipice of heads-up play and potentially a relatively early finish to this final table, though it is the wee hours from here in Cyprus. Let's not make a meal of this situation. Let us take a break. Let us step aside and allow these guys to collect themselves. You and I to maybe grab a drink after that last pot there. We were with bated breath waiting on the edge of our seats, but we will return with more, perhaps the finale from the high roller event from here at the Crystal Cove in Kyrenia, Cyprus. Stay close.
So Ademir moves all in for his button big blind behind. And he's in really good shape here with the 9-3, unexpectedly.
Somehow they share a 3 for the Lebanese Mawad. He is in front in terms of chips, and now in terms of equity, he's doing very well as he's flopped the club draw here and hits the clubs on the turn, which leaves 9-3 drawing dead. Ademir.
Good game, Mr. Recep.
Good game.
Issued some GGs, but unfortunately for the local fans, the Turk has been dispatched. Recep Aydemir.
Yeah, definitely looks like he knows what he's about. He's going to open fairly wide, but he's going to have to play super tight against the chip leader. Everybody else will be happy to fold, get out of the way when they have nothing. Let him do the work. But Kontush has something here. This is an awkward spot, though. Just over 23 big blinds. Ace-queen suited. Giving this a lot of thought. Yeah, he's gone for the call here. Keep the pot small for now.
How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I like it with the ICM facing the under the gun open. If you 3-bet that hand and get 4-bet shoved on you, you hate your life. That might bring in the big blind now, who has a playable hand as well, the suited queen.
Well, the price is right.
Yeah.
Close the action and get a whack at something. He was dominated, so perhaps not altogether.
Yeah, that was the big fear with that hand, and he wasn't really deep enough to greatly benefit from the suitedness.
No benefit on a king high rainbow board for Kontouche, at least at present. He does bookend that king of diamonds handsomely.
Yeah. Goes check, check, which it will a lot. One of the effects of ICM is it makes the post-flop play more passive. Neither player incentivized to bet as much of their range.
That may not be the case here on the turn, though, as Christoforo has the gut shot straight draw. Kontouche has got himself the nut flush draw. Still behind, however.
Sizing here will dictate everything. Whether Christoforo decides to hang on. Putting a lot of thought into his sizing here. It was a tricky enough spot because he picked up the nut flush draw, but his hand still had decent showdown against worse aces. He would hate to get check shoved on here, but he probably thinks that's not going to happen very often. And Christoforo does hang on. And now will he fire if he misses? And he doesn't miss.
No, he hits the 10 of diamonds on the end, and now that's a third overcard to Christoforo's hand, and really a bad one at that.
Yeah.
All of those sort of straight connected cards. If the draws miss, they've paired. The backdoor diamonds, of course. Eights just feel really without a paddle at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, he's staring at this board, looking at all of the hands that may have got there on the river. He's trying at the time bank. Don't know if he's considering a blocker here. The wheels are churning there. This
Half
is
a million.
Yeah, this is not a blocker. This is he's essentially I think he's turning his hand into a bluff here.
Yeah, 100%. This is designed to kind of represent the sort of stuff Kontouche is sitting on right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Dreamy development for him, by the way, as he probably imagined he was going to have to come with some sort of milky sizing of his own. Instead, he gets to rip his 695 out there. That's only 195 more to call, and of course, Christoforo is done with it. So that was a painful misstep there for the Cypriot.
Yeah.
On the river, nuts.
I think the most likely hand he put is a
Pocket eights now for Blablea under the gun.
This type of holding does shrivel up in value when you're in early position and ICM is a factor. Eights might be one of the worst pairs he's opening from this seat.
Oh, no. Two kings for Nista off of 565,000.
Yeah.
Presumably it will be going in. No reason to get cute and invite the big blind in behind you.
No. Not with his stack.
There's the jam.
And his fellow Romanian is going to hate this spot. Oh my goodness, look at this.
Tantillo in the big blind wakes up with two aces. This is hardly fair. Overwhelming chip leader, and he's got both of these pocket pairs showered as he rips.
Good luck.
Yeah, I was about to say it was going to be a difficult spot for Blabea there with his 8s, assuming the big blind folded. But once the chip leader shoved, very easy fold with the 8s.
And note how he was able to escape by virtue of min-raise opening as opposed to doing something hasty and jamming. Granted, we don't know what the future holds in store, but we know that it's a bleak one for Nista. 2 kings need help. Not there thus far. Queen 10-4, 2 hearts. Nista looking to avoid a 13th place finish. Doesn't get any draws on the turn and now has 2 outs once. Paging the king of hearts or the king of clubs. Are they available? No. A 10 on the river. And Tentio showing a little bit of love. Obviously, Nista knows there's not a human being on earth who knows their way around a poker table this deep in a tournament who's ever going to have an outcome other than
this feels like an all-in from the cutoff. 10 big blinds. You're short-handed, so the blinds are racing around faster. You can't really pass too many spots. Yeah, he does move all in.
$505,000 total, and how are aces out there yet again? Culiberta. The only good news for Blabea is that he has Culiberta covered.
Yeah.
So Vlad can't participate, but this is going to be really deflating for the Romanian as his Polish counterpart
Second, basically.
gives him a look at the bad news.
After you are against me when you open,
Let's see if the king 10 can flop any prospects.
Oh, well, quite the opposite. Ace,
pretty
8, 6.
slim. Some backdoors, that's it now.
Top set could see the king 10 drawing dead, and on the turn, pocket aces turn into aces full for the second occasion already in short order here at our featured table. For Culiberta, just what the doctor ordered. For the rest of the field, disappointment as they're looking to.
Yeah, we are fine.
How many kids you have?
Sorry?
How many kids you have?
3. And 8 grandkids.
8 grandkids, bravo.
Wow, that's nice.
Grand, not yet.
No, not grandkids.
Bit of a rub down there.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Nothing offensive about that.
No.
He's Joseph Muad, not Father Time. King 7 off here in the hijack. Blabea might be using this 30 seconds trying to punch his ticket into the final table and secure that pay jump.
Yeah, good shout.
Of 4,600.
He does have a tempter here, though. He's so short now. Blinds hitting him soon. Only 4 big blinds behind. Yeah, he's decided this is good enough to go with because of the big blind ante coming around. In fact, it's coming next hand.
How much is that?
Culiberta, I think, will go with his hand here against short stack.
Is he going to finish what he started with the 2 aces as he looks down on the button at ace-jack? Could very well 3-bet jam this.
Yeah.
It's a lot of hand up against the super short stack, all in range, especially one hand removed from that big blind. So the jam does come in, and Blabea is going to get a second crack. Looking for vindication, but again, he is well behind.
Well behind, but live. He would have feared domination there.
To the flop they go, and 2 4s, 2 spades, and a king. It's an all Blabea affair. Got a little smile working, but he knows there's work to be done. On the turn, all of a sudden, in addition to the 3 aces, 4.
to there I call. I'm big blind now.
A very warm welcome back, guys.
Okay.
As we see poor old Kalodiuk all in with just 50k. Will they tag team him? Will they allow him to go heads up? Kaukwa trying to weigh up the advantages here. I suppose at some level feeling like he would like to torture Christoforou for a little while with a guy with one big blind around. And he's flopped double gutter here, Christoforou, which is an interesting strength holding given that he won't want to bet an unmade hand here. Jack 3 good right now. Open-ended and the Jack high is best. That's not going to stop Kalodiuk for putting on a jacket.
Jack.
And the river is a queen of diamonds. So Kalodiuk will triple up here. No reason for either player to bet unless Kaukwa decides on some evil thoughts here. There's obviously a 400k side pot and the possibility of getting out the best hand, winning the pot and tripling up Kalodiuk, leaving him with one big, and that allowing him to torture Christoforou for a while. That's exactly what he's thinking. I love this.
No?
I love this.
Ah, okay.
It is a
so
bluff.
I need to beat a 10.
And a declaration of war at some level with Christoforou here, who won't be too impressed. Like, it wouldn't have changed anything.
I found the king. King? I found the king, yeah.
But it could have, and
Christopher
going to feign that he had a king high, and that it could have changed. He's definitely feels like that was a shot across the bow there. Kalodiuk, we know, was always going to triple up in that hand, but I think he wants him to feel as though.
4.5.
So 4.5 million plays 10 million or so, plays one big blind, but one full big blind this time. Well, small blind is in there. Side pot is 200k this time. Kalodiuk all in once again for his 50k.
All in.
Not even one big. And Kaukwa just going to torture Christoforou again. Sort of begrudging respect, I think, there from Christoforou, who does know what's going on now and does feel as though, okay, he's up against an opponent who understands all of the ways in which he can make life very painful.
Alhamdulillah.
Obviously, Christoforou really hoping that this strange little bubble he finds himself on can just end. Well, it may end now.
No king.
Some running cards. A king would also do right away.
No king. No king.
And Kalodiuk resigned to his fate.
Let's see.
Let's see it first. No one's going to fall for that one, Ali.
Handshakes delivered by the Russian cowboy, who ultimately knew that the task was great for him to climb back into contention. And as perhaps we all expected, we are now heads up with the departure of our Russian cowboy. Third place money, though, $77,000. $100 going to be headed home with him. That's plenty of ruples. In the end, it was not to be for Roman Kolotiuk.
He brought a lot of colour to proceedings, but a lot of very, very good poker as well. Never the absolute shortest stack, I think, except for maybe one occasion with maybe 6 left. Usually right down there, though, in the dogfight, as we've dubbed it. Ultimately, 3rd place. I guess a pretty good day's work.
Almost a 3-1 chip lead is what Tony Kaukua is going to be taking into battle against the very frisky, wily Andreas Christoforou, who, it bears repeating, was really irreverent en route to this heads-up match in terms of respecting that big chip stack, or even ICM for that matter, and it served him well, as he has guaranteed himself $119,400 for a 2nd place finish, with the blinds at 125 and 250,000 though, David. Just 16 bigs. Exactly how playable is that sort of stack heads up?
This man could find some 4-bet folds off that stack, the way he's been playing. What is really noticeable, though, and to be fair, Ali, you called it early on. You said this is the kind of guy who's sort of making a play for top 2, willing to risk busting out in 6th or 7th along the way. And I suppose he's been rewarded for some daylight robbery along the way. I would not recommend doing that at home. I think some of the plays were outlandish. I think some of the plays were reckless. I think some of the plays lacked the appropriate blockerage, but they got the job done. It was almost like he took a sick pride in an 8-3 off or a 7-deuce or a 4-deuce. It was almost like he looked for the absolute worst hands to make his moves with, almost like a statement of intent, almost like a death wish. It turned out to be a statement of intent.
It was almost like a one-man marketing campaign against solvers and ICM, waging war against a lot of the established math, but doing so to great effect as he has risen to the top 2. Will he claim the top spot on the podium? Obviously, a double through a very tough customer in Tony Kaukua is going to be required at some point, we might presume, although he could get chiselly as well. We've yet to see how he responds in terms of his heads-up game, but as reckless as he was, David, at times, as you're assessing it, he also understood when to kind of stop being reckless. You know, you open off of 7-deuce, 8-3, you get 3-bet, okay, you just go away. You don't get silly. You don't try to be a hero by flatting and then, you know, playing post-flop. You just take your shot.
Yeah, certainly method to the madness, as they say. One fascinating sliding doors moment in all of this, and you always get this at final tables, is that hand against Ustamov, that ace-queen in the big blind, that huge fold he made when that man on screen there, Christoforou, shoved the ace-10. Had that call been made, and it was wafer thin, it was clearly a knife-edge decision for Ustamov. Had he made the call and held there, this final table plays out so differently.
Queen 10 off for Kaukua is in good shape against Queen 4, as we see Christoforou with a perhaps new approach, limps and punishment from Kaukua as he activates, jams, and takes the first hand of heads-up play.
Yeah, what I think is crucial about these heads-up encounters, and particularly relevant shallow, is that there is a big blind ante in the mix. It used to be the way you'd almost dispense with the ante because it would only be 2 little antes and it would just sort of cause trouble while you played your heads up. You might take them out. These days, big blind ante stays in play, completely changes the maths, completely changes the ranges of heads up play.
And not only does it stay in play, but it stays in play in a manner that suggests that you're playing a full ring in terms of antes collected. Whereas we know as the field whittles, realistically, the ante would go down in aggregate. But still, even here, heads up, the full ante, representative of a full ring game, still in play. That's been generally adopted, I would say, across the spectrum of poker tours around the world. Kaukua deliberating off of King Deuce offsuit on the button.
He might just stick this in. 3 bigs in the middle. No, he's going to limp. It's hard to fold any of your range. So obviously Christoforou gets his chance to do it. It makes it very hard to fold anything, frankly, because you're getting an incredible price with the big blind ante still in there. Means you have to limp some weak stuff, but also limp some strong stuff to defend it. In this instance, I think it would have been pretty reasonable to see a king high shoved off that stack. I think it was maybe 11 or 12 effective. But
I don't know if
he did limp the king deuce and gave the ace 3 the opportunity to get in first.
I don't know if you overheard it, kind of buried beneath us. Christoforou, when they delivered that trophy, the medallion, to the table, asked, "Is that my trophy?" So, bit of cockiness.
Call.
Cheeky. Nine-seven offsuit limping. King 6 electing to check back. Flopping second pair on the ace-high board, and we tend to remove ace-X from the ranges in these limped pots. On balance, there are occasions on which they will surface, but largely unconcerned about that ace in position. Christoforou takes a shot. King 6, of course, isn't going anywhere. Makes the call.
No, sorry.
Another 500,000 into the middle. And now it's kings up on the turn for Kaukua, rather. Checks it once more. This is kind of a turning point for Christoforou, who is drawing dead in this pot.
Two flush draws out there makes me feel like Kaukua may raise here.
$1.5. 1.5.
3x raise. Now the jig is up for the 9-7, of course. Some posturing, it would seem. And the 9 high ultimately put into the muck. Christoforou is going to be down to 12 bigs after folding that one. Not sure at what threshold he's going to begin to sense there's just one gear available, and that's all of it. Unlikely to be off of 12 bigs, but again, TBD just how shallow he needs to be before he's triggered.
Yeah, I feel like the risk reward off these, 10 bigs or so do mean that shoving is absolutely fine. In fact, you can see really big shoves. If these guys even had 25 bigs, that wouldn't be outrageous with some kinds of holdings. So yeah, I do think we're definitely in the limp pot or shove or fold. I don't think we're into the raising kind of pre-flop anymore game. Well, look at this.
Dynamite flop here for the deuce 4 suited. For Christoforou, there's really nothing on the stovetop to speak of as he checks.
You want to go a large enough sizing here if you're Kaukua. set up a...
Two?
It's gone 250. Float from Christoforou. Well, this may end in tears.
Wow, a 7 on the turn, and suddenly this float turns into second pair. And unless he is giving Kaukua credit for a jack, this hand is going to feel pretty good.
Kaukua's got a very good bet turn, give up river hand. Obviously loads of equity here. If you had to get it in here on this street, it wouldn't be a disaster. But if called once more,
700.
Probably blocking the straight draw and the flush draw as he does. Probably not in a particularly great spot to barrel river. He will be at the bottom of his range, obviously, with 4 high, but he will have an awkward sort of holding.
Good chunk of equity. Obviously, the benefit of position. So the 700 gets called. Big river coming up here. Extra 1.4 verified. Slid in, and now suddenly it's 7s and 8s. 8 of hearts would have been curtains.
Prophetic from Christoforou. I think we can release the 4 deuce in this spot.
Yeah, 4 high doesn't feel like it's got anywhere to go against the all-in, but into the muck.
Yeah, so some creativity shown there again by Christoforou, a very creative poker player, it must be said. Floating with the 7-8 in that instance. Clearly with lots of different plans and ways in which he felt he could win. One of them obviously was turn rivering 2 pair.
I mean, how do you feel about the float with 8 high there on the flop?
I don't love it. I think we have better candidates, but I do feel as though this guy is going to find unnatural bluffs, unnatural floats.
I do just like knowing that he recognizes the need, heads up, to have a little bit of that in your kit. Whether or not it's being executed with precision is besides the point. Just
more playing.
He's got that gear.
Sure. Oh no, look, it's, you know, both of these players are going to have to play pretty raggedy hands over the course of however long this takes, and that is a huge skill in itself. Christoforou dropping a hammer here for
250.
17 big blinds with the 10-8 suited. Again, 2.5 bigs in the middle. Each hand, risk reward, pretty reasonable on that. 10-8 suited, one of those kind of cool suited connectables.
Well, I was wondering at what threshold he would deem himself kind of ready to jam, and we realized that it's off of even more chips than he began with. I think it was 16 bigs and change there.
Yeah, and I think he will construct ranges where he limps, opens, and shoves off this stack, as will Kaukua, who's playing the effective stack, of course.
All in.
$5 million now.
Yeah, another jam off of the ace deuce, and this is not exactly how Tony K scripted the heads up match. Wonder how compelled Kaukua is going to feel to kind of try to put a stop to a lot of the momentum play. Feels like that Christoforou might be looking to initiate.
My instinct is he's fairly nailed on with his ranges. From what we've seen, he doesn't seem to allow past to inform present. Just kind of takes the spots as they come. Seems like a pretty composed character, Kaukoa. Another shove here, 20 bigs this time, so. Like you said, Christoforou sort of almost trying to emphasize that emotion, rocking back in his chair, trying to maybe get under the skin of Kaukoa too. I think he realizes it's a psychological battle as well, and in a short stack, big money affair like this, he can maybe, just maybe, induce a mistake. Not sure he can. Doesn't hurt to try though.
No doubt, as you got a good look at the hardware that is still looking for a home here, along with $170,000 in this Merit Western Poker Series high roller. The closer, if you will, to this wildly successful series here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus. King 10-8, bottom pair, and a limp affair pre for Christoforou. Ace on the turn as Kaukoa decided to call the 250K. Now Christoforou checks. Gut shot acquired, but more importantly, perhaps some deference displayed.
Yeah, I feel like Kaukoa might take a stab here. Seems like a reasonable spot. He does have some ace-x in his limping range. It doesn't appear Christoforou has any in his response range. He can target the 8x and the 10x. Question is, how sticky will Christoforou be here with just bottom pair? Good sizing here from Kaukoa. He's actually gone for a pot-size bet, really putting pressure on the 8x and some 10x maybe too. If you're sitting there with a 10-5, 10-7, you can't be loving life either. Jack-Queen definitely in the range of Kaukoa. Ace-X2, King-X. Would it go this sizing? It might actually. It might sort of decide there's no way he has an ace and I'm just going to similarly look to extract, charge flush draws, etc. Nicely executed bluff there.
Certainly not beyond the scope of what we kind of expect and what is required when you're playing heads up. It's just not the kind of affair where you're going to be able to sit back and assume that the deck's going to slap you in the face and you're going to be able to ride off into the sunset. Or that your opponent is just going to be super straightforward and, you know, a lot of what you were able to glean or a lot of the ways in which you were able to navigate 5, 4, even three-handed will apply here. Very unique element of the game is the heads-up aspect. A couple of suited queens squaring off. 2 kings and a 4 advantage Kaukoa in a very major way. As he checks over to Christoforou, who asks for it politely. Min bet.
One feels Kaukoa might be readying himself to
pick up a diamond draw on the turn. If you're Christoforou, not Kaukoa, readying himself to what, David?
maybe you have to call 3 streets was what I was going to say, and sort of feel like you're up against the kind of opponent where you might have to get very stationary. I think in a way the diamond draw gave Christoforou enough other ways to go about his business. Also, Queen High obviously better than some of the flush draws that might be out there too.
I really appreciate the contrast that Christoforou is demonstrating here, because you are tempted to think, based on some of what you observed en route to heads-up play, that there is just a blunt force element to this gentleman that is irredeemable. But there you had an example of took a little shot for the minimum on the flop. Board texture warranted it. He was in position. Actually picked up a bunch of equity on the turn, but knew enough to check back, allow himself to realize that equity, as opposed to simply sail off.
Well, you said it best, I think, Ali, earlier on when you said he was always willing to make the audacious play for not his last chips. He was always willing to put in that one bet where there was another one behind and he wouldn't risk that one. So, yeah, he's always been willing to step out and, you know, find a creative sizing, find a strange holding with which to do it. For a quarter of a stack, a third of a stack even, I think, on one occasion, but never all of a stack.
And that's a very important distinction to be made, David, because those who don't have similar discipline, who fail to recognize the distinction between getting aggressive for all of it and getting aggressive for some of it, can find themselves out the door. Some ebb and some flow. Ace-Jack suited. Oh, and some balance on display now, Lappin.
Trap has been set. Christoforou would have fallen into it with a good deal of his holdings there, but not the 3-4 suited.
Baby suited connector does find the deuce of clubs to interact with, but nothing further. Ace-Jack is spadeless on the king-high 2-heart board. Thus the 2 checks, but a dynamite turn card here for Christoforou.
Yeah, he simply has to bet a card like this, 4 high. Not going to go to showdown well. His hand can make a very strong hand, so every reason to put chips into this pot at this point. Kaukoa will be aware that his opponent will take some stabs here with a wide variety of draws. Obviously, 2 clubs, 2 hearts on board, 6-7 can be interacted with in a variety of ways. So he simply must be stationary with ace high here.
Ends up making a 4 on the end. It was a good way to miss. Kaukoa shows the ace-jack, as is appropriate. Nice pickup.
Showing it there, I suppose, has a function of, hey, don't you be pouncing on all my limps anymore.
Right.
I'm going to balance up a bit, and I
Sure.
would prefer to play some post-flop.
Blinds at 150 and 300,000 now. You see the 2-1 chip lead for Kaukoa. Yes. Christoforou well north of what he came into heads-up play with, and yet 40-minute levels, blinds go up, and he's right at the same number of bigs. So truly it feels like you're treading water in quicksand at times out there.
Yeah, we're never going to play deep heads up in this confrontation, even if the 2 stacks get completely level. That's going to be a 25 big blind affair. So, yeah, at any point, these guys could just get their chips in right away, certainly with the reshoves. For the moment, obviously, with this big blind ante in play, it's been sort of a limpy affair. That makes an awful lot of sense, to be honest. Limping or shoving. Not so much of the normal raising off these stacks. And this time, Christoforou's opportunity to set the trap. One good trap deserves another. But this time, Kaukua's opportunity to knuckle back 3 high.
10-9-6, pair and a gutter. 2 quick checks. Board pairs on the turn.
Probably going to fire a single big blind bet here from Starver's point of view. Yeah, he does.
Yep. And Tony puts his hand into the muck.
Targeting a 6 there. Also servicing as a bit of equity denial. Charging the draws.
Both of these guys look relatively fresh considering the hour. David, we are coming up on 3:30 a.m. is it?
Yeah, as I mentioned there, these guys have been playing the high roller, which started at 6 on day 1. I think it might have even started at 7 on day 2. So very much in the nocturnal schedule. Also probably plenty of adrenaline pumping through.
Sure.
And we do see, I think what might be our first raise.
At this blind level?
Yeah.
$600K invested.
Sorry, Ali.
No.
Stack to pot ratio of 3 here. Wouldn't take 2 huge hands to interact, but they both very much working with different parts of the board.
Kaukua with the 10s, an easy bet with second pair in position. That beard is phenomenally Nordic. Seasonally apropos as well. It's not a summer beard. It's a healthy winter beard.
Oh, sorry.
It's a well-groomed beard.
It's tough to get it right when you start to vacate the airspace just immediately surrounding your face and venture into like actual 3-dimensional territory. I've not done it.
We've got some shaping going on down the jawline. I do a sort of a slightly longer beard at my chin because it has the effect of lengthening my fat face.
Who knew there was vanity somewhere there?
I also shaved the line of where I'd like my jaw to be, but it no longer is.
Really getting mileage out of the facial hair there, Lappin. Not Kaukua spec mileage, but mileage nevertheless.
There are all sorts of optical illusions at play.
Yeah.
We don't all have your jawline, Ali.
Listen, my jawline is rapidly relocating itself. Each and every trip to Northern Cyprus, I feel like I leave just a touch softer than I arrived.
I'm having to punch new holes in my belt.
Ooh, that's always, that's a moment. Each new punch. If you're looking at additional new punches, like where you can nostalgically look back at the belt, and that's when you go, oh yeah, I remember that, December 2018, yeah. That first punch, then there was COVID, yeah. A couple of years into that, next punch.
Yeah.
Once you run out of belt, then you really,
Yeah.
that's
before I couched my alcoholism in mixology during COVID, things like that. Yeah. No, I'm just inventing cocktails. That's how I'm using my time. I'm being very creative with my time.
Yeah, right.
People are making banana bread. I'm inventing new drinks.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can put the Long Island iced tea out of business. Ace-King didn't get any business just a moment ago as an uneventful phase seems to be upon us, although you never know. In fact, sometimes it's hands such as these that end up being of more interest. As we see the limp on the button from the 8-5. You okay with this approach from
yeah, I
the
think
big stack?
you have to limp a lot of hands when you're only completing for like 150k into a 900k pot. That's why you need to put the ace-jack type hands into your limping range as well, because otherwise you're not going to be strong enough. Got to put hands probably like king-jack, king-queen into your limping range to trap with as well. Trapping goes all the way down in this particular stack depth. 2 pair now for Christoforou. He'll feel much better about that. Look to target a jack or a 9. Oh, I feel a jack would have made its presence felt by now.
Let's see what deuces and 4s want to do. As you and I both know, this 8 high is going to be wholly disinterested regardless of sizing here. But Christoforou does fire 1.1 million.
So clearly thinking of the merits and demerits of a raise here. Tough to come over the top of such a big bet. He will be a little bit fishy. When you make bottom 2 on the river, it does seem like a sudden level of interest in a pot you previously weren't too interested in has been sparked. What's important here is, you know, even in a limp pot, stack to pot ratio going to the flop is 5, maybe 6 now after that pot. It's not going to take a whole lot. Get these guys clashing.
Six-3 offsuit. We'll be happy to check back from the big as the King 4 turns into backdoor spades in a wheel draw up against a pair of 3s. 2 quick checks. Same story out of Kakua on the turn, which will embolden Christoforou to barrel. If you take the ace out of the range, the 8 would kind of have to have been a real coincidence. You expect that you would have heard from the 5 on the flop. You kind of begin to understand why it is that 6-3 made the call, and the ace is a very good card for that 6-3 on the river, as Christoforou deemed King High to be in search of showdown, free of charge, but inadequate.
One interesting physical tell or physical aspect to this that's cropping up is if you watch the 2 players at the moment that they're betting, Kakua bets looking at the chips that he's putting into the pot. Notice with Christoforou, as he's putting the chips in, his eyes always dart up to his opponent's reaction to that bet.
Yeah, just kind of a, let me
How do
make
you
sure
feel
this
about
guy
that?
isn't, too ecstatic that I'm reaching deep.
He's very watchful.
Certainly glad that you're still joining us. If you're out there live streaming this final table of the Merit Poker Western Series High Roller, the final event of 3 that included the warm-up, the main, and this high roller that we streamed to you. There were some other events that took place as well. Mystery bounty event, David, that I know you were issuing bounties at. And the Mix Max event that they had. Really a full and robust slate of events.
Yeah, I was both making dreams and crushing dreams in those mystery bounties. I was putting the tomb in tombola.
What was the biggest bounty?
I gave out a 50k bounty today. That was kind of fun.
What was the reaction like there?
He had sent up somebody else to do it for him. Her reaction was amazing. He was completely bemused, nonplussed.
He had a proxy?
He had a proxy.
Can't believe you allowed it.
I think we might be about to have some fireworks.
Ace 9.
I feel strongly like this might be getting in.
Well, we know that Christopher definitely likes to 3-bet.
And there's nothing wrong with getting this in. He's just going to be unlucky to face a dominating situation. If these hands were reversed, you can be sure they'd go in as well.
Oh, yeah. Sure enough, he does make the jam. Kaukua will be pleased to get chips into the middle with the ace 9, and even more pleased once they're on their backs, as he is dominant. 15% of the time, these guys will chop, but as it stands right now, advantage Finland in a real way.
Να κόψουμε τεσσάρι στο flop.
Yep.
Jack 6 deuce, not good news for ace 4. The club does work.
Wow.
Dynamite turn card suddenly. Christopher with massive outs. Any 4, 5, or club would do the trick. Can he hit? No, it's the 8 of diamonds on the river. And the hometown hero congratulating Tony Kaukua, your high roller champion, earning $170,000, leaving disappointment, but of course, very conciliatory $119,400 going to our Cypriot runner-up. What a final table it was, David. I think the hand for me that stood out more than any, and I can't wait to get out there and ask him about it, is the pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket 3s collision that could have been.
Yeah, it ended up being immaterial, but that could have been such a crucial moment in the context of all of this. And I hope you ask him the question about what he made of the sort of giveaway telltale aspect of Christopher's physicality in that moment when he almost considered like he was closing the action when he wasn't. Have to say, Christopher, what a performance. He wanted it. He played to win it. He expressed himself with a creative brand of poker, but ultimately in the end came up just a little bit short. On the flip side, Kaukua, not overly aggressive throughout. He was balanced. He ran well, certainly ran well in a few big collisions, but, you know, steady, forensic, maybe a little bit more nuanced.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though. Christopher earned my respect, right? He marched to the beat of his own drum. I know it seems a little bit misplaced to be romantic about that, but, you know, in terms of the widely adopted form of poker that we're going to see out of the solver-based executioners, right? It is refreshing and it is nice, and I certainly love to see it when we get somebody who deviates and actually really throws a monkey wrench into the plans of those folks from that ilk.
Yeah, he felt like he had a table he could exploit and a game that was exploitative to take to them, and that made for a very interesting part of the equation, because the rest of the table were sort of playing this I want to survive, I want to get into the top 5 kind of game. He was sort of saying, 6th place be damned, I want top 2. And in the end, he got top 2.
He very much did. It was a heck of a performance. Final thoughts on this Merit Poker Western series that we've presided over, David?
I suppose we've seen great poker and we've seen great occasions, great feature tables, great final tables. I think we've got a real flavor of what these things are all about. For me, it's more personal, though. For me, it's very much been a case of coming here for the first time, really being spoilt by the occasion, spoilt by the people who run it here, and seeing the kind of show that they can put on, and being really sort of, you mentioned romanticism there a moment ago, really feeling like there's an ambition with this crew, with this team, with this hotel, with this resort, to put on really big events. And I think with this and some stuff coming up this year, they're going to prove that they can in a big way and probably put themselves on the map in a way that they haven't been before.
I think I speak for both yourself and Dara O'Kearney, who is upstairs in his room, dead asleep right now, drooling into a pillow when I say that we're both humbled and tremendously grateful to have been a part of what feels like it could be the genesis of very good things to come here in Kyrenia in northern Cyprus. We're going to step aside briefly. Allow me to get out there. I'm going to be chatting with our champion. Do not go anywhere, but in the interim, it has been such a pleasure having all of you with us for this run of the Merit Poker Western Series. There will be more to come, certainly. Stay close. Interview forthcoming.
When we think about the Scandinavian nation of Finland, we're thinking about Formula One drivers, or perhaps the great tradition of fantastic Finnish poker players like Patrick Antonius, maybe even Ilari Sahamias. But now a new name has emerged, and that name belongs to Toni Kaukua. Congratulations, Toni, the champion here in the Merit Western Poker Series High Roller event. My first question for you is, you're $170,000 richer. Any plans for the money?
Probably gonna buy some more crypto, I'd say.
Listen, that's been a very expensive enterprise, so good luck with it. Let's focus now on the poker. The hand that everybody is thinking about is the pocket threes, pocket sevens, pocket eights.
I knew you were gonna play.
Walk me through the whole thing.
Okay, so this I'm never gonna trust my leverage ever again, because this guy went all in and was like cheering to his friends and everything. So I thought he must have like nines plus, and of course some overcards. So I know that's a triple fold, and that was going through my head although when we were heads up. But I'm glad I nailed it at the end, so it doesn't fucking matter anymore.
Well, obviously in the moment it was one that haunted you. How many bullets did you buy into this event?
3, and I just told you earlier that I bought this bullet on the last minute of the when it was still possible. So
at what point here at the final table did you begin to sense, because you ran quite well it seemed and began to pull away, that maybe this was yours for the taking?
I think it was instantly when I sat down at the table, because I don't know, I just felt good, and I've been sick a couple of days, but I just thought that I have such a big edge that I could nail this thing up.
Well, there is one last matter at hand. If you look to your right, Mikhail, do the honors. Congratulations, Toni Kaukua, your Merit Western Poker Series High Roller champion. Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Good job. You were impressive.
Yeah, but this is very interesting.